Welcome back to the 2024 World Series of Poker. It is time for something new, and it's very exciting. Welcome to coverage of the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Pot Limit Omaha Double Board Bomb Pot Tournament. It's hard to even not smile when you're saying those words. We're at the Horseshoe, we're playing a final table, and we're going to cover this whole thing from start to finish. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth as we will cover this very special event. We'll dive into the rules and all that as the night goes on, but first, let's look at the chip counts. William Kopp is our leader with 7.4 million. Marcos Exterkotter is our short stack. We had 1,312 entries, 197 players cashed, and we are playing for quite the prize pool. The final 7 are guaranteed $37,000, and there's $270K up top on this very first iteration of this event. The very first time bomb pots being used in a tournament at the World Series of Poker with a bracelet on the line. So it should be a terrific night of poker action. If you're joining us in the chat, please let us know where you're watching from. We would very much appreciate it. Let's have some fun with this thing, as it's a brand new day, a brand new event. And Donnie, I have no idea what to expect.
Either do I. I mean, I watched a bit of this event yesterday as they were playing down towards the final table late on day 2. I mean, it was exciting. You know, it was certainly different. We've never seen this before at the World Series of Poker, but I'm all for mixing it up, getting some unique formats out there, and I think the players seemed like they liked it because more than 1,300 of them came out to play the event.
Donnie, make the main event a bomb pot tournament. Let's go. Let's have some fun with this. First off, a little shout out to Mr. David Funkhouser. He, of course, still lives in our hearts, Donnie, because when you and I first brought to the attention to the world the use of the horseshoe table back in 2022, we covered him playing heads up versus Dan Zach in the 10K stud 8 or better, and that was quite an adventure.
Yeah, I think they might still be playing heads up because it took so long.
We got a hand right away here. It's Hachem. Not Joe Hachem, Donnie. We got a little bit of a family tradition being upkept here, performing at the World Series of Poker. Daniel Hachem, the son of Joe Hachem, raising the 200K. William Kopp, our chip leader, makes the call with King 10. And Zhou looks like he's up to something here. Xixiang, excuse me, Quan Zhou, 2.2 million to start this hand. Does decide to let it go. Oh, excuse me, he did. Got a little confused there on the graphics, but Zhou made it 705. Action now on Kopp. Love this. Love the aggression. And there it is. First blood for Zhou. 2 Chinese players at this final table. An international showing here. 2 Americans as well. Daniel Hachem from Australia. Gabi Livshitz from Israel, and Marcos Exterkotter from Brazil. All right, let's get into these bomb pots, Donnie. How does this work?
Yeah, so every 8 hands, there will be a bomb pot. Double board bomb pot, and it'll depend on the game that they're playing. It will either be No Limit Hold'em or it will be Pot Limit Omaha. What'll happen on a bomb pot every 8 hands is everyone will ante a predetermined amount. Then the dealer will deal 2 flops, and then the action will start. There is a special bomb pot button that signifies every 8 hands who has the button on the bomb pot, and so you go right into the flop, and you start playing from there. So it kind of, yesterday when I was watching this tournament a little bit play out, I mean, it was kind of a mix between the tables. Some tables you had players attacking the bomb pots very aggressively. Other ones you had, you know, a little bit more timid play. You know, people were kind of sitting back, probably not wanting to go broke on a bomb pot hand, rather would, you know, go broke in the regular run of play. So we'll see how these players progress. I'm sure there will be some feeling out for how they go about the bomb pots.
I guess you have cards.
No, I was watching.
So good.
Action on Funkhouser here. Ace-4 offsuit. Throws it in the muck. Gabi Livshitz, no stranger to the World Series Poker. Seen him make a run in the main event very recently. Livshitz is going to enter the pot here with Queen Jack offsuit. Livshitz, 1.1 million in career tournament earnings. 430K of that came here at the World Series of Poker. He has one bracelet. It's an online one from 2021, winning the Pialosis or Pialosis. And of course, main event runs, which is how you might remember him. His best run, however, was 66 back in 2015, so he's made multiple runs. There it is. Gets to take it down, and a big round of applause from him.
This tournament is probably slightly exaggerated, right? Just like still fun.
Interesting note here about Livshitz. He learned how to play poker in 2008 when he was competing in the Mind Sports Olympics in Beijing, where he was out there to play chess, and his friends were all bridge players. That's quite a good crowd to run in, Donnie. That's how you learn the games.
They will give you an Aussie. Just one
I'm sure there was a lot of bright minds in that group.
Yeah, probably not a very soft game, probably.
I get to choose one.
So like Donnie said, once every 8 hands we'll see a bomb pot, and also once every 8 hands we switch games. So we're going to do PLO and Hold'em today. Livshitz quick with the raise again, 225 this time around. By the way, if you're catching us on YouTube, then I just ask of you to please like this video. The goal, as always, is to hit 1,000 likes. Look at this here. Luo finds 2 kings. Quick with the stare down, inquiring about Livshitz's stack. Luo has his opponent covered. He is one of the chip leaders. Xixiang Luo, 49 years old, from China. 3.1 million in career tournament earnings. This man is no slouch. Announcing a raise. His biggest win came this year at the Asian Poker Tour in Jeju in South Korea, taking it down for 311,000. Lots of results in Asia, most notably, of course, in Macau. Macau, the hotbed of poker in that region. Action back on Livshitz. How do we interpret this?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's early for us at this final table, so we're a bit more unfamiliar with how these players might have been battling with one another. Stack's pretty deep here overall. I mean, effectively playing Livshitz's stack, and he's still got 32 big blinds behind, so I could see him kind of going all different ways. I could see him folding, I could see him calling, I could see him raising. He is going to go with option B and make the call, so here we go.
Livshitz out of position here, seeing a flop against Luo on the button. Queen in the window, and this could be disaster for Livshitz, Donnie. Top pair, top kicker. That's exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, this is going to be bad news for him. He's going to start it off with a check. Would imagine Luo here just comes with a continuation bet, and then we'll see what Livshitz wants to come with. Could be sized well for a check jam here if he wants to go that route. 625 is the wager.
Now, if you're Livshitz here, you're playing this straight for value, right? You're trying to see how can I make the most money.
Yeah, and I think that path is probably just calling here. You know, you keep all the bluffs in inferior hands in. You know, if he has 2 jacks in this spot and he's continuation betting, you want to keep that in. You want to keep the ace kings in, all, you know, all that sort of stuff. Like you don't really need to check raise this or check jam it. I mean, what that you beat is going to call you. King queen, is he really 3-betting the king queen, you know? So I think this is a fine line here, but of course Livshitz is behind, so it's going to be tricky going forward.
Yeah, deuce hits on the turn, brings a flush draw out there. As you can see, Livshitz only 11% to win this hand. Now, 2.9 million in the middle. Are we in all-in check raise territory here if Luo fires again?
Well, Luo might just put it in.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
he might just put Livshitz to the test here.
Luo putting out a very sizable bet here. Wow. This is virtually an all-in or nothing kind of decision here for Livshitz, Donnie. You can't really call and continue, right?
I don't know. I mean, if there's a chance that Luau's bluffing, don't you just want to keep all those bluffs in and not let him get away from it, you know?
And he does move all in. Livshitz shoves, which is basically a min raise. And Luo now has to call only $1 million more. And I guess we're going to verify here, Donnie, but I cannot see him ever questioning the size and the strength of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's folding. I mean, you should never be folding here if you're betting this amount for sure. So could just be one of those spots where cameras are on, you're under the bright lights of the feature table, a little bit of nerves, just want to make sure that things are correct on the stack size, but ultimately going to call this one off for sure.
2,040,000.
2 million?
2,040,000.
And the call is made, and Livshitz might think for a second here that he's got the best of it. And he is shocked to see 2 kings here. Probably due to the fact that Luo took a bit of time here. Livshitz still with a smile on his face. 7 million in the middle. Look at Luo willing his way to an elimination here. An ace or a queen is needed for the man from Israel, or we'll have our first casualty here right off the bat. Luo can't watch. Livshitz the one with his turn with life on the line. The river is the 7 of spades. And Luo celebrates as Livshitz will make a quick exit from this final table. Disaster for him as top pair, top kicker turns out to be very close from being enough.
Yeah. I mean, nothing like a nice little nibble to get things started.
Absolutely. Beautiful start here for Luo.
Yeah, up over 10 million now for him.
I mean, this is the face of a man who just knocked someone out.
No ace, no queen.
Is his hand 7? Is his hand 7 or
我发得很准，其实我也无所谓。
I really wish I knew what they
Can
were
someone
saying. Quan Zhou's probably like, bro, what are you doing? Call.
看是计算嘛，我知道啊。Calm, please.
Can someone please translate that for us? That was probably really funny.
Thank you.
All right, we are down to 6. Pay jump has been secured. Just to do some accounting here, let's get you caught up on the payouts.
Oh, sorry.
Livshitz takes home $37,000. Next player out gets $49,000. Oh, we got some Mandarin speakers in the chat. Not sure if we have to believe them, but they're saying there's nothing you can do. That's what he said.
For who? Livshitz or Luau? I mean, what?
That's hilarious. Look at this. We got the King of Bakersfield back in the chat. We have Jason in the house, one of our regulars, who's gifting a PokerGo YouTube membership. Kelly Adams, the recipients. Thank you all so much, by the way, for joining our little YouTube community. Donnie and I run the show here on a regular basis. Try to keep it lighthearted most of the time, and also keep you in the know about what's going on the main channel on PokerGo.com. And speaking of action, tonight we have the 10K Stud Championship on PokerGo.com with expert commentary. Stud experts in the house tonight. I believe it's David Tuckman and Norman Chad who are on the call. Excuse me, let me correct myself there. Ali Najad and Norman Chad on the call tonight.
Okay. Kopp came in with the raise, and Hachem defended from the big blind. Hachem out flopping here with a pair of 8s, but this ace-high board might be one that Kopp comes with a continuation bet as the pre-flop raiser. He does just that.
你要谦虚一点，你骰子我还要考验一下的。
他们还没用，我最少。
Hachem makes
他
the
最
call.
多，他100多，他约1000万。
Kopp does have that king of clubs in his hand as well.
我徒弟来了，我要再认真点。
10 on the turn.
可不可以买股份的时候，假如你买20%，
picks
我
up
只给你10%。
A straight draw here.
可不可以
Or sorry,
可
Kopp
以
picks
就
up a straight
收
draw
你
here.
的
My
徒弟
fault.
我操
And Hachem
没诚意
checks.
算了。
And
妈的
Kopp's just going to stay on the
带
gas
死废物
here. Still a board here that probably favors Kopp as the pre-flop raiser, and he can just continue to barrel off, you know. There's going to be some calls from Hachem coming out of the big blind with some 8s, some 5s. And then even if he does have an ace, I mean, it's going to be one of those weaker aces, so you can put a lot of pressure on those types of hands. That's exactly what Kopp does and gets the job done.
Already seeing some chatter asking, is that the Billy Kopp who blew up versus Darvin Moon in the 09 main event? No, it is not, but I do wonder how he's doing these days. William Kopp, 1.8 million in earnings, 600K at the WSOP, so he's built his own resume for himself. 28 years old from Cleveland, Ohio.
Bracelet winner.
Bracelet winner, indeed. It's kind of funny how his bracelet is not his largest score. He won a World Series Poker circuit ring in Cherokee for $376,000. That must have been a massive event. Luo, the man with the kings, now finds ace-king.
It comes in here with the raise to 2.5x, so a little bit larger than the norm you might see these days. Oh,
Wow! Disaster for our Brazilian. Exterkotter jams with the ace-5 offsuit, and this action is going to fold around quickly back to Luo unless someone finds a real big hand.
2 million.
2 million, 1.9.
Luo slams it in there, takes less than 2 seconds, and shows the ace-king. And Exterkotter on the brink of elimination here unless he finds a way out here.
8K 就
他这不3B4。啊，起得重。
Marcos Exterkotter has 1.5 million in earnings. He's going to add some to it, but he'd probably prefer to stick around here tonight. Luo getting back-to-back big hands and action on both of them.
straight flush.
We await the flop. And here it comes. Queen, 9, 7, 2 spades. Exterkotter looking for backdoor spades, backdoor straight, or of course a 5.
Same flop when he took out Livshitz, Queen 9-7.
Wow, you're right. 6 of spades would make this interesting. And it's the 3 of diamonds. Now we are down to the final 2 outs for Marcos Exterkotter, who needs a 5 and a 5 only, and the 5 of clubs has already been folded. River card is the deuce of diamonds, and Luo gets to celebrate again. Marcos Exterkotter sent to the rail in 6th place, and there it is. We are down to the final 5. Exterkotter will take home $49,000, and the final 5 now guaranteed $66,000.
This is a bumper, right?
Donnie, if I'm Zhu, I'm going to take a dinner break and just come back to heads-up play.
I mean, don't look now, but we're trending towards the direction of seeing yet another runaway chip leader at a final table.
Yep.
It's happened numerous times at this World Series.
Always on our tables.
Yeah. I believe this hand is going to be a bomb pot, so everyone is anteing, I believe, 100,000. You can see the little red button there that goes out in front of David Funkhouser. That means David Funkhouser is the button on this bomb pot.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're playing Omaha or no limit hold'em, but we'll find out right here on the deal.
This is what we've all been waiting for. The first bomb pot.
So they are playing Omaha, pot limit Omaha here.
Oh my God.
So the dealer is going to finish the dealing 4 cards to each player, and then he's going to put out 2 flops, a top and a bottom.
Donnie, I'm already getting anxiety having to call this hand right now. Queen 5-7 instead of Queen 9-7, which we've been seeing. And there's a second flop. Ace 6-7, 2 diamonds. So we're chopping between both boards. Keep that in mind. Donnie, how does it feel to call the first ever bomb pot in WSOP history?
I mean, it feels pretty cool. If I was Luau, I think I would just like stab at this. Kopp, you can see, flop the flush on one of the boards with that 10-8 of diamonds. Action does check over to Funkhouser. He's got top pair of aces on the one board. He's got top pair of queens on the other board. Position must be so important on these bomb pots, you know, like you get everyone, you see how everyone acts in front of you, and then you can go from there.
God. The thing with bomb pots, it's kind of like a minefield where you can never be too sure unless you have the nuts whether your hand is indeed best, but you will always know that there's action to be had because people are going to have something to play with. So it almost sort of cancels out the action sometimes.
Yeah. So Kopp's flush is still good on the one board. On the other board, it looks like Funkhouser, is it?
How does nobody have a 7? Oh wait, there's 3 on the board. 2 and 1. Of course, the lack
no one has a 6 either for the other board.
Right. Lack of available 7s also come into play. And look at this. Kopp folds his flush on the one board. Of course, that board also paired. Nobody with a 6 or a 7, and all of a sudden, Hachem takes a stab here.
Yeah, this might be just first person to bet at it is going to take this one down, and I think Hachem has recognized, you know, hey, if no one wants it, I'm going to go get it. He puts 400K out there, and I think this one will get through. I mean, be a tough call for Funkhouser. Yeah, Funkhouser gives it up. So
wow.
Good on Daniel Hachem there.
Daniel Hachem winning the first ever WSOP Final Table live streamed bomb pot. Put that on your resume. Like I said, Hachem, the son of a legend Joe Hachem, who's also in the crowd, so we'll hopefully get a shot of him a little bit later on. He has a resume of his own, $567,000 in earnings. He, of course, gained a lot of notoriety, Donnie, in 2019 when he made a deep run in the main event, finished 79th for just shy of 100K.
I was watching one of Patrick Leonard's Instagram stories recently when he was playing in this tournament on day one, and I believe he commented that he thought players were playing too tight on the bomb pots. You know, just again, probably a little bit timid to go broke on the bomb pots, or maybe not know how to act on them. So maybe that's a theme that we're going to see develop here. We did see Daniel Hachem there just decided to, you know, take a decent stab there on the turn, and it ultimately worked out. So we'll see if that continues.
Donnie, how do you feel about people calling bomb pots a form of bingo poker, and people saying this doesn't belong at the World Series of Poker? Gimmicks, of course, have their place, and I'm personally a big fan of a lot of the new things the WSOP has done. But, you know, bomb pots could be considered a gimmick.
I mean, it's for sure a gimmick. I mean, you know, we don't need to beat around the bush about it. That said, I mean, it's limited, right? There's not a bomb pot in every single hand, which I think some players did think might be the case coming into the event. You know, oh, it's going to be a bomb pot in every single hand. That's not the case. It's a bomb pot every 8 hands. So it's somewhat limited. I mean, bomb pots have become extremely popular in the cash game realm. So I'm not opposed to trying things, right? And you can let the population, you can let the market tell you what it wants. More than 1,300 players came out.
Exactly.
I mean, seems like they like it, you know. So I would say that if you were to put this on the schedule and 200 showed up, okay, it bombed. Right. But you know, no pun intended. But I mean, it looked like everyone likes it, right?
Yep,
so
absolutely.
And we're not saying do every tournament a bomb pot. Remco's comment earlier about the main event was a joke, okay? You know, but you know, they have 99 gold bracelets. You can have some fun with them. It's not that big of a deal.
Also, I like to point out that, you know, when things have been tried out in the past, like, you know, let's think about the sort of the entrance Chinese poker and open face Chinese made into the World Series of Poker, and that fad has largely faded. I also think the same can be said for short deck, which also, you know, got popular for a short bit of time and then sort of faded out. And the new thing, of course, has been mystery bounties, which I'm a huge fan of. And I think in general, there should be more bounty tournaments, even of the high stakes variety. I think that 100K bounty would be phenomenal, or maybe even a 10K mystery bounty would also be really cool to see. And I think that innovation is part of the fun. WSOP puts on basically 100 tournaments every summer, and there's lots of room for everything, and I think this is a great event to try something new. For those who are just tuning in, this is a No Limit Hold'em Pot Limit Omaha event. Every 8 hands we switch games, so you are not tripping at home. They do get 4 cards. Two Chinese players here in the blinds right now. Perhaps a bit of a friendly rivalry as we go to the flop. We're playing 50K, 100K blinds with the 100K big blind ante as 9-9-10 rolls off. Both players with a 10. Jack 10-8 looking nice, and Queen 10 not looking too bad either. Luo bets 180K, and Zhou comes along. King of Hearts hits on the turn. Queen 10 here in the lead. Action goes check, check. 3 of spades completes the board. Neither player with an extremely strong holding, but Luo's Queen 10 is going to take this down. MC Heath is saying heads up bomb pots is going to be hilarious.
Yeah.
Imagine having to fold.
It's going to take a lot to fold heads up in a bomb pot.
What do you think? A good dealer, bad dealer?
All right, here's a look at Octopi Poker, your path to poker mastery. Go to octopipoker.ai and check it out right now. Sign up for free. It's a fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Lucky Chewy and Nick Schulman are 2 of the masterminds behind this platform, so if you can't take advice from them, like, why listen to anyone really? You know, go check it out, octopipoker.ai. King 10, 9, 8 for Hachem. Donnie, how much does the changing of games affect the play at this table? Do you think that players could be tight in one game, loose in the other, or do you think styles and approaches sort of cross-pollinate between the two?
I think some players probably have their favorite game. I mean, some players might be very well versed in both, but I would guess that some players probably just feel a little bit more comfortable in one or the other, right? So, I mean, I would guess William Kopp is one of those players that feels very comfortable in Pot Limit Omaha. Not that he doesn't feel comfortable in No Limit Hold'em, because he has had a lot of success in No Limit Hold'em as well, but it's comfortability in relation to the field, right? So, but at this point, I mean, it's also, you're down to the final 5 of a tournament that had more than 1,300 runners. Everyone's probably doing a lot of things right.
If you're in the chat with us, please let us know where you're chiming in from. Let us know how your day has been. It's Monday. I hope everyone has had a good one. Ty Miller says in the chat, a bomb pop tournament is the most amazing level of degeneracy. I mean, it's getting up there.
Yeah, the flip and go was the most amazing letter of degeneracy.
That was a flip and go. Sort of, if you win your flip, you've satellite it into day 2, right?
Yeah, you're in the money.
Right. It's absurd.
And you could just take endless shots.
Does it still exist?
Oh, no.
Wasn't Scott Seaver in for like 25 bullets or something?
I think he might have been, yeah. I think Sean Deeb has been in for a lot in those. Ren Lin, so, yeah.
Got some hands here. Some real poker hands.
Calls 250.
Queen, queen, 10-9 for Zhou. I would pick that one. It looks pretty.
Yeah, I don't know so much about this King Jack 6-6. That seems like one you might want to put into the muck, especially holding 3 diamonds in your hand.
Three players.
3 players are going to see a flop with 1,000,000 chips in the middle. King 10-3 rolls off the deck.
Good spot here for Kopp.
Yeah, Kopp blocks the nut flush, has ace king, as well as a Broadway draw. Trouble perhaps for Luo?
Looks like it might be if he's coming out here firing. I think he said he wanted to bet the pot, so
wow.
Full million here.
A full million from Luo. Donnie, if you're Kopp, it's not the type of player you want to be battling with given the stack sizes.
No, and Kopp might lean conservative here. I don't really know. I mean, again, this is one of those spots where I kind of trust the players and that the dynamics that they have with their opponents, and Kopp there does get out of the way.
Damn.
Zhou also gets out of the way, so Luo takes it. Wasn't looking so good going into the flop. Was still behind on the flop, yet aggression pays.
I mean, this is the beauty of poker. Like, we're looking at these cards, we can see all the cards, and we're like, oh, wow, this guy's got a good hand. He's going to get it done. And then all of a sudden, Luo just fires once and takes it down and extends his chip lead. He now sitting on a whopping 14 million chips. He's got 41% of the chips in play. Every time Donnie and I call a final table, there's some massive chip leader who's running over the table, and I must say, it's fun to watch. Speaking of fun games and formats, let us know in the chat, what crazy weird format or fun poker variant would you like to see at the World Series of Poker? I'm not saying we have any influence, I'm just saying I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Okay, you're good. Thank you. Option on the big one.
Looks like we got 4-way action developing here after a few limps.
This is, I think the Queen 9-8-5 is a very interesting limp to me. The 10-10-7 deuce is certainly an interesting limp to me. I mean, I'm not a PLO guy, but I'm just trying to think back to our time at the studio with Jay Nandes in the booth.
Yep.
What he would be saying. Probably the 10-10-7 deuces in the muck. I mean,
he'll probably have a more elaborate way of saying that, but yes, definitely.
I mean, Hachem was in the small blind, understandably there. Kopp finds 2 aces. He kicks it up to 500. Zhou is like, all right, let's go. I'll call the extra 400. Now it's on Luo.
Wow, call is made as well. 1.7 million up for grabs here, and Kopp's aces must be shrinking in his hand as he is now 3-way to this flop. Queen 6-4 rainbow flop here. I mean, as far as aces go, Donnie, this is probably what you're hoping for.
I mean, multi-ways. I mean, there's really not much better that you're going to get there.
Look at this. Kopp checks, and the insta all-in. Luo folds.
call 了一个周全的 all in。
Wow. Kopp snaps it off with the aces.
买卡顺
Zhao is at risk here.
7
5789.
Let's get these graphics figured out as Luo is not involved.
AA 嘛，
It is Kopp versus Zhao.
带个6，
Yeah, and Kopp's got 2
全
aces
哥是要中牌嘛。哦，
up against the top pair, and then, of course, there's some draws there. He's got a straight draw as well to the 7, does Zhao.
So Zhao with a straight draw and a queen, looking for some help here versus aces. Just waiting on those graphics to get updated here. Deuce on the turn. Don't look at the
10没占你要。
cards on the screen. Those are incorrect.
Yeah, Kopp has ace, ace, 9, 6.
我还有一张2。
Yeah, so hearts not a factor here.
好消息，
It is Zhao who needs some help here to survive.
啊
River
，7。
card is the 7, and the straight comes in for Zhao
我没好意思告诉你，我有张7。
as Kopp takes a massive hit to his stack.
全哥，但不是我4张里面有3张没有占他20，这是好消
A
息。
bit unfortunate there for Kopp. Played that one very well.
但是我有张7没告诉全哥。
Got his money in an absolutely great spot.
4.2 million
我还拿了一
is
张。
the new stack for Zhao.
跟着单挑。
I've been told this gets fixed quickly. Apologies there for the confusion. Luo was not involved in that hand, besides the fact that he called 500k before the flop, of course. Zhao is now one of the real contenders after doubling up through aces. What a terrible start for Kopp here, who came in as a chip leader. He's taken multiple hits already.
It's only 100 for the big one. Raise to 300.
Donnie, these guys came to play. These guys really came to play.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly. Luo's just in there under the gun. Ace, jack, 8-3. One suit to the ace. Gets it through. Kings in the muck from Funkhouser. Understandable. Action over to Zhao. King 10, 9-5.
Call. Big blind option.
Another blind battle here, developing.
Middle set here for Luo with those queens.
115.
But Zhao's going to be the one firing at it here. 115,000.
Calls.
Luo makes the call. 5 of clubs on the turn. Luo is 90% here.
530.
Pot size bet announced from Zhou. He's just gonna go blasting away.
Calls 530.
All right, Luau's in there. Pot now at nearly 1.6 million. 10 pairs the board on the river. Full house for Luau. And that 10 gives Zhou an inferior full house. Zhou has been the one firing at this one, and now he backs into a full house.
1.59.
That's how you get it done.
Call? Okay.
And a bet and a quick call. Absolutely massive pot again going in Luo's way.
Both have both.
Zhou losing a
Zhou
chunk.
Zhou didn't even put the bet out there yet. He said pot. He didn't even put it out there, and he got called. Sees the bad news.
He bet pot 1.59. I didn't collect the bet yet.
Okay, okay.
1.5.
1.5.
Three more. Give me 4 more blue chips. 4 more. Blue
Yeah,
blue.
I don't know what's happening.
Wow.
chips. One more.
I mean, Luo is continuing to tear down this table.
1.59.
Oh man. He's only got like 1.6 behind. I mean, wow. Luau could have busted him.
Yeah, he could have. He could have busted him on this hand.
Because your drilling is, I'm scared to put my hands down. Yeah. Take a finger off.
And there's only one hand,
We'll have
right?
all
Aces
cards, so
was the only hand that beats
make sure
him.
they stay low.
That's true. That's wild.
Or I mean quad
Like a
tens
putting
too,
green,
but or I guess a royal flush. So 3 hands.
Don't make me look.
Keep in mind that Luo has a lot more chips than 14.3 million. He did not double Zhou up. That was Kopp. Kopp took a major hit in that hand. Luo closer to, I want to say, 17 million right now. Funkhouser and Hachem so far, Donnie, more like spectators.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've played things just pretty straightforward.
Hey, do you have any Listerine tubs or not? Listerine tubs.
Action goes check on the flop. 7 of clubs on the turn. Funkhouser 7 is best here.
200.
Instead, Luo just fires out a bet. Can't fault Funkhouser for folding there.
Bomb pot.
Bomb pot announced.
Here we go.
And
And
this
this one will be no limit hold'em.
No limit hold'em bomb pot. All right.
Our second one of this final table.
I think I've only ever played bomb pots myself in Omaha.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I haven't played many bomb pots in my life. I don't.
Put that red
They're mostly a cash game thing. I don't play many cash games, so. But still. So Dealer's gonna deal out the cards to everyone here, and then put out 2 flops.
Flop number 1, King 10-4. Flop number 2, Jack 7-4. It's the first time ever that we are showing bomb pot poker, so stick with us here as the graphics might be a little funky here. This is no limit hold'em. You can see 4 cards there displaying for Kopp. That is incorrect.
Daniel Hachem has the button on this bomb pot, so Kopp checked, Zhou fired at it. Looks like he bet 160 maybe?
Can you guys rescan your cards when you have a moment?
Me as well.
Everyone, yeah. Calls 165.
We're still stuck on the Omaha graphics even though we switched to hold'em, so that'll hopefully get corrected soon as well.
And it's 165.
Oh, yeah.
One more red chip. All right, 3 players.
All right, so Zhou bet 165. Daniel Hachem called. William Kopp called. So 3 ways here to the turn. Deuce of clubs up top, 9 of clubs on the bottom. Trying to get those graphics back and correct for all of you. Bear with us. We'll track the action though as it goes. Kopp is first here.
You know what's on you.
Oh, check.
Everyone thought he was tanking, and here he is just in La La Land. All right, Kopp checks. If Zhou continues playing the way he has been, I would expect him just to keep firing. Oh, he does check, okay.
I think that's. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll stop it.
Over to Hachem.
I see.
Lots of unknowns here as we have a bit of graphics issues to resolve.
All right, action checks around. To the river we go. 8 of hearts up top. Ace of diamonds on the bottom. Kopp is first.
要翻墙，它这个油管的，我清掉了几个。
Looks like a hefty bet there from Kopp. 650,000. That gets through Zhou. Let's see if it gets through Hachem. Has not yet. Oh, he's going to pay it off.
Fair and a 4.
What is it? 4-9 on bottom, and you have Jack 10 on top. It's a split. Nice.
Looks like Hachem has Jack 10 and Kopp has 9-4.
We're going to get up to some funny business if I bet on the turn.
Top.
So it's
top
2
board.
pair.
I really didn't
and
know it was on me.
Top board gets Jack to chip.
a 1 pair,
Still learning this
maybe
game.
2 pair. Either way, they're chopping it up.
You would have been in a tough spot though if I wasn't.
Oh, yeah, of course. I think next year with this, they should make, if they're going to keep the hold'em bomb pots, it should be pot limit.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the
Yeah.
no limit aspect. Yeah, the no limit part of it makes it
crazy.
really interesting. It's crazy. man.
Crazy.
All right, you're 1-1. Raise the 200.
All right, back to hold'em graphics here. Apologies for that hand where things got a little out of whack. But Kopp looking down at 2 10s. Kopp raised Under the gun and Hachem defended from the big blind. King, deuce 4, rainbow rolls off the deck.
125. Check.
Hachem checks the turn here. Kopp checks back with those 10s. 8 on the river, so Kopp's 10s best here as long as he gets to a showdown.
我要握的手，我要握一下手。谢谢。希望，低调，低调。
Bet 300.
1000他自己比我们都。
Kopp's going to go value hunting here. Try and target, you know, a 4, a deuce, 6.
Hachem with just ace high, still considering this here. My crazy brain always hoping that players have some creativity up their sleeves, but on a board like this, that seems unlikely. Hard for Hachem to represent anything scary here.
Hachem makes the call. He's going to see the bad news here. Kopp turns over those 2 10s. Nice value there on the river.
Very nice value. Hachem with a brave call. So far, quiet rail, but I've been told Joe Hachem is in the house, so I'm sure we'll get a shot of him shortly. Of course, supporting his son and grinding some events himself as well.
Raise 225.
People in the chat wondering, Donnie, what does he beat, you know, versus the under the gun raiser calling the river there with ace jack?
I mean, if Kopp has a hand like, I don't know, queen 10, it's not, he can't win from showdown, so he's got to bet, right? So you're calling to pick those hands off.
Check.
Zhou raised here under the gun. Kopp defended from the big blind. 8-8-3.
Bet 155.
Continuation bet from Zhou gets it done.
Okay.
The final 5 here. Playing for a first place prize of $270,000. This event, if you're just tuning in, had a total of 1,312 entries.
Is that all?
That is all. Final 5 guaranteed $66,000, so not too shabby for a $1,500 entry. Speaking of good ROIs, last night the 100K concluded on PokerGO.com.
50K.
Oh, sorry, 50K. That might as well have been 100K. It was a
100K
massive.
coming up in a couple days.
100K indeed starting tomorrow. 100K no limit. But I don't want to spoil it just yet, but it is on PokerGO.com. The 50K final table. It was an absolutely amazing final table. Sergio Ido, Chance Kornuth, Victor Blom, Adrian Mateos,
John Jaffe.
John Jaffe, and
Jesse Lonis.
Jesse Lonis. That's the name that I couldn't think of. Put on a show for us, so go check that out if you have missed that. And tonight on PokerGO, we have the 10K stud for the Night Owls out there. 10K stud final table on the main stage.
Yeah, that one starts in about 5 minutes time.
Speaking of the 10K stud, headlining that final table,
Yeah,
the
James
man in the back,
Ops.
James Ops. He is the chip leader in that event.
Raise to 300K here from Lao. Notice again a larger pre-flop raise sizing comes in with 3x. Funkhouser gets out of the way with ace-4 of spades, but did think it over.
You won?
That final table, by the way, the 10K stud. James Ops leading, Paul Volpe second, then Jason Daly, Mike Lang, and Rob Mizraki going for his second bracelet of the summer. So could be hot on the heels of Scott Siever in the race for the
First one I
POI.
looked
then.
Oh yeah.
First one I looked at was pretty good one. Pretty good one.
Free bet or you mean?
I had a pretty good one.
Very good. Jack Queen shooty. Jack
Very,
Queen shooty.
very similar. Pretty good one.
Hachem in the cutoff. King 3 of clubs.
Raise
Good enough to raise.
Excuse me, how much total?
5.4.
5.
As we've seen so far at this final table, Luo, not the folding kind of player. This man loves to get involved. You gotta love the spirit that even though he has ace-5 off, his first thought is, how much do you have over there? Let me get a look at your stack. Luo makes the call. We're gonna go heads up to the flop. Hachem in position here on 10-8-4. Luo checks. Action on Hachem with King 3 suited. Hachem continues for 175. And look at this. What is Luo up to here? Make sense of it, Donnie.
I mean, he's got an ace high. Doesn't really feel the need to go anywhere just yet. Hachem as the pre-flop raiser could just be, you know, range betting that sort of flop, and we can obviously see that he was. Not a bad card here for Luau. He's gonna check over to Hachem.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for showing up.
We'll see if Hachem wants to continue trying to barrel at this one, or if he's just ultimately going to shut this one down. Does check back. Ooh, finds the king. Nice little cowboy there on the river.
Now, if you're Hachem, Donnie, what do you ascribe to Luo's range here after the check call and then check check?
I mean, he can have a 4, he can have an 8. Not really sure what Luau would do with, you know, some draws like, let's say a 9-7, Jack 9 of the world, stuff like that. Certainly some ace highs can fall into the category as well, so not facing a lead here on the river, which I think Luau would have come with had he had a 10. So I think Hachem is fine to just go for some value here, and now it's just about how much value can you extract. Certainly want to target an 8, you want to target a 4, maybe get some calls out of an ace high.
455.
So he's going to come with right around a half pot. And Luau probably recognizes that, you know, this river card, being a king, is going to be one that, whether or not Hachem has it, he's certainly capable of representing it, being the pre-flop raiser. So he doesn't have to have it. He could just be bluffing here.
There it is.
There's Joe.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Come on! Don, you're supposed to say oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Pasta sugar.
I heard that Joe is a little bit under the weather too, so
Oh, no.
I know how that is.
If you spend enough time at the WSOP, you're going to catch a cold at some point.
Oh, yeah. Must point out for anyone willing to come down here to the Horseshoe, you can only sit on the rail like Joe if you've won the main event. That's the rule, okay? Anyone else, we're kicking you off. But for Joe Hachem, we make some exceptions. Hachem gets back up over 6 million with that pot there. Luo still the chip leader. 5 left. Still playing Hold'em here.
6. Ice up.
Yeah.
Play 8 hands of each game before there's a bomb pot, and then you go into the next game. Kopp here going to come in with the raise, 5-4 of diamonds. Blinds have gone up, by the way, 60,000, 120,000.
Funkhouser has been very quiet so far at this final table, carefully looking and waiting for his spots. King 8 offsuit probably, or maybe enough just for the call here. Queen 8-9, 2 clubs on board here. Of course, nothing exciting for the 5-4 of diamonds, but Kopp potentially trying to represent something far stronger here. Or maybe he's just going to give up here, Donnie.
Kopp might fire now with that second diamond coming. Also an ace that he can represent.
Donnie, if you defend from the big line with a hand like King 8 offsuit, like what sort of game plan do you have? Is it strictly to flop something worth proceeding with, or maybe do we have bigger ambitions?
I mean, I think you always have bigger ambitions, right? I mean, it's hard to answer because, you know, everything is so situational. You know, I don't think you're just going to flop top pair and just go nuts, you know, whatever, 25, 30 big blinds deep. Funkhouser are going to elect to fold there. I mean, it's a tricky spot there on the turn with an ace coming because Kopp can certainly represent an ace as the pre-flop raiser, and you would probably expect him to check back a lot of ace highs on a texture that's Queen 9-8 with 2 clubs, you know, something that can connect with the big blind calling range, and you don't necessarily want to start bloating a pot with just ace high. You can just play comfortably in position, play for some showdown value, but then of course, you know, if you were to have an ace, you turn a pair, you want to deny some equity, etc. So it makes Funkhouser's hand a little bit more, you know, likely to just hit the muck.
Here's a look at PokerGo's newest plan. Become a PokerGo VIP now and get an annual subscription plus access to Run It Once training content with PokerGo. Watch and learn like never before. Join or upgrade now at PokerGo.com. Run It Once and PokerGo, hand in hand. Galfond, Kuhn, and Cates. What else do you want? What else do you want?
Do they teach bomb pots?
They better teach bomb pots because I am very much in the need of some lessons.
Kopp going to stay aggressive once again here with Jack 10 off, raising action over to Luo with King 9 off on the button.
I'm just going to assume that whatever hand Luo finds, He's going to think of a way to get involved, and I love it.
He's going to give that one up. Funkhouser's got a king-jack.
Funkhouser, despite being out of position, Donnie, are we looking to get aggressive here, or is this just like asking for trouble?
40.
I mean, I think this hand has some decent properties to come in with the 3-bets. I mean, it's going to be tricky to play a king-jack off out of position, especially in a spot where it could end up going 3 ways should you flat here. If you do flat here, I mean, Daniel Hachem was already getting a good price, so it could be getting an even better price. So you can come in with a 3-bet here. You know, the king-jack does interact with blocking some premiums from Kopp. Kopp has been opening, so maybe he's opening on a little bit on the lighter side. I think it also looks pretty strong. Funkhouser, who hasn't been too active, 3-betting there off 27 big blinds. And he does do just that, and he gets it through. Well done by him. I like that. Shoots a smile over to his rail.
So far, Luo and Zhao are having the best time at this final table. Like, no doubt about it. I know Zhao is short on chips, but these guys seem to just be enjoying the experience. Donnie, I think it's easy to forget, too, for players in the moment that they are actually at a final table of a World Series poker event. It's a really big deal.
Yeah, of course, more than 270K up top. I mean, that, the gold bracelet, this is high stakes, man.
Okay.
Zhao here under the gun, ace 3 of clubs. He's only got about 13 big blinds to work with, and it sounds like all of it's going in. Let's see if someone can find something here. So far, no. Hashem's got a better ace-5 off, but
How much is it?
not going to play that one. Kopp in the big blind, okay.
I'm good. I don't need it. I got it. Okay.
不是，
You know, Kopp might ultimately find a call here. It might just be short enough. You know, he could also certainly fold it. All right, he's going to give it up.
For Mac, Baza, and others asking, how does this bomb pot tournament work? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Every 8 hands, the game changes from no limit hold'em to PLO and back and forth. And then on that game change hand, we play 1 bomb pot, which means that the dealer deals out 2 flops right away, and we start playing. We just start playing on the flop. As simple as that. Have not seen any major action in our bomb pots just yet, but you know, please stick around.
Should be coming up on one soon.
Yeah, and I mean, as the action gets more short-handed, I can only imagine that the bomb pots are going to get more exciting.
Funkhouser, ace 8 off. Says no thank you.
Speaking of thank you, we got our mods in the chat tonight. Christy, Russell, Grateful Mouse in the house as well. Do you know who I haven't seen in a while in our chat, Donnie?
Who's that?
Our man from Montana, from Livingston, Montana. What's his name again? Records?
It's like Ballistic Records.
Ballistic Records, yeah.
Something like that.
We
We butchered it. We're sorry.
the reason I thought of it was, and this is super mega niche, and this pot is pretty small, so I can.
Wasn't it like some welfare record?
Welfare Records?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it is? Either way, he always lets us know what the weather is like in Montana.
If it's snowing mostly.
Exactly. But the funny thing is that the Tour Divide, which is a cycling race that goes from the Canadian border to the Mexican border, that's why it's called Tour Divide, is going through Montana as we speak, and it is freaking snowing in Montana right now on June 17th. There's a winter storm.
Our social media manager, Dylan Mooney, today was like, said it's going to be 29 degrees in northern Nevada tomorrow.
What? That's absurd. Well, either way.
I mean, Nevada's a massive state. People forget how big it is, but yeah.
It is absolutely wild. So, full-on winter storm in Butte, Montana, in West Yellowstone, Billings, winter advisory everywhere. I hope you guys are all safe up there in Montana. It's ridiculous to think that in June you guys have to deal with that stuff. Snow forecast in June.
So on this hand, Kopp limp from the small blind, check on the flop, check from Kopp, bet from Zhou 140, and a check raise with that 2 pair from Kopp, and that gets it done. Been impressed with William Kopp's play here. You know, he got unlucky against Zhou earlier, and a pot limit Omaha hand ultimately doubled him up, but hasn't wavered, and it sounds like we're getting a bomb pot.
Oh, there we go.
Which I think will be pot limit Omaha. Believe it'll be pot limit Omaha here.
Great. So there'll be 29,000 cards in play. Let's see if we can keep track of this one.
So everyone going to ante 120,000. 5-handed means there's 600K out there. And we're going to go right to a flop, 2 flops to be exact. William Kopp has the bomb pot button, so action will start with Quan Zhou. All right, dealer getting those cards out. Now they got to do the. Now you got to put the flop out there. Yep, or both flops.
8, Jack, Deuce, 2 spades roll off the deck for the first flop, and then 8, 7, 5. Well, let me guess. No one has an 8 because that's what we saw last time when there was 7s all around.
Doesn't look like Wow has much. I mean, he's got a flush draw. Better flush draw there for Funkhouser. Also has 2 10s. It's not that bad of a hand on the top board. He's got heart flush. He's got the over pair of 10s. He's got an open-ended straight draw as well. He's also open-ended on the bottom one with backdoor clubs. So Funkhouser's been pretty quiet overall at this final table. Wonder if he's going to ultimately get involved here. Not much there at all for Hachem. Kopp says, all right, you guys don't want it, I'm betting. Let's go. He's got a straight on one board.
That was the recipe.
Got spades on the other board.
The recipe the last time was first to bet wins it. Could be the same thing again now.
Luau's interested here. All right, he's out of the way.
Funkhouser with the heart flush draw, but heart flush draw and open-ended straight draw on the other board, so he's got lots of outs.
Yeah, I think he could call here. I mean, I'm not a bomb pot expert, but I mean, it's only 300K. There's 900 out there already. I think you could call and take a turn here and go from there.
Yeah, he's drawn to the nut straight if he makes it.
All right, yeah, he does call, and Hashem's out of the way, so heads up now.
Right?
As you can see on the screen,
I act before he does.
50-50. Turn card, king of spades on the top board, 7 of spades on the bottom board. Now this changes the equation as Kopp hits a flush on the bottom board.
Yeah, great card for Kopp. Funkhouser is first to act here. $600,000 from Kopp and quick fold from Funkhouser.
Yeah, understandably so from Funkhouser, who has simply not had any hands to continue with. And while Zhou is still our short stack, Funkhouser also trending in the wrong direction. But as you can see on the screen, a lot of play left at this final table. This is not the Gladiator where you're basically all in every hand. And a little glance over here at our 10K stud final table. If you want to watch this, PokerGO.com. Action is now underway. Ali Najad and Norman Chad on the call. This is going to be a late one, Donnie.
Yeah, I would think so. I believe it's a little bit over $260,000 up top for those final 5 players. James Ops, John Daly, Robert Mizraki, Mike Lang, and Paul Volpe are the 5 remaining players up there battling away. $10,000 7-card stud championship event. Those final 5 from a field of 107 entries. Funkhouser here, first to act. He's going to give this one up, I would guess. Yep.
Now, for those unfamiliar, there is a big blind ante in this pot limit Omaha round, but it doesn't count towards the pot size opening raise.
I don't know.
I prefer 15, but 10 if we must.
Quick shout out to everyone tuned in right now, especially on PokerGO and on YouTube. If you're catching us on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let's get us to 500 likes here. Let's get us up there. Spread the love and the word on this WSOP final table.
This is a pot-sized raise from Hachem here. King 6-3 for him. Gets it through. Feels like weirdly quiet.
Yeah, it does, Donnie. And I was I was just trying to reference how the atmosphere is very subdued. And
well, the other room, I'll tell you, is jam-packed with the monster stack.
Right.
There's like 6,000 people in there or whatever.
Well, but this room generally has a lot of day 2, day 3 action going on. But because of the monster stack, and nobody's busting the tournament, that's why there's nothing else going on in this room.
Yep.
Okay, I think he confirmed it then.
So a 10-minute break and then
15
Exactly. 2 hours more.
10-minute break.
That's what we want.
This
right?
one will be 15 probably, and then the next one will be 2 hours, I would imagine. Or not 2 hours.
1 hour.
1 hour.
Taking a 2-hour break?
No. I'm not letting them.
Hachem lets go of the ace-jack 10-3. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Leave our cameras alone. Don't kick the cameras. Kopp raising it up with ace-jack, 5 deuce. This is not Omaha high-low. That's going to be tomorrow. Otherwise, ace-deuce would, of course, be very favorable. Geezer Punk is asking about the bomb pots. It's 1 bomb pot every 8 hands. Every orbit.
You robbed me and hold him, so we're even.
William Kopp, after doubling up Zhou not too long ago, has seemingly found his groove. has been involved in many hands, raking in many pots, and it's been impressive to watch him.
Oh,
Well, he asked us. Then I said 15, please. He said okay.
Oh, okay. So they asked for 15 and we'll say yes.
Oh, sorry.
Looks like we got some break negotiating going on here. That's not for a while, though. And guess what? We're chopping out the break. Lots of time travel going on here.
Yeah. 15, 10, 27, 45, who cares? We're chopping it out.
Yeah, we are here
You
for the people.
guys do what you want out there.
Yeah, we're here for the people. We just want to show you poker action.
Nice looking double suited hand here for Kopp. King 10, 9-8.
Did you say pop?
Zhou fires back with a pot size 3-bet. Ace, King, 10, deuce for him. Just trying to get his money in.
it's way more than
What do
480.
you mean 480? It's just 300.
What is this?
This is 300,
million,
yeah.
300 million, 1.1.
1080.
1080.
That's 1.1. It's 60.
Funkhouser finds a couple of aces. Ace, ace,
The first
7,
one is how
6.
much? 300.
This one is 300.
And the second one is
1.08.
Wow, we got a real pot developing here. Zhou showing so much strength, and Funkhouser with a hand to get his whole stack in the middle. He's got 3 million, Donnie. This can just be all in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just going to put this one in. Obviously hope for the best, but yeah. Don't really think you want to just call and invite William Kopp in there, especially if you have to ultimately play out of position against him. Should it come down to that, so yeah, just put this in, try and get it heads up with Zhou and run it.
I'm surprised Funkhouser is taking this long.
I mean, he's been deliberate on all of his actions, so I'm not totally surprised. And there he does announce that he is all in, or which means pot size re-raise.
Funkhouser has declared all in. Hachem gets out of the way. Now back on Kopp, who has the King 10, 9, 8.
Bless you.
Donnie, Kopp, of course, given this at least some thought, because Zhou is also basically all in here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Kopp probably correctly assumes that he's up against 2 aces, and he is, but
All right, so Zhou is the one at risk here with Ace King 10 deuce.
he got lucky once to stay alive. That was against William Kopp. We'll see if he can do it again. This time would have to be against David Funkhouser.
But my heart's not alive.
Funkhouser is in
King 10, 8, 9 double.
a very good spot. For a game where equities run very, very close, he's in a great spot here.
Yeah, wow. 71% going to the flop in pot limit Omaha. That is absolutely massive.
Pretty bad shape against his hand.
I guess it works in Funkhouser's favor that he's removing those hearts from Zhao's potential here. 2 fewer cards to make a flush with. Here's the flop. Queen 6-3, all diamonds. No diamonds in this hand. At least they're not going to be a deciding factor. Zhou looking for running cards to stay alive. Turn is the ace of spades. And now Zhou looking for a jack to survive here. 4 outs for Zhou, or he will be our 5th place finisher.
8A 还是好事情，不然他
All right, let's see the river. It's the 5 of clubs, and that is it. Zhao has been eliminated by the hands of Funkhouser.
8A 算好的。
Nice
Man
play.
from China takes home $66,000,
加油啊！
and he is our 5th place finisher.
发勾
We are down to the final 4, who are all guaranteed $91,000.
上家不好搞，上家
Big
打
lay
得很
down?
凶的。
Big
I
mental
would-
change
yeah,
here for
I'll call it big.
Funkhouser.
It's pretty big.
Potentially.
Should have to do a
lost
bomb
those
pot
on
after
my
every
limit.
上
elimination.
家还好，但是现在筹码
Oh, yeah.
多了一点点不太
Why not?
顺
Well,
利
producer Zach
我上面那两家都不好。
said this tournament should have had only bomb pots.
Well, I think there were a good amount of players that thought that it was. You know, I mean, we know poker players are notorious for never reading structure sheets. So you just see double board bomb pot, so you probably just assume every hand is a double board bomb pot.
He's talking to an observer. We need our police.
OK。
Sorry, so what are we doing? We're doing 15-minute break, 2 hours dinner break.
15 minutes. 15 minutes for somebody to root for, and then 2 hours in dinner.
Cool, thanks.
All right, back to the action. 4-way for the bracelet. Like we said earlier, Mr. Kopp has won World Series of Poker bracelet.
Raise 400.
Funkhouser came close, lost heads up to Dan Zach in the 10K stud 8 or better that Donnie and I commentated on without hole cards for 9 hours.
Can't even believe that was a real thing we did.
Kevin Gerhardt joining us as well for that back when we were sitting in the crow's nest up way
That was
high.
insane.
Gotta love the grind, Donnie.
Luo here came in with a raise to 400, and Funkhouser has 2 queens. Funkhouser fresh off taking out Quan Zhou. Has just about 5 million in chips. Not much really here working with those queens. I mean, he's got hearts, but I mean, our queen high hearts, you know, how much weight you gonna associate to those? Probably a hand here where you're ultimately just gonna want to put it in the muck. He does do just that. Hachem out of the way, so over to Kopp.
Backhand.
Big hand.
How much are you playing now?
I'll tell you. I think 5-3.
Just roughly, it's all right.
I'll find. I want to know.
Thank you.
I think it's gonna be 5-3.
Here's a look at Joe Hashem's banner inside the horseshoe room. Must be special for Daniel to play under his dad's banner. If you want to watch the entire 2024 World Series of Poker, we have it all on PokerGO.com. 300 plus hours of live streams. Use promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Check out PokerGO.com/schedule for the latest on which events are going live. Tonight we have the 10K stud, which is live right now. If you want a multi-table, Ali Najad and Norman Chad on the commentary. And there it is. Joe Hachem sitting inside the horseshoe,
like 15
watching
million,
his son.
15.
God, I cannot imagine what it must be like for Hachem to win the main event back in 05. I believe he was a chiropractor at the time. His son must have been 8 or 9 years old at the time. And now flash forward to 2024.
Might have even been younger. I don't even know.
Flash forward 20 years and his son is at the final table of the WSOP.
Crazy.
Kind of crazy.
Can you name the other parent-child duo, main event winner, and
Doyle and Todd.
Yep, that's it.
That's it?
That's all we got. A couple of kings now for Funkhouser.
One of your daughters will probably make a main event World Series of Poker final table before you.
I mean, yeah, that's probably very true.
raise. 300 calls.
Kings for Funkhouser comes in for the raise. Ace, queen, 10. Not the type of flop you're looking for when you're holding kings. In this situation, however, he is still well ahead of Luo. But we know that Luo doesn't really care about your feelings. He's been known to be aggressive, take stabs, and it wouldn't surprise me if for some reason he decides to get creative here.
Check, check. 5 on the turn.
If you're Funkhouser on it, you're just trying to get the showdown, just by any means necessary. Not wanting to invest more chips than necessary.
I think Funkhouser's going to be fine, probably just to check this down.
Did you give it to me?
Also, not much incentive here for Luo to try and get creative. Actually goes check, check again. Donnie, isn't Funkhouser showing a lot of weakness here? Oh, and excuse me, a 7 on the river, giving Luo a set.
Oh.
Yeah, here he is, making sure those are indeed the 2 7s that he's holding. No real concern here about higher sets or straight possibilities. Luo must be very confident in firing out here for value.
Yeah, I mean, given the way that this one played out, I mean, yeah, normally you might be worried about higher sets, king-jack combinations, but given the fact that this is checked through to the river, I think there's going to be plenty of confidence for Luo to come out with a bet here.
$475 is the bet from Luo. Now, Donnie,
475?
kings. Oh, wow, look at this. Funkhouser. Looks like he's going to make the call here. It seemed as though he was ready to snap it off here, but perhaps he's having second thoughts.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of some posturing. Maybe trying to get a read, who knows.
How much do you think it's a factor that Luo has been involved in so many hands, also showing down some funky ones? It does decide to let it go, by the way. Shout out to Funkhouser for ultimately finding the fold there. But how much, Donnie, in general, does that play into your mind when you see an opponent show down some inferior hands?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make you want to call. You know, if you think the guy's kind of stabbing incorrectly, he's betting a little bit too weak, he's overvaluing hands, that sort of thing, it's going to make you want to get in there and call. But
I bet the flop you probably fold.
No.
No?
Set of 7s.
That's
yes,
what I was saying.
snap
You got 3
fold.
7s, right?
Suji?
Yeah.
Jack King?
Yeah. No, you didn't have Jack.
Maybe.
You got 3 7s.
Maybe I don't know.
Whole table knows he has 3 sevens. This is great.
That's really funny.
Can be too.
Maybe.
Nice sound. Definitely can be. Good hand.
No check, no value.
Kopp finds kings, raises it up. King, king, 6 deuce. No way Luo is folding this hand. The 9-8-7-6.
Yeah, nice little run down here. He's got diamonds in there. Not only is he not going to fold it, Remco, he's going to play it for more.
Let's go. Big fan of the way Luo is playing so far.
20.
Does Funkhouser have a decision here? We haven't seen his cards yet, so.
Well, Donnie, what I'm curious about is, personally, I'm a fan of the aggression in Luo's situation. However, I'm not a fan of his position. How do you read into this, the fact that he's doing this from the small blind, and what the heck is Funkhouser thinking about?
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Wow, that's the second time at this final table
that already thought he folded.
His hand was so bad, he had folded it in his brain. You know, when you play online poker and you click the little button that says fold to any bet.
Yeah,
that's what he did. He did the mental click on that little checkbox. That's hilarious. Len, look at this. Kopp, let's go of the kings, and it's the Luo show so far here at the final table of this No Limit Hold'em Pot Limit Omaha.
See the TV.
Bomb pot.
See the TV. See the TV. You good flow,
Wait to the
my
TV
friend.
to show you the hand.
I want you call.
Yeah.
Maybe I bet the 40. You call. 40.
400
yeah.
instead of 475.
400
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Oh man.
425
Yeah,
was my threshold.
400.
Too much.
Miss value.
You cost yourself
Miss value.
You cost yourself 4.25.
400. Yeah. Next time.
Thank you. You guys watching any of the games? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know if I can see a hand.
As you can hear on the rail, players sometimes surprised that our delay is this long. But keep in mind, we're doing that for you guys at home watching because it allows us to cut out some of the breaks.
I mean, not live, but I didn't think anyone was looking at it.
2-hour delays to start final tables have become the norm for us at the World Series of Poker. And then usually, by the time we get down to heads up, we'll be down to a 30-minute delay. And Luo continues doing what he does best, and that's raising. Funkhouser, by the way, again finds pocket aces. Ace, ace, 10 deuce.
There's the 3-bet from Funkhouser.
1.3 million. Funkhouser sending a strong signal here to Luo. Now, if Luo had the 10-9, 8-7 double suited, I'm pretty sure the money's going in.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, at least calling in position, take a flop. 10-8-7-3, and that 3 is just kind of in there. I mean, I know it's a spade, but not the prettiest looking hand here.
Luo does take some time here, perhaps thinking of a call. Well, one thing's for certain. Luo does not enjoy folding.
Okay.
No flop? I thought we get to play a flop.
You
play-
fold me, I
let's
fold
play-
you.
Let's play 3.
You fold me, I fold you. Okay. Okay.
Good laydown.
Friendly banter here at the final table. If you're just tuning in, every
Not
8
just
hands there's a
aces.
bomb pot
Good.
when we switch between no limit hold'em and PLO.
Not just any aces.
Much love to everyone in the chat who's hanging out with us. Let us know. We'll do a classic one. Donnie,
Yeah.
ask it.
Location, weather, beverage.
If you know, you know. If
Yeah,
you've
we haven't done it in a while.
We haven't
so
done
I
it in a
was-
very long time. Location, weather, and what you're drinking. So for Donnie and I, that's going to be Las Vegas, Nevada at the Horseshoe. Got myself a Coke Zero. It's probably still 1,000,000 degrees outside. Luo, double suited this time around. Ace Jack 9-7. For sure he would have called that 3-bet on the previous hand with this beauty. Russell, like clockwork, Seattle, Rainy, and T. I could have guessed that one. Could have guessed that one.
Kopp defends out of the big blind with queen, queen, 3-3. So here we go.
King 8-6, no set for Kopp. Hard for him to continue as Luo flops an open-ended straight draw and flush draw. Oh, we got an international crowd again tuned in to our live stream. Very much appreciated.
Yeah. Ready for a cigarette.
Luo bets 880 and gets it done. Continues to extend his chip lead.
Ooh, bomb pot. Bomb pot.
Okay, for the people in the chat who've been asking.
We need a graphic. Like the screen needs to go.
I told our graphic designer Jess, I told her for the graphic for today's stream, I need to say bomb pot in big letters, and it needs to look like an explosion. Oh, I think she did a pretty good job.
Oh, they're dead.
Yeah.
You guys at home are part of history. The first ever bomb pot event at the World Series of Poker. And now this is going to be a Hold'em bomb pot.
Dead bomb pot button, because the bomb pot button was with Quan Zhou. He has been eliminated, so Luau will be first to act here once we get these two flops out there.
Queen 3-4 and Ace 3-7. How about someone with pocket threes right now? That would be excellent.
Check.
$480K to battle for here as each player posts the size of the big blind.
Hachem looks like he's just going to fire away. I mean, so far we have not seen anyone really take aggressive lines at these bomb pot flops, and Hachem is, you know, going to try and pick up on that. He's going to get a call in position from Kopp, who has on the one board top pair of queens with an 8 kicker. Now trip queens on the one board for Kopp. Hachem first to act. On that board with trip queens, Hachem picked up a diamond draw.
That could be the only troublesome factor from this hand, because Hachem might think that he now has an easy way forward on at least one board. Action does go check check. 10 on the top board and a deuce of diamonds on the bottom board.
This one will get chopped if it can get to a showdown.
It does. King high, the winner on the top board, and trip queens, the winner on the bottom board. Now, if
It feels like it would be incredibly hard to scoop in a hold'em bomb pot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why people should be bluffing a lot more, because it's so easy to apply pressure. I feel as though aggression is the name of the game, especially in the hold'em bomb pots. Far fewer card combos. If I'm Kopp here with trips, why not light it up?
I mean, Kopp also has one of those hands where, you know, if Hachem was bluffing, I mean,
look at this. He goes all in.
Yeah, I like this.
The overbet from Kopp gets it done. Hachem with the snap fold, and William Kopp continues to really be dialed in at this final table. Impressive showing by him so far.
No, you should only be able to bet the pot, right?
What?
Like you said,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
shouldn't be able to do that.
Why not? It's no limit hold'em.
Yeah, it's the Cadillac. It's the Cadillac.
It's the Cadillac, baby. You can do whatever you want. This ain't pot limit hold'em. Get out of here.
Pot limit Omaha. Oh, sorry. Pot limit hold'em died a long time ago, and it'll never be brought back to life.
Only in the dealer's choice.
God, even it shouldn't even be in there. I feel like the dealer's choice should also be re-examined. From a lot of players that I've spoken to, whenever you play a dealer's choice event, there's only very few games that are being called. Stud high low regular among them, and I'm guessing Badesi and Badusi. There should be a dealer's choice format where there's no split pot games. That would be fun. Or what about dealer's choice big bet?
Yeah. Funkhouser comes in with the raise, 10-9 suited.
You know, whenever you say Funkhouser, Donnie, you know what I think of? The way you say Michiel Brummelhuis.
Brummelhuisenhauser.
Deep cuts here at the WSOP. It's been quite the summer already. Every day that passes, I get more excited about the main event nearing us. Luo comfortably in the lead.
Action here over to Luo. Queen 8 suited in the small blind. Queen deuce off for Funkhouser.
Yeah, Donnie, despite the way that you could sort of look at Luo's playing style as loose, aggressive, and all that, got to give him credit for being the one to apply the pressure at this final table with his big stack.
Yeah, of course. Funkhouser puts that one in the muck. And more chips for Luo.
More time.
We need one more team to kind of explode it around there. One more team.
Looks like we've gone up and over 500 likes on today's video on our YouTube feed. If you want to support our channel, please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, turn on our post notifications, and like the video. Maybe we can hit 1,000 likes on today's live stream. That will be awesome. I believe Donnie and I are back on the call tomorrow night with some more Omaha. It's a PLO mix tournament.
Mixed Omaha high-low.
Where's Jay Nandes when you need him, Donnie?
Maybe he's in the field.
He might be in the field, that's true.
Just looking at that tournament that's on day 2. I believe they're down to around 60 entries.
Let me guess. Sean Deeb is doing well.
Sean Deeb is doing well. Sean Deeb is doing well. You know who else is doing well?
Dylan Wiseman.
Phil Hellmuth.
No way.
Doing very well.
Oh.
Phil Hellmuth is out there. Philip Sternheimer also out there doing well. John Racner looks like he's got some chips over there.
That's very exciting.
Could be a fun tournament there. I see Ismail Bojang, Scotty Abrams, Benny Glazer. I did see, I don't know if he's still in, but he did make the money. Brian, the icon, Mycon. Wow.
Wait, so you're saying there's no poolside updates from Bermuda?
No.
That's a shame. Give this man a microphone.
Yeah, so that tournament we're going to be streaming tomorrow. It's a combination of PLO high-low, Omaha high-low, and then Big O. So all the high-lows. Kopp started this one with a raise, made it 240 under the gun. Luo, which I think we can now very much expect him to make plays like this. He takes a queen jack off himself and 3-bets it up to 705. Action folds over to Hachem. He thinks it over with an ace, but ultimately folds, and Kopp also folds. So aggression continues to pay here for our chip leader, Luo.
I feel like I'm a little bit out of practice with deep stack play after covering so many all-in shoves over the course of the last week or so. I feel like last year we had so many limit events on our horseshoe table. We had the 10K limit hold'em, we had the $1,500 stud. A lot more mixed game action on the horseshoe table. This year I feel like a lot more of those games have made their way to our main stage. Of course, 50K PPC still coming up. The pinnacle of mixed game poker. If you're a fan, make sure to mark that on your calendar. Coverage of the 50K PPC starts on Monday, June 24th, and we have 3 straight days of coverage, 24th, 25th, and 26th. Excuse me, 4 days straight. The final table on the 27th. So 4 days in a row of 50K PPC coverage. That should be a blast. 8-9 jack on this flop, and Luo flopping 2 pair versus Kopp. He can't miss right now.
Yeah, interesting that Luo came in with a raise under the gun here, so certainly being that aggressive chip leader, Kopp's just going to give it up there. Can't really do much on that flop with 2 4s.
Oh,
Big blind.
oh, sorry.
There you go.
Wrong account. Blue.
I should have busted you when I had the chance yesterday. Now it's too late.
I always like how sort of friendly rivalries build up throughout these events. It's almost like you become... It's almost like you're on a season of Survivor, where you need each other, but you also want to eliminate each other. Poker really like that.
Nice looking queen jack of clubs here for Funkhouser. He comes in with a raise, and action now over to Kopp. King 10 off. Might go upstairs with this one. There we go.
Kopp fighting back versus Funkhouser, playing four-handed, so
Is that 1-1?
those hand ranges definitely
Who behind?
expanding.
Like 4 or 5?
Like 5.
Like 5 behind? All in.
Wow, and Funkhouser steps on the gas, moves all in for 4.9 million, and Kopp with the snap fold. Donnie, how do you feel about this one?
Love to see it. Love to see it. You know, Funkhouser has been somewhat conservative so far, so I like to see that there from him. I think he correctly recognized the situation that William Kopp over there doesn't really have to have the goods. He's been somebody who's willing to step out and be aggressive himself, and Funkhouser said, you got it, let's go.
A very level playing field between Hachem, Kopp, and Funkhouser. Luo well out in front. He is cruising along here as we are four-handed. If you're just tuning in, we started today's final table with 6 players. The final 4 guaranteed $91,000. Some other notables that finished close to the final table. DJ Alexander in 11th place. Dario Aliotto from Italy in 13th place. David Prosiak finished in 19th. Dong Chen in 21st. John Reardon, the king, in 25th place. And the OG
About how much are you playing?
of the Dutch
Start
poker
at
scene,
4.4.
Rob Hollink, finished in 32nd. I hope they write a book about his life someday, or maybe a movie.
Nice.
Rob Hollink, one of the original, I want to say, how did Doyle call it again? Road
Gamblers?
road gamblers. Travel around Europe, finding exploits
250.
at casinos all over the continent. Then picked up poker very early on.
What time? Then the bank.
Became one of the driving forces between for the popularity of the game in the Netherlands. Rob Hollink, very smart man, very interesting man, very fun to talk to, and it's good to see him back at the WSOP. He was also the first ever winner of a World Series poker bracelet from the Netherlands. In 2008, he won the 10K Limit Hold'em Championship.
Hachem could get himself in a little bit of trouble here. Ace-high board like this as the pre-flop raiser, something you might want to take at least one stab at, if not 2. Try and take it down. We can obviously see that Funkhouser has flopped the nuts. Funkhouser does check call the continuation, bet 7 here on the turn.
Look at this. Both Luo and Kopp already departing for perhaps a quick little pee break, as Funkhouser and Hachem are going head-to-head here. Nine completes the board. 4th heart out there. Funkhouser already had the flush. 150K. Very small bet here from Funkhouser. Very much screaming value, but going for the reverse psychology here, hoping that it's perceived as a very small bluff. Hachem left with just a 9 and lets it go. Funkhouser chipping up very nicely, now up to over 6.7 million, as Hachem is our short stack on 4.5 million.
Yeah, sure.
Here's a look at the outside. It's the Horseshoe and the Paris where all this stuff takes place. And you can take your game to the next level with official PokerGO merch. Shop right now at shop.pokergo.com. We have high stakes poker, no gamble, no future, and a whole bunch more available in our shop. And if you're at the World Series of Poker, come to the Paris. We have our own booth, our merch booth. Lots of good stuff for sale right there. Always running lots of promos as well. All right, players are back from break. That's the time travel I mentioned.
All right, hand number 7.
Not too long ago.
8160. You're not a blind man.
No bump pot.
Yeah, he defended the big blind last time. I'm 100% big blind.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
small blind.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. Players are paying attention as we are still four-handed. Got those updated chip counts on the screen for you shortly as well. As, of course, we had to re-verify some of those. And there it is, Luo up to just shy of 17 million. Kopp down to 5 million.
Raised to 325.
Hachem gonna defend here. Queen 4 clubs. Better hope for no clubs here. 10, 6, 5.
Bob, still no
Rainbow.
massage?
One club out
Can I
there.
do it now?
Hachem
Still
starts with a check.
300.
300,000 from Kopp. Gets it done. Believe we'll be getting a bomb pot after this hand.
Sound neat?
Pretty intense four-handed battle here, Donnie. We've got deep stacks, lots of post-flop play potential, and nobody really doing anything out of line.
Raise 340.
Funkhouser coming in with a raise on the button, 340,000. Everyone gives it up, and Funkhouser takes that one.
Bomb pot?
Yes.
Bomb pot, let's go. Bomb pot, let's go. PLO.
Donnie, you're saying it as if we've seen any action on these bomb pots so far.
I know, right?
Everybody 160.
I know, right?
Players all posting.
I think the ante might need to be a little bit bigger for the bomb pots.
Yep.
Can you push it in for me?
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, all players posting one big blind here, and they're taking it from there. So everyone receiving 4 cards as we switch to pot limit Omaha, and we're going to see 2 flops here right away.
I mean, I feel like it should be 2 big blinds because that's would be like, you know, a standard raise. And you're starting off on the flop, so in theory, you're starting off in a raised pot on the flop. Could have some fun here. King, Queen, Jack, and Ace, 8, 4. Funkhouser flops a flush on one board. He's got a flush draw on the other board, but there's a lot of hearts already out there. Look at Hachem. He's got a couple aces. Okay.
It's also made more. Excuse me, and Kopp also flops a flush, and Kopp also has the Queen 10, and Luo flops a set on the. What is?
Okay, let's put some money in here. Let's
Okay,
you know.
everybody all in. Okay, let's go. This is why we do bomb pots, to see action like this. Now, of course,
And action checks around.
what the heck is going on here? Is everyone trapping? Oh, man, if those hearts had been reversed, Donnie. 4th heart now on the top board, only 2 on the bottom board. As you can see, Luo with his set is drawing stone dead. Hachem with a set of aces. Kopp and Funkhouser both with a flush. Does anyone want to win this hand?
I mean, I feel like we've seen, what, 4 or 5 bond pots so far today. And I feel like everyone is taking the approach of, let's not go broke in a bomb pot versus how do I win these chips in the bomb pot. Action checks to Kopp, and he's going to bet.
Kopp the one firing here, 400K. Action on Luo with his set. I mean, Luo, of course, keenly aware of the fact that he's playing for half the pot. Little does he know he's drawing stone dead. Should be a pretty easy fold, right, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, especially after you check through on the flop, right? If you're not going to bet that in position, then I think here you just got to quickly give this up. I mean, you're even blocking your own outs to full house.
Right.
Like, you got a 5, you got the other 8, you know, so it's like, what are you really going to do there? He does give it up.
So Funkhouser, despite the fact that he only has 9-3 of hearts, because there are so many hearts out there, it makes it more likely that he's the only one with a flush right now.
Yeah, and I mean, don't discount the fact that Funkhouser also has a 3, which connects as a pair on the other board. You know, not that it's going to be like a slam dunk thing, but it's an emergency, right? Hachem now gets out of the way.
Wow. Hachem folds his set of aces. River card, 6 of clubs and the 9 of spades. Hindsight 2020, but Hachem made the right decision. No board pair for him to make a full house. And Kopp with the 10-7 of hearts has the winning hand on both boards because he also holds Queen 10 on the bottom one. Funkhouser decides to check, hoping that perhaps the 3 on the bottom board and the flush on the top are going to be good. And Kopp's going for value here for 600K.
Yeah, notice the difference in bet sizing. On the last bomb pot against Daniel Hachem, he did the overbet jam on the river. Here he's coming with 600K into a pot of right about 1.4 million. So really value hunting here.
And there it is. Funkhouser makes the call, and we're going to see our first significant bomb pot hand as Kopp shows a scooper. 10-7 and the queen, they all play. Funkhouser desperately looking for a way to claim half the pot here, but it's not going to work for him.
You have one pair on top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen.
You're going to be the button. We're going to go to PLO. And 8160, yep.
I should have bet less than you bet. I should have bet 5.
Could have. Saved
Save
100K.
100. I should have bet you 5.
Raise 400. Gate.
Donnie, congrats.
Celtics.
They got it done.
Yeah. Let's go. The Jays, baby.
How many titles do you guys have now?
18.
Jesus. Unreal. Least impressive team to win the NBA Finals in a long time, if you ask me.
My aces are getting worse. My aces are getting worse.
Odds released for next year's NBA. Celtics 3-1 to win the title. Denver in second. My Toronto Raptors, Donnie, 500-1. Let's go. Let's go.
Do you have anything for me?
Calls.
Gonna go to the flop again. Small pot here, a little blind
Whoa.
battle.
Can we get cocktails, please?
Donnie, you know what this final table needs?
A shot clock.
Tony Hachem. We need Tony Hachem with an Australian flag running back and forth in the background.
Bet 250.
Very thin rail here in attendance, as you can see, the background. The room very empty tonight, much more so than usual. Aaron Collins says, my Raptors too. Let's go. Let's go Raptors. I know we're going to suck for a few more years. At least we got the chip, though. Shout out Masai for making that Kawhi Leonard trade. Almost $1 million in the middle here. Funkhouser well out in front here with the pair of jacks.
How much is in there?
980. Bet 650.
Gentlemen, you have a new person coming in, taking over. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Luau gives it up. Funkhouser takes that one.
Luo with some support on the rail. It might seem quiet here in this room, but WSOP is buzzing with action right now. We have tons of concurrent events going on. Most notably, of course, this is
I have five.
monster
I have
stack
five.
territory.
Time. Time. It's
Just
gonna
a
be
fold.
It's gonna be a misdeal because it's
Just a one fold,
only
right?
One, it's
Just
one
one fold. It's a misdeal.
It's a misdeal. Yeah, your hand's not dead. They bring it in. It's only
Right.
it's only been one fold.
You have good hand?
Yeah, good hand.
I have good hand as well. I defend.
I've been playing 5-card all summer. I was like, okay, well, let's triple their odds. There it is.
A little misdeal, but yeah, just to go back to the
What happened to this deal?
board here today, day 2 of the
Great.
monster stack.
Blue
Players
light
will
on
not
the,
be in the money yet.
cutoff here.
It is the monster stack after all. 10K stud is on the final table, final 5 battling right now on
He was about to rob
PokerGO.com.
us.
Check
I
out
know.
PokerGO.com/schedule
Rob,
He would never.
to stay in the know
and I realized
about that
I
event. Alina Jada, Norman Chat
played
on the
in
call.
last traps.
2K No Limit kicking off today, as well as the 10K Horse Championship. And the Mixed PLO is on day 2. We're showing that final table tomorrow. All right, quick update here about our giveaway. PokerGo.com/WinMasters. That's your chance for a free entry into the 2024 Poker Masters, brought to you by Octopi Poker. It's a free social media giveaway. Go check it out. You might be playing against Lucky Chewy. Could be a fun time. We'll be there, Donnie and I, in September for the Poker Masters at the studio. Donnie, tomorrow, one of the most fun events of the summer kicks off, and I cannot wait for the final table of that one.
$600 deep stack?
1K Seniors Championship.
Yes.
I love the Seniors Championship.
Seniors Week, baby. This year we get a Seniors High Roller.
Oh, yes.
3
Let's
million.
go.
The Seniors events are the best.
They are the best.
They are
I mean,
so good.
People can say what they will, but we've had some epic live streams, the Seniors event.
And they get massive fields. Massive. I mean, wall to wall, it's incredible stuff.
King Jack 9-3, Luo with the raise, Ace 7-7-6. Hachem has hearts covered here versus Luo. Queen 4 Jack, 2 diamonds on board. Luo flops a pair of jacks. King, queen, queen, queen for Luo. Not as good as it might look to the untrained Omaha eye. Funkhouser with the final queen remaining in the deck. Queen 9-5-3. At least he's double suited.
Pot. What is it?
有看吗？
And here's the chance for Hachem to pick up some much-needed chips here. Finds aces with a suit. Ace, ace, king, deuce to be exact in the small blind. Are we just simply repotting here, Donnie? Can we get cute in any way?
I'm not really about getting cute. I think, you know, just play your hand straight up for the value that it is. There it is.
Comes with the pot size re-raise. Action back on Funkhouser with Queen 9-5-3. Now, Donnie, whenever you hear someone say pot in Omaha, your first thought is, oh, he's got to have aces.
Yeah. I mean,
how does a hand like Funkhouser's sort of rank against aces? And I know we can see the equities on the screen, but how do you interpret this?
yeah, I mean, equities do run quite a bit closer in pot limit Omaha. We know that. If you're in Funkhouser's shoes, I mean, if you have a hand that's closer to, like, you know, Queen 9, 8, 7, you know, something that has a little bit more connectivity to it versus kind of the two distinct, you know, you got the Queen 9 of hearts over here, you got the 5-3 diamonds over here. So It's a bit tricky to want to get involved there with this sort of hand. But
Wow.
what do I know?
Look.
Funkhouser is in there.
Funkhouser makes the call in position, and you can see Hachem only has 925 left behind, so this is going in for stacks if you're Hachem. Now Funkhouser hoping for hearts or diamonds or some kind of draw, but we know that his diamonds are dead here.
I mean, we have the commentary from William Kopp as well, talking about what's going on in this hand. Oh, you love it.
Like
4 million out there.
925.
4 million in the middle. King 10-8.
I mean, it
two
doesn't get
hearts.
much better if you're Funkhouser.
Wow. Funkhouser
Yeah, hearts.
flops all the outs and options here. Hachem, ace, ace, king, deuce. His tournament life is on the line, and you can see it on the screen. He's a dog despite being ahead if this was at showdown right now. Funkhouser with 12 outs twice to send Hachem to the rail.
You see Joe Hachem there on the rail, sweating his son. These aces got a hold.
Daniel Hachem basically thinking, how about we just pair the board twice? That'd be great for me. Big turn card coming up here. Hashem's tournament life on the line. It's the deuce of hearts.
Not over yet.
And Funkhouser hits a flush. Hachem looking for a deuce or a king.
Yeah, that deuce gave Hachem a kind of a weird 2 pair.
River card.
Oh, there's a king!
Oh my God! This.
Pass the sugar, Remco.
Yeah.
Pass the sugar.
对，红桃是2。
Look at Joe. Look at Joe in the background.
One who?
The Hachem family stays alive in this event, and look at that guy on the rail.
I didn't even see it.
Shocked.
Completely
Absolutely shocked.
Oh, wow. Wow. 925.
Where's the oi, oi, oi? Come on.
Well, Tony's not here. We need Tony.
Unbelievable. Daniel Hachem escapes with a king on the river.
I thought it was good. I thought it was good.
Wow. What a hand. Okay, I'm back. I'm awake. I'm ready. I'm ready. We got lulled to sleep there for a second, but baby.
The result of that, Funkhouser now the shortest stack with these 4 players remaining. Hachem shoots up to
About 3.
nearly 6 million in chips now. It's still Luau up on top, Kopp in second, but a whole bunch of new life for Daniel Hachem over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. I just get a bottle of water, please.
Can I get out?
Joe was pumped, huh?
That was some good old fist pump action there in the background. Shout out Brian Green in the chat, $20 donation. He says, here's a little something for the coffee fund. Thanks for the stream. Brian, you're on the right path because today I needed my coffee. And on my drive into work, I got myself an extra strong Americano. Consider your $20 donation cashed in immediately. I'll talk to finance.
You have 3 stacks of blue?
3 stacks. I got like 6.2.
Thank you. Thank you.
What a hand. What a hand.
Where's
We've had some bangers this series.
We have. We have. Where's the Aussie flags in the chat, by the way? Channel that Tony Hachem spirit and wave those Aussie flags. Come on, people. I feel like if Daniel Hachem gets the heads up, we need like a sugar packet emoji in the chat. Hachem here, Ace, King, Jack, 7, double suited. Terrific hand in pot limit Omaha to get involved with.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate that.
Bought it.
It's so much worse when
Look
you
at
don't
this,
see
Stunny.
it.
Cobb finds
It
kings.
hurts so much more when you don't see
And
it.
3 bets to 1.8 million. We have immediate action again here.
When you don't
Hachem now covers. Excuse me, let me get this math right here. Cobb still covers Hachem. Okay.
Yeah, but it's very, very,
Very
close.
close,
I mean,
yeah.
Even if Hachem wins this hand, Kopp's going to be, I mean, all but out of here.
Now stacks still plenty deep here. Could see Hachem just come with a call here.
I feel like this is one of those spots where if Elias Parsonen had Hashem's hand, he would just rip this in.
Oh, Hachem, conservative, folding the ace, king, jack, 7, Donnie. I'm a little surprised to see that, personally.
I am as well. I mean, I feel like that's the type of hand there. You know, you got good properties. You're double suited. The ace and the king are blocking the aces and kings. Of course, you know, we do see that Kopp had the kings. But, I mean, you can hit an ace, right?
I
You
mean,
can hit an ace.
it's a big hand. Yeah. That is a big hand.
So that's what I said. I felt like
Whoa.
as someone just dies on stream. I feel like that's the hand you give it to Elias Parson. It's, you know, all in. Let's go. Let's see 5.
We got some high-stakes PLO events still to come at the WSOP. I'm sure the Finns will be out to show us how it's done. Is there a 100K PLO yet, Donnie?
No, there needs to be though. I mean, it's time, right? I mean,
They could do a 250K PLO.
That's what I'm saying. They really could.
Yeah.
I mean, they for sure could.
I think it will get 60 runners.
Yeah. I mean, we had the 100K Super High Rollerball PLO, and it got how many? 60? 445? I don't even know.
It
I mean,
was,
I'll look it up. But.
it was a ton, and it was also the latest I've gone to bed all year.
And who are we? We're nothing. This is the World Series of Poker. I mean, you know, these people just come out for this stuff.
Kopp limps on the button with ace-9, 5 deuce.
Oh, we had 38 entries for the 100K PLO. So you would for sure double that at the World Series of Poker. For sure.
Absolutely. If you're just tuning in, the bomb pots every 8 hands when the game changes. Three-way action here to the flop, and Hachem perhaps discussing his fold just now. Jack 8-8 comes out on the flop. No 8 for either player.
Luo going to bet 260 here on the turn and take it down. Triton Poker Series Montenegro, Remco, the one that just wrapped up right before the World Series of Poker, they had 100K PLO. 83 entries.
There you go. The time is right for 100K in the second most popular format in the game.
Yeah, thank you.
Small blind, big blind.
Thank you.
These final 4 players are guaranteed just under $92,000. Again, they came from a field of 1,312 entries in this first ever World Series of Poker double board bomb pot tournament. Up top, almost $271,000.
What's up? I was just asking.
Ace, ace, king, 6 here for Luo. Luo's been quiet this level, Donnie. He's very quiet. Finally gets involved again. Funkhouser put on the hat here. I wonder what the hat says.
Funk. Should say funk.
How good? Nice one.
Decent starter.
Ace is taking it down without any
Oh, 2 ties. No.
with any sort of players playing back.
Social card. No, no more. No more. No more. No more. Huh?
You're happy with this? That's it.
No more. No more show card.
We can see it. We can see it in the stream. We finally find out how you play.
Okay.
Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this thing down. So far, we've seen quite a bit of interesting play. Hachem catching that amazing river card to stay alive, but he and Funkhouser are still the 2 shortest stacks. Luo limping in the cutoff with 5-5-4-3. Funkhouser king queen 6-6. Applying some pressure here.
You heard him. He said pot it.
Wow. Pot size raise announced. $800K is the raise with Queen Jack 9-8. Donnie, what's your opinion on Luo trying to see a flop here for cheap, limping in with a 5-5-4-3? From my perspective, you're opening yourself up to getting perhaps pushed around a little bit, unless you're willing, like Lu is, to come along here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw this earlier from him, and I think it's just part of his MO, you know. You mentioned it earlier. You've mentioned it a few times at this final table. Luau sees cards, and he wants to see flops. Like, he wants to be in on the action. So I think it's just part of the way that he's, or, you know, that he wants to play, wants to approach this one. Action now on Funkhouser. Imagine it would be very hard for Funkhouser to want to continue here. I mean, just kind of drawing so thin. You really got to thread a needle in order to
I'll get it there.
come out on top of this one. He does get out of the way, as does Hachem with the ace-10-10 deuce. So Kopp versus Luau, the 2 biggest stacks of this 4-handed play, go into battle here. More than 2 million in the middle. 10-7 deuce. Hachem would have flopped top set of 10s.
Wow. Now, Luo has a small flush draw, but Kopp does not go on the offensive, despite the fact that he has some outs. Of course, non-diamond straight cards working in his favor. Now, if you're Luo, Donnie, and you've arrived here, is this where you take control?
I don't think it's out of the question. I mean, I think he's been willing to get into spots like here and then get aggressive. So if he does come out firing, I can certainly see it happening. He does check behind. Oh, wow. 9 of diamonds here on the turn. So,
wow.
There is that flush for Luau, straight for Kopp. Quick check check.
Very quick check check. Very surprised to see that. And the 7 pairing on the river might cool things down a little bit more. And it goes check check again. Where's the money at? Luo shows his flush, takes it down, and this could have been way worse for Kopp. Gotta imagine it cost him at least 1 bet.
Yeah, I don't think Kopp's gonna like seeing that result. I mean, the way that it was played, Kopp coming in with that pot-sized raise, you probably think you knock out a hand like Luau has there, and then ultimately you lose it. So,
oh, there's the magic
let's
word.
spice it up with the bomb pot. Let's get it going.
Bomb pot it is.
I'm sorry. First time.
What is this? No limit hold'em bomb pot, right?
I believe we are switching back to no limit hold'em.
Funkhouser has the bomb pot button, so Daniel Hachem will act first. Once the dealer gets these 2 flops out there. Jack 8-5, couple of spades. 9-9-6. All right.
Okay,
let's go.
seeing some connected cards here if you have those middling ones. Kopp with the spades bets 300K. Seeing a few quick folds here over to Hachem.
你站过来，我就不分开拍照了。站过来7姐这边，我拍张照，可以吧？啊，可以就行。我怕你们有仇，怕你们有仇，不能同框。好，可以了。
Hachem lets it go as well, and Kopp takes it down with ace deuce of spades, and again, the bomb pot not really delivering. We've had 1 good bomb pot, Donnie. At least we have that. At least we've had that.
那尽力而为，尽力而为，尽力而为。我在问你要不要，到时候你要不要批一下？啊，他们
160, 160.
I posted a poll in the chat trying to find out who you guys think is going to win, and Luo, the overwhelming favorite. But Hachem also receiving a fair share of the votes. It's 40% for Luo, 35% for Hachem, then 18% for Kopp, and 8% for Funkhouser. Luo waving goodbye to what I'm going to assume is maybe wife or girlfriend, or perhaps just a friend who is going back to her tournament. Either way, he waved goodbye as he goes back to the action here.
So Kopp limped in from the small blind here. Luau checked his option in the big blind. 9-7-5 with a couple of clubs. Kopp's got king queen, currently the best of it. Checks over to Luau, who checks it back. Queen of clubs on the turn. Very good card for Kopp, and could be a little bit of trouble for Luau. Both players hitting the queen. Kopp's got the better kicker. He also has the only club, and it's a good one. King of clubs. 300K from him.
Trouble brewing here for Luau.
Yeah, I would imagine he calls at least 1 street here. I mean, he's getting more chips than a call. Okay, this could be big trouble. Luau shoots it up to 850.
Donnie, what incentive does Luo have here to raise? Because I'm trying to figure out what the value proposition is here for him.
Might be one of those spots where he's electing to raise here in order to get himself a free check back on the river. Like he might be taking that course of action.
That's it.
River card is the 9 of diamonds. Kopp's king will play after both players make 2 pair. Now Kopp, quick with the check again action on Luo, and he does check behind. So Donnie, you read that perfectly. Kopp is going to table king queen and take this one down. Very significant pot here, heading in Kopp's direction, and for the very first time, we're seeing Luo lose one. He hasn't really lost any pots.
No, he's. It's almost like every time he's been involved or gone to a flop, he's the one pulling in the pot at the end. And good for William Kopp, they're able to take that one in.
I mean, for people who are into math, Luo is up 9.3 million since the start of this final table. Kopp is up 2.8. The other 2 players, Hachem and Funkhouser, are down from their initial starting stack. Now, of course, all players here guaranteed 125K as far as the payout goes. So, you know, there won't be any crying faces here at the end of the night. These players are all getting a nice little payout. But still, Luo, the favorite here to take this down as he's maintaining his chip lead.
Raise. 320K.
$320 from Kopp. Over to Funkhouser in the big blind. King 5 of diamonds.
320 is the bet?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you please
Jams and gets it
Yeah,
through.
sorry. And I'll try
Nice
to get
pick
the
up
cards
there.
to you.
Good.
I'm usually good at getting the cards to the dealer, but not today.
big blind, sir?
I need red chips.
I gotcha.
What is it? 1, yeah, 25, 25. Thanks.
Raise 400K.
Luo making it 400K with King 6 offsuit. Funkhouser with a little deliberation here with a 7-3 off. Or perhaps he hadn't looked yet. Does let it go. Hachem finds ace king of spades in the big blind.
All in.
All in and out.
Hachem moves all in for 4.3 million. Action back on Luo. Donnie, it's a 29 big blind shove. I'm sort of surprised to see him just jam it all in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can shove this one up to like, I don't know, maybe 35.
Really?
Yeah.
So what's the reasoning to lean towards shoving there instead of a regular 3-bet, given how there's still quite a bit of room to play?
I mean, if you get 3-bet, you can get called by a lot of hands in position, and specifically there against Luo, right, who has shown that he does not like to fold pre-flop. Like, if he's going to put chips in, whether that's a limp, whether that's a pre-flop raise, he might continue to come along. So as you've always said, Remco, what's ace-king?
Drawing hand.
So do you really want to play a drawing hand out of position? You could get, not that you can't, because you can, right? But you could get yourself into tricky spots against the chip leader. So you might say, hey, listen, you got an ace-queen, call me, let's go, right? You got a pair of 7s, call me, let's go. But if I 3-bet, you call, it comes 10, 9, 6, what the heck am I going to do, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. Lesson learned. Got to get your ace-kings in the middle there. Now, of course, when we go towards hands like ace-10 suited or perhaps a king-queen suited, are we calling more often just to avoid that kind of trouble?
Yeah, I mean, those types of hands, I mean, depending on stack size, right? But like that deep, you probably just call. They're too good to raise fold. They might not be good enough to jam, and you know, you might get snapped off by something better. A little bit less blocker property, so yeah. Funkhouser on the button, 340, 6-5 suited. Kopp comes along, 6-4. Oh, hi. We're almost to a straight flush.
Wow.
Let's go, baby.
7, 8, 9, 2 clubs, Funkhouser.
Yeah, and this is, I know Kopp hasn't connected, as we can see, but if you're in Funkhouser's shoes, you feel great about this. You flop the straight, you have the clubs as well, and that's the type of texture that's probably going to connect a lot with Kopp's range out of the big blind. So probably just start betting here, trying to build the pot. Hopefully he has some. Kopp might have enough with that 6 to be able to come here. And Kopp might also read this one. You know, I can see him call. I could also see him possibly check raise at times. He's going to just call. That was 405.
9 of diamonds on the turn, pairs the board. Funkhouser got a lock on this hand right now.
Funkhouser probably going to continue betting here, and this pairing of the 9 on the turn might ultimately force Kopp to just shut it down. You know, don't want to chase the low end of a straight on a paired board like this now. +1 where there are clubs out there, so might have some fewer outs, but still a good spot for Funkhouser to continue. Funkhouser taking his time here, pretty deliberate on the turn. There is more than 1.7 out there. There's the bet.
900.
Right around half pot, and quick fold from Kopp. Funkhouser takes that one, chipping up.
Still seeing some Billy Kopp references in the chat. This is not Billy Kopp. This is William Kopp, who also might go by Billy, but it is not the same guy who torched it all during the 09 main event. R.I.P. Darvin Moon. Was it King Jack of Diamonds, Donnie?
I think so.
Sort of rings a bell in my head. Either way, fun thing to note, if you're a big fan of the WSOP, I put a lot of time and effort with my boys, Joseph and Sean, into creating the top 100 all-time World Series of Poker hands. We have a 5-hour compilation on our YouTube channel. It is phenomenal to watch. Top 100. Of course, we've gotten hands wrong. We forgot perhaps a few, but in general, we put together a great list. They're also available in chunks of 10, from 100 all the way down to 1. Joe Hachem also on the list. I think he might be on there twice actually.
$320. Raise $320.
Hachem comes in with the raise. 320 with ace 3 off.
好忙啊我。你有可能占我第7格的朋友圈，你自己帅一点。怎么了？
Action over to Funkhouser. He's got 9-8 off in the big line. He's going to defend with a call.
Where's the other guy at?
What are you playing roughly?
知道人家在说
4.5?
I think less. 4.
啊？我以为你入股，我以为你是入股，去你的！
Queen 4 rolls off the deck here. Ace high is going to remain in the lead.
4 now.
我要打高额，我要打高额。打完再说，打完再说。29。等。
$325.
Bet in the fold.
People inquiring about the World Series Poker main event. Still a while away, but it's also coming at us rapidly. July 3rd is when day 1A kicks off. 4 starting days, then 2 day 2s, and then from day 3 onwards on July 9th, everyone's going to be playing in the Horseshoe and in Paris. I want to say, Donnie, money bubble on day 4, early day 4, maybe late day 3.
Yeah, one of those two.
And then we have day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8. Yes, we need day 8 right now because projections are that we're going to be in that 10K range again. And then on July 15th, there's 1 day off.
Roughly.
Thank you.
And then the final table,
3 back.
Thank you.
as always, for the last, I mean, it's been more than a decade, a multiple day affair. Day 1 of the final table on July 16th, and the final day on July 17th. WSP main event coverage: Lon McCarron, Norman Chad, Maria Ho, and Jeff Platt. And then, of course, and this will make a lot of people very happy, the night shift. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman are going to be there with the night shift on days 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that should be a lot of fun. Lots to look forward to if you're a poker fan. Catch all that coverage on PokerGO.com. We have all of that available for you. Jack 9-8 here, 2 spades. Hachem flops a 9. Funkhouser with an 8. Funkhouser bets 200K. Action on Hachem, who, is looking at a middling pair here, but still doesn't have the type of hand where you want to go crazy with. He's going to proceed. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. The blank of all blanks on this type of board. Funkhouser decides to check. Doesn't want to invest too much here with only 3.6 million left behind. Action goes check, check. River, king of spades. And while the spade draw comes in, Hachem also makes 2 pair. Action on Hachem, who can check behind and get the showdown, or perhaps he's considering going for a bit of value. He's asking himself, what hands am I getting that value from, and can I get myself into trouble by betting here? Decides to go for pot by the looks of it. 850 into 880. Big one here from Hachem. Funkhouser going through his options here, but will ultimately realize he only has a pair of 8s. And there it is, tosses it into the muck. Not sure what Hachem was targeting there.
Too busy talking.
I guess.
Say what?
I said his dad didn't clap for him.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else did besides his dad.
Oh, no.
Daniel Hachem, the son of poker legend Joe Hachem, playing at his first WSOP final table. Hachem does have 6 cashes at the WSOP. His largest score, 2019 main event, finishing 79th. It's kind of funny how he's the son of the champ. He started playing poker in 2012. So he's been around the game basically his whole life. And look at this. Funkhouser comes with the raise. Kopp finds 10s, moves all in, and gets it done.
I'm sorry, they just couldn't get it.
Okay. 8-6 diamond. Down. I can put it here.
Sorry, you won. They just want to see the card. They can't.
Misdeal.
Okay. All right. The secret is out, but we'll keep it on delay. Like, we can't get it. It's not working.
Not working?
He wants it.
Just for that one hand. I don't know.
Oh, I put it. I think I put it.
It's the card. It's not your. Sorry, we're doing a bomb pot now.
Does he want it?
PLO bomb pot now.
Just I'll get another one. That's right.
Can you push the reserve button out? We're gonna do 160 ante on the bomb pot.
Bomb pot.
PLO bomb pot.
Here we go.
I'm gonna tip out of here, okay?
Okay, yeah. Just don't take too much, please. I'm tipping individually.
All right.
I'm actually out for the time pot too. I'll pay my own. I don't gamble on the time pot.
(10-5-8) rainbow flop rolls out on the first one here as we play another bomb pot. King 9-3 rainbow as well.
Check.
We're back to pot limit Omaha. Everyone take an extra second here to go over options and solutions. King, Queen, 7-5 for Kopp. At least he connected on both boards. We all know that takes quite a bit of work here to win one, at least to scoop one. Kevin O'Donnell in the background, one of Joe Hashem's closest friends, watching along as Luo's support has also returned after the earlier goodbye wave we saw. Funkhouser 9876.
640s in that.
He's got himself a nice wrap here on the bottom board, along with the pair and a backdoor flush draw on the top board. Funkhouser is going to bet here, and that might just get it done, honestly. So hard to continue without real good combos. Hachem gets out of the way, and so does Kopp. Action back on Luo. Doesn't want any part of this either, and Funkhouser takes it down. Nice little pickup for him.
You guys let me win the bomb pots. You guys can play the poker.
Blinds went up. It's 1-2-2 now. Hello. 1-2-2. What's that?
1-2-2.
1-2-2 now.
Night is falling on Las Vegas. And if you want to be here for a epic night of poker, go to pgt.com/dream for ways to win your way into our PGT Championship $1 million free roll at the end of this year. Yes, that's right. You have a chance to win a seat into a $1 million free roll hosted at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. pgt.com/dream. You're going to be silly to miss out on this one. Back to the action. Blinds 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante. We're playing around a pot limit Omaha.
Raise to 700.
Oh wow, Hachem comes in pot size raise on the button.
Ooh, baby.
He's going to walk right into it because Luo has 2 aces. Ace, Queen, Jack, Deuce for
5 million
Hachem.
Okay.
Ace, Ace, King, 7 for Luo. There is the pot size raise from Luo, wasting little time in doing so. We saw Hachem get away from kind of a similar holding earlier. He had Ace, King, Jack, Deuce, I believe it was, double suited, or maybe it was Ace, King, Jack, 7 double suited. Faced a 3-bet from William Kopp and got away from it. He's going to do the same here. Luo takes that one, chips up a little bit. Hachem now finds a couple aces, double suited. Ace, Ace, Queen, 4.
Raise to 7.
Same raise, 700,000. Kopp says no, thank you. Luo out of the way.
You win.
Funkhouser also out of the way.
Huh.
No action for those aces.
Hachem winning a small one.
Bomb pot aspect, for those asking, occurs every 8 hands. This is half no limit hold'em, half pot limit Omaha on the rotation. Every time they play 8 hands, right before they switch the game, they're gonna play a bomb pot into the next game. Play 8 hands, play a bomb pot into the next game, play 8 hands, etc., etc.
I just 27-0. Why the uncle? You. I kill you.
And this time it is Funkhouser who finds the
You're my
aces.
uncle.
And he limps in from the small blind.
Sorry.
Uncle,
Thank you.
can I? Can I? Can I see the?
Not much exciting stuff happening for Hachem here. He's in the big blind. He's looking down at 8-5-5-3, but because Funkhouser limped in, Hachem is just going to check.
You all the way.
Jack 10-6 with a couple of hearts.
Nice to meet
Not
you.
too much work in there for Hachem. Funkhouser is still best.
Check.
It'd be funny if the bomb pots were related to the likes in this video. Like every 300 likes, there's a bomb pot, and then we just ring down to the floor. And go like, guys, we've hit 1,000 likes. Guys are on the clock. We need another bomb pot. I am becoming more and more of an advocate for shot clocks. This final table has been very slow.
Bet 400.
I understand the gravity of the moment, but it's definitely not my favorite style of play when it's this slow on each street.
对，拍照告诉我朋友，你看人家的装备多好。Thank you 没有，你有在看吗？万一他等一下不给我看怎么办？或者看他们的习惯，知道吗？主要是看他们的风格。或者你看了之后觉得一些有效的信息，你直接招呼我过来就好了。我知道。
Hachem lets it go. Funkhouser
反正有一个
wins a pretty small one here with aces, but he'll probably be happy to take one down.
叫超黑或者打水这样，你叫我就行。
Hold on. That one. Just, I'm not sure which one it was. It got, just let me steal it.
Oh, okay.
One of them ricocheted into your pile. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Oh, we were getting it in.
Yeah.
Queen coming.
I'm not sure which one it was.
Missteal happens every now and then.
Yeah. Okay.
Shout out to our photographer Enrique in the background, lurking for a good shot. Still. And we got Miguel also on set. We got everyone here rocking out. Much love to all those of you tuned into this Final Table live stream. We are streaming until a winner is known. And that might be a while, as the stacks are pretty deep. And there's lots of money on the line. 270K up for grabs for the eventual winner. 91K guaranteed for the final four.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Technicality thing. Hey Zach, can you hit the escape button on that clock to pause the clock? Just hit the escape button.
What?
Just pause it when it's on a break.
Yeah.
OK OK OK。没有没有，他可能有些直播的故障什么的。Yeah, handsome boy, huh? Yeah, I just really handsome. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Handsome.
Got a little time for the players to talk to their respective rails, perhaps get some input and advice.
It was though.
Daniel Hachem talking to his brother and his dad, and Kevin O'Donnell there as well.
It's smart enough to know that anyway.
I like it. I like it.
Blinds as well. I'm folding all my.
我们一直在自恋。Alrighty. 调侃人家就是这样。哇，圈圈。
Yeah.
Cards.
Oh.
All right, cards back in the air after a brief intermission.
Fourth hand appeal.
Fourth hand of PLO. We switch games every 4 hands, and you can see in the background there people watching the stream, which is pretty funny. They're going to be quite a way behind. King 998 for Hachem in the small blind, just going to limp.
Big blind option.
Check.
Check. Check. And check.
你在喊我吗？
Check.
谁可以忍？我什么时候可以？啊，不用
Bet
不用不用不用
250.
看回去，不用看回去。我可以选奥运吗？我去，这个是奥马哈。圈圈嘛，圈圈什么呀？它梅花梅是可以抽的呀。因为它要进一级，好，这样很正常。好，知道，下次说清楚要飘欧。
Oh yeah.
It's alright.
Going back in time.
I'm out. 1 second. Fold.
Calls and big blind option.
Johnny, I feel like we're slowly grinding to a halt here. Lots of limping and checking. People seem to not want to be aggressive. Should we send a round of espresso shots to the
Send
table?
something, man.
You know who we need? We need Jimmy D to bring some spark plugs. Shout out No Gamble No Future. Spark plugs. I don't even know what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's some kind of espresso martini or some shit.
We're going to be on the 6th hand of PLO. All right, go ahead, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sal.
Yeah.
Welcome to the game.
Thanks, guys. Good luck, guys.
New dealer in the box. Stack still plenty deep. 24 bigs for Hachem, 33 for Kopp, 87 for Luo, and 18 for Funkhouser. Pepkep in the chat says they're all playing scared. Luo lost a couple small ones and slowed down. It's very true. Luo was on the gas for most of this final table, and ever since losing a few small pots has been a lot tighter. Personally, I thought that getting down to four-handed would make play a little more loose and aggressive given the pay jumps, but it's sort of the opposite right now. We are sort of in a holding pattern. Haven't seen many big pots as of late. No one really applying the pressure, and it seems like we're all just waiting for cards.
Yeah, I would like to see Luo really just open it up and step on the gas. He's got the big chip lead. You know, he can really put these opponents in a lot of very tough spots, you know, make them wake up with hands. At some point, somebody's got to want to go win the bracelet. You can't just sit around and let the bracelet come to you. That's not how it works in poker. You have to go take it. I mean, unless you just want to get to a point where everyone's got 10 big blinds and you're just flipping stacks. Like, but who wants to do that, right? So go out there and get it.
Check. Check.
$700K in the middle here. After 2 checks, we've arrived on the turn.
Check. Bet. 350.
Action back on Funkhouser with ace-9-7-3 in the small blind. It's Hashem's turn to find 2 aces. He's got them double suited, raising it up to 600K. Funkhouser does not have a suited ace. I'd be just surprised to see him get involved here. Funkhouser lets it go. Hachem gets to pick one up here. Like I said, we're treading water. Funkhouser still the short stack on 15 bigs. Jack, Jack, 10-9 for Luo. Bit of a raising hand. Final side discussion I'm having about the World Series of Poker top 10 bluffs of all time. Please chime in to the chat with your favorite bluffs at the World Series of Poker. We've seen so many good ones over the years, but here's the list that I have, Donnie. Please let me know how you feel about this. We got the split pot flush bluff from a couple nights ago. Yeah, okay. We got Moneymaker Farha, which has been coined the bluff of the century. We got Rankemeyer versus Seaver in the 2014 one drop, which of course was a earth-shattering moment at the time. The 9-high bluff from Michael Adamo versus Justin Bonomo in the super high roller. Rigby with 3-deuce, bluffing versus Kings in the main event. Jamie Gold versus Friedman with King High in the 06 main event. Kenny Tran versus Ray Hansen in 07. I believe that was on day 7 or 8, final 35-ish of the main event in 07. Then Wu versus Chidwick from last year in the main event. I believe that was on day 3. Then we have Greg Merson versus Jake Balsiger at the final table. Queen Jack versus Queen 10, the rebluff. Will Kassouf, 9-high like a boss. We have, that's the 10 that I have. And then we have Jord Van Hoof, the 2-pair bluff versus Lo Robbie, who have folded a straight at the main event final table. And then at the buzzer, we're now also considering David Vampen, all in with 7-8 suited versus Toby Lewis, who folded his ace-high flush. And now I also just had another hand come to mind. Ribai versus Brian Kim.
Yeah, that was a crazy one too.
All right, chat. Which ones did I miss?
I mean, that's a pretty good list of like stuff to not miss any.
Chad is saying, not considering Kassouf just for the sole fact that I can't stand him. Lococo bluff.
Yeah, the Lococo one was good.
What is it, 2?
Oh, no.
Nope.
Oh, my apologies, guys. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Send it back in.
Doesn't
Sorry,
matter what
I'll
you
give it.
have. There's no fun.
Sorry, John.
You pick which 2 you want, whatever one you want.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Doesn't matter what you start with. I guess I'll still take aces, ace, king, hearts. Might just be garbage.
10-7-6. Action continues in another bomb pot here. We got back to Hold'em. Was the hand where Lee Childs folded queens a bluff?
I no idea.
300.
What did Yang have?
I'm trying to remember. Wasn't it the jacks? They both had value hands. I remember that. That's why I don't really think it was a bluff.
Ball. This is important.
All right, bomb pot action still underway here. Deuce on both boards. Where are the Broadway cards? Probably owned by a bunch of players at this table. Apologies for the lack of graphics here. Having some issues with the bomb pot. Looks like Funkhouser really has something going on here. Funkhouser very deliberate with his actions on every street. What do we got? About $1 million in the middle here as we try to figure this out. And looks like it's a call. To the river we go. An 8 on the top, a 6 on the bottom.
All of it. All in.
There it is. Funkhouser, all of it into Kopp.
You can't tell me how much is in the pot?
Not in a no.
No.
Oh, okay.
Hold it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. My bad.
My friend.
Funny situation here.
What
And
is that?
that's just because
Like, two.
bomb pots usually always played in the Omaha variety.
Probably not folding, but
Oh, interesting.
I call.
I got
Oh,
all
there
of
it is. Call has been made. I'm being told that Funkhouser showing down Jack-9 here
Straight to the jack.
for the straight and a pair, and then 9-5 for Kopp, the lower straight on the top board. Full double up here for Funkhouser on the bomb pot. Apologies for
75.
the graphics just not being available for this hand.
You see these rivers?
It's our very first time showing the bomb pot, so apologies for any technical issues. But one thing's for certain, Funkhouser is
I mean,
back in action.
But like, look at these rivers for me. Unreal. What a gift. I mean, from the deck, obviously. No way you can fold. You have a 9, right? You can't.
Yeah.
You can't possibly fold.
What'd you say?
You can't fold.
I don't think so. And I think you have a 9 too so often. So.
Yeah, but even for 3/4, I mean, even for a quarter, you put 2, you get how much? We just chop.
Figured. I mean, that's what I thought. I didn't think you had Jack 9.
Yeah, yeah.
Button scoop.
We're gonna hold for just a sec.
Hold it.
Oh, the cooler.
Oh, chip is
Oh,
safe.
really perfect.
What is it?
Chip next to you.
Anti. Anti.
All right, so Funkhouser, fresh off of a double up.
Fucking gift from the deck.
What happened?
Nice run out for him.
We're just working on something on the technical.
又技术故障了，估计。
We're good to go, guys. Thank you.
Slight pause in the action here as everything is getting adjusted and corrected to make sure the chip counts are indeed
Go on.
the way they should be. We're playing Hold'em. 2-card poker again for 8 hands. And there it is. Updated standings here. Kopp now down to 3.3 million. Funkhouser on 6.8. Hachem 6.2 and Luo on 17. Tony, give us some updates from around the room. Any exciting sweats going on? How is our monster stack doing? What do we got in the mixed Omaha, which is streaming tomorrow here on our YouTube page?
Yeah, so the monster stack had 8,704 entries. They are into the money. Looks like Ramon Lewis has a big stack. Martin Cabral has a big stack. Martin Cabral, by the way, bagged day 1A of the monster, then went and played the 50K high roller, found his way into the money there, and then went back to play the monster stack.
Oh my God.
I see Xixiang Luo, I see Steven Song, Kristen Foxen, and Alex Foxen, both with chips.
Wow.
Michael Gatti, Kathy Liebert, all out there doing work in the monster stack. More than $1 million up top, almost 1.1. PokerGo will have that final table in a couple days' time. You mentioned, well, if people want to go over to PokerGo, they can check out the 10K 7-card stud. That is streaming right now. They're down to 3. Won't say who, won't spoil it for anyone, but you guys can head on over there to watch the finale of that event. You can double screen as well with what we got going on here and what's going on over there in that event. $260,000 up top. We have the mixed Omaha high-low. That is what we are streaming tomorrow. Daniel Lowry looks like he's doing work. Sean Deeb still doing work. Michael Rodriguez out there doing well. Phil Helmuth. They just got back from dinner break recently, so a little bit slower on the updates there. And then they kicked off today a 2K no limit hold'em, which looks like it has almost 1,600 entries right now. And then the $10,000 horse championship, which Scott Seaver the other day, after he won his second gold bracelet of this summer, told Tim Duckworth, our colleague, in the winner interview that he was going to win the 10K horse.
Wow.
So
big words, fighting words from Scott Seaver. And then while you're at it, Donnie, pull up the POY standings because, you know, speaking of Seaver, he has 2 bracelets. Mizraki going for his second of the summer as well in the 10K stud.
Yeah, Scott Seaver up on top now, moves ahead of Nick Schulman. Scott Seaver with 2,565 points in the POY race. Nick Schulman second with just under 1,900, and then Phil Ivey is third.
Wow, big list there for the POY standings. Exciting poker happening here at this final table right now, because look at this. We have Kopp making a 400K. Luo makes the call. Funkhouser 3-bets to 1.65 million. Kopp comes in over the top with jacks, and Funkhouser, committed as he is, makes the call with ace-10. We got ace-10 versus jacks. And I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out, because Kopp can double right back to where he was. Understandable move here, Donnie, by Funkhouser, 3-betting and calling the shove.
3, yes.
Yeah. 3 even? Is it? 3 exactly?
Looking at what, about a $37,000, $36,000 pay jump, I think, right now.
I'm a nice guy.
Funkhouser looking for an ace, a straight, or some kind of combo to send Kopp to the rail. Kopp, who's been our big stack for the duration of this final table, but after doubling up Funkhouser just now in the bomb pot, he finds himself on the shorter end of the spectrum, and now all of a sudden he finds himself at risk.
One kind of sweat.
No. 32 or 10. Take 10.
All right, here comes the flop. Queen 6-4, nothing out there for Funkhouser. He now needs running cards or just a simple ace. to make Kopp lives miserable. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Funkhouser down to an ace and an ace only to send Kopp to the rail, or else they will flip-flop in stacks. River card is the 10 of hearts. No good.
Thank you.
William Kopp with the double up. Back to 6.9 million. And Funkhouser back in short stack territory.
Your friend, lucky.
Give it right back. Nice hand.
2 standard hands.
Yeah.
Donnie, I mentioned this before. You know, it felt as though we were waiting for cards to do the playing, if that makes sense. Like, we just saw the ace, 10, and jacks. The hands are delivered by the dealer, and all of a sudden we see action. I feel as though players not willing to take massive risks, just waiting for those spots to come towards them.
Yeah, it does very much seem that way. I would still like to see Luo just go for it. I mean, he's got the big chip lead.
No.
No.
You're free.
Someone in the chat said, the moment you and I started talking about something that was not related to this final table, they started giving us action. So maybe we should
Go back to
Try-
just talking about nonsense.
exactly.
500,000.
Lucky hand. I kill you.
You killed me? Why?
It's a pocket chair. I have king.
It's okay. You're doing well. You don't need
bad,
this.
bad.
Take those guys out.
King 8 suited for Funkhouser. Nice little hand in 4-way play
All in.
to get involved. And he's just going to shove, making it very easy for himself. No more stress, no more heartache. Just waiting for the blinds to decide.
Good.
And look at this. The snap call comes in from Kopp. Hasn't even had a chance to put his cards on the reader. That's how fast he made that call. Very curious to see what he shows up with here. And it is ace-jack, so Kopp will be the one in the lead here. Funkhouser at risk to be eliminated as our 4th place finisher. Once again, a reminder, $91,000 awaits our 4th place finisher. Are we going to see this event reduced to the final 3? Stacks are counted and verified.
Jack 9 of clubs again.
Funkhouser at risk for
Jack 9 of
$3.3
clubs
million.
this time on the flop.
How much is it?
3 million. 200多万。
I'll settle for Jack 9 of clubs and a deuce of hearts. Jack 9
6.9
clubs,
million in
deuce
the
of
middle,
hearts
and
flop.
Donnie, this could be the 3rd time these guys flip-flop stacks. Flop comes out, 3, 6, 5, all diamonds. Funkhouser needing running cards. Can't hit any diamonds anymore. A king or an 8. Non-diamond, of course, could immediately give him the lead. Does have a backdoor straight, so still some options. Turn is the 7 of diamonds, and that will do it.
Good game.
William Kopp
Good game.
Yeah, you too.
hits the flush.
Good game, man.
The 4 of diamonds could have still chopped it with a straight flush on board. But Funkhouser, not that fortunate. He will be our 4th place finisher, taking home $91,000. Oh man, what a roller coaster. He doubled up, he got short, he doubled up, he got short. And here on his 3rd attempt, He is sent to the rail by William Kopp. Down to 3. 127,000 guaranteed for the final 3, and of course, all eyes on that WSOP gold bracelet. Daniel Hachem now our short stack with 5.7 million. He's sitting on 28 big blinds though, so no stress for him just yet. But as we get more and more short-handed, I can only imagine that the bomb pots get more and more interesting as there's more and more to fight for.
You guys are all in, huh?
Yeah. Bomb pot, ace jack versus
Yeah.
3 out of 4 hands. You guys are all in.
Hachem, Queen Jack of Hearts.
Raise. Make it 400.
All right, 3 left. If Kopp busts Hachem, Luo will still be our chip leader, to give you an idea of how well he's been doing.
Cool. You put yours in for me, please. Thank you. That's up. Check.
King 8 deuce. Beautiful flop here for Luo. Hachem, seeing of course that he is only 2 cards away from a royal flush. Might as well see that turn card. 3 of clubs, however, gives Luo the check mark. Luo fires out. And that'll get it done. Donnie, if you're Hachem here, how do you work your way back in here? How do you get involved and give yourself a chance? Because it seems a little overwhelming right now, looking at those big towers on your left-hand side.
Yeah, it does, but I don't think I've seen anything bad from Hachem at all. I think he's played extremely solid, so just keep doing what you're doing. You know, eventually you got to kind of believe in your game, believe in your strategy and your approach to things, and just kind of let it come to you in a way. I know we've talked about how, or at least I've talked about how, you know, I would like to see someone go out and win the tournament. I'm mostly looking at Luo when I say that, as the big chip leader. But if you're Hachem, I mean, I still think you got some playability in your stack. You don't need to get too crazy overall. Maybe slightly turn up the aggression a little bit now that you've made it to 3-handed play, but it's going to be a little bit tricky because you do have those 2 towering stacks, as you mentioned, on your left. Kopp has certainly been willing to get in there and mix things up and be aggressive, as has Luo at times, you know. So it's not an easy spot where he is at the table, but we'll see how things go. I'd kind of just trust right now.
Please.
Two cards.
Yep.
Queen 5 of hearts on the button for Luo. Seeing opportunities everywhere right now. Hachem with Queen Jack offsuit in the small blind. No immediate pressure to move all in or get out of line, as the cool kids say. All these decisions are massive. And Hachem does pull the trigger here, moves all in. Kopp with the quick fold, and Luo with Queen 5 of hearts. Taking another peek here. Does let it go. And Hachem picks it up. Well done, sir. Well done.
What's up?
Keep nursing that stack.
Oh, sorry.
If you're with us in the chat, please smash that like button. Let's get us up to 1,000 likes. We're closing in on it.
is 400,000.
Hachem continues raising, makes it 400K. Now, of course, a string of small pots would give him a lot more breathing room. In position, of course, you always want to get involved.
That's it. Check. Bet 500,000.
Luo comes along to see the flop, but folds when Hachem shows aggression. And I know this is only a few pots, but Hachem for sure going to feel strengthened by the fact that this is so far going quite all right here during three-handed play. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. It's been fun to call the action here in this new format. The action has been a little bit slow, but ultimately we got to keep in mind that we're playing for our bracelet here, ladies and gentlemen. And look at this, 1,000 likes within reach, 988.
Raise 400,000.
Kopp comes in with a raise this time. 8-5 of clubs. And this is the beauty of three-handed play. There's just so much going on. There's so much to, I guess, figure out between you and your opponents. It really takes a special kind of mentality and approach to master three-handed play. And of course, we also got to keep in mind that these players don't get to play three-handed tournaments all that often unless you are a big volume online grinder. It's not something you see all that often. Hachem finds King Jack off in the big blind, and because of Luo's aggression with the 5-4 of hearts, he's going to let it go, and Luo breaks this one in. Gotta love the aggression. Time for a bomb pot. We're switching back to pot limit Omaha.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Check.
If you're just tuning in, every 8 hands there's a bomb
Dad.
pot,
Dad,
meaning that
Joe, when you
players
done?
are all paying one big blind, and we're going to see 2 flops right away. Starting play from the flop. It's not 1 per orbit, it's 1 per 8 hands. This is an 8-handed tournament. 9, 3, 8, 2 clubs.
Check. Check.
Hachem, the only player with clubs here, has an open-ended straight flush draw, but sadly, the 6 of clubs eliminating that from his options.
600. That is 600.
Luo decides to fire 600,000. Hachem with top set and a flush draw. Absolutely fantastic hand for him. Question now is, how does Hachem want to play this? And he does announce a pot size raise. Kopp gets out of the way immediately, and now action back on Luo. King 9, 6-5. Pair of sixes on top. Pair of nines on the bottom. Tough spot. Not much to go on. And the stab he took doesn't end up working out. And Hachem keeps chipping up very, very nicely. Donnie, look at this. From 4.3 million to 7 million in the span of just a few hands. And all of this without showdown.
Oh, yeah.
Cruising. A little bit.
Absolutely cruising. It's funny how Luo has been trending or hovering in the 15 to 17 million chip mark ever since we got down to the final 6. Just doesn't seem to move a whole lot back and forth.
Wait 1 second, because we got a couple aces.
Oh, there it is. Ace, ace, 5, 3, 1 suit. Playing 8 hands of pot limit Omaha. 3-handed action has been fun so far. Those of you who stuck around have gotten a good deal.
Dad, Joe.
No action.
No action on the aces. Always sad.
Even in Omaha. Always sad.
Ace Jack 4 9 with the suit. 10 Deuce in the chat says Hachem has WSOP DNA. He's built for this moment. Well, so far you're not wrong.
No.
How much total?
6 million behind.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, can you scan your cards?
Oh, okay.
Ace 6 5 Deuce double suited for Luo, and he just makes the call for the big blind. This has some potential here. 7 6 9, 2 hearts roll off the deck. Donnie, perhaps not the most comfortable flop for Hachem.
No, I mean, especially with how Luo has been playing, like, he could be all over that, right? I mean, he's been in there with some more speculative, marginal holdings, but given that stack size of Hachem, given where the pot is, maybe it's just kind of time for him to want to go at this one with that top pair. Starts with a bet.
I do love the fact that Hachem is just continuing here. He's the only player during three-handed play who's been able to keep the pressure on.
Gets it done. Look
There,
at that.
Wow. And Hachem continues to chip up. Whatever he discussed on the rail a little while ago, they must have said the right things, because he is slowly but surely closing the gap between himself and the other two contenders here at this final table. Hachem up to 39 bigs, Kopp on 45. Luo still leading the way with 80.
Heads up.
They go get a table.
Check.
5-7-4 rainbow on the next flop, and call me crazy, but Hachem is absolutely running over this table, Donnie.
Yeah, right now it is the Daniel Hachem show, and at some point, you know, these other players are going to have to fight back. I mean, I'm not sure if I would say take a stand, because take a stand I think kind of implies that like it's your last stand. I have to, you know, I have to defend the fort at all costs type of thing. But I think you got to start punching back, right? You can't just like stay there. I mean, right now, and it could be right here. Wow, check raise.
Wow.
1.2 million.
Hachem bets 300K, and Luau 1.2 million. Fighting.
I mean, if this were a boxing match right now, it's Daniel Hachem who is advancing, and he's throwing the punches, and his opponents are kind of, you know, they're playing defense, they're on the ropes, they're not really, you know, at risk of getting knocked down, but still, it doesn't look good to the judges.
It's funny you say that, because
Luau gets that through. Well done by him.
People in the chat are saying Luau should be playing the way Hachem is playing, and this is the first sign Luau has given.
Yes.
As far as
Yeah,
willingness
maybe
to
maybe
compete, if
Nah,
you will.
maybe longer, if anything.
All right, hour's good.
Okay.
How long did it be? 60. Okay. Stop? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Luau he's had the big chip lead for the majority of this final table. I mean, it was a bit closer when we first started, but he should certainly be stepping on the gas.
That's all right.
Here, I'll buy you reds. Cheers.
Yeah, actually, that's good. Thanks. Too smart. You're all over it.
Raise 400K.
I'm just gonna take 20 seconds.
Okay.
Make sure.
Just trying to play out the clock, I think, here.
Understandably so here by Hachem. Not taking any breaks ourselves. We are going to use some time travel to cut this break out to keep you guys all entertained and watching. One of the advantages that we have of starting off with a longer delay. And Kopp wants to tangle here on the final hand before these players go on break, but we will not be going on break.
1 hour, yeah?
Jack, Jack 8 rolls off the deck, and Kopp folds to Luo's bet, and he'll take down this last hand before the little dinner break that the players went on. Quick reminder here that the World Series Poker is streaming on PokerGo. 300 plus hours of poker action available for you, the poker fan. Use promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off your annual plan. And then you're in the mix. You know, you can watch the main event and everything else that we have going on at the WSOP. So make sure to get right in there. And there it is. Flash forward 1 whole hour, and the cards are back in the air. Let's get some poker action going here.
Did you copy? Can somebody help with volume?
Blinds are now up.
Option. Raise 750 total.
Button's good.
Yeah. I can, but I need louder volume. If somebody can come help turn that up, that would be great. Yeah, 125.
Oh, yeah.
And then
25?
150.
150.
No, 125
Okay.
and 250. Perfect, thank you. Paul.
Jack 9, 8, 7. Very pretty looking double suited hand here for Kopp.
Option. Checks. Correct. Call from the button, small blind folded. Option checks.
King, Queen,
Heads up.
6.
What happened to that nice double?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Did I blink? Did I blink too many times? Did the 9, 8, 7, 6 double suited really end up in the muck?
Bet 300.
No, I don't think so. I actually think he has the hand Kopp, and then Luo folded, but his hand was still registering. So
Oh, got it.
I think.
That's also probably why we are not seeing the graphics right now.
Call from the button, fold from the small blind, big blind check. Then it went check, 300 call.
Trying to get these graphics caught up right now. Hear the dealer talking back to
We're at 125, 250.
the production staff, trying to sort out the issue.
It's okay.
That's live TV for you.
Check. Check.
Board is king, queen, 6, 3 on the turn. Check, check, 4 on the river.
Check. Check. Showdown, please.
And the 9876 did not produce a winner for Kopp, and Hachem again takes down a pot. Hachem now almost tied with Kopp. Very impressive from him.
Yeah.
By the way, we are playing 125K, 250K. Lines did go up.
Seven.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
He's 10, 5-4. Luo's gonna come in with a raise from the button.
800,000.
Two chances at a set for Mr. Hachem end up in the muck.
800. Heads up.
And that would have been a nice little set there on 6-3-7. Now it's a straight for Luo, and Hachem avoiding trouble.
Bet. 1.2 million.
Luo continues firing big right away, Donnie.
Yeah, right about 60% pot here. Kopp does have those backdoor nut hearts, the ace-8 of hearts in his hand. All right, he's going to come along. This could get dicey here on the turn. King of diamonds. No one's got diamonds in their hand. Would expect Luo to just pile in here. Oh, there it is.
3,075,000.
Quick fold from William Kopp. Luo turns to his rail, joins them in a round of applause, and pulls in the chips.
Is this hand 7 or 8?
This will be hand 8.
It's hand 85, actually. We're 85 hands into this final table. We have over 1,000 likes. We have over 5,000 people watching. It's a good night for some poker action, but if you want more, the 10K stud final table is going on right now on PokerGO.com. We have Ali Najad and Norman Chad running the show. Hachem slowing down a bit. Now out chipping Kopp as the rail is slowly starting to grow a little bit here.
Call option.
Kopp limps in here from the small. Luo finds nice little rundown here with one suit, Queen Jack 10-9. Would expect a raise here coming from him.
750.
There it is, 750.
We got about 7.5.
Thank you.
Kopp makes the call, so another juicy one between these two up for grabs.
Heads up.
Queen Jack 5, 2 hearts, and Luo is all over this one. Top two,
Wow.
flush draw, straight draw. I mean, it's everything.
Like, if you were writing like an advertisement script for Pot Limit Omaha, that would be the type of flop you would use as an example.
Bomb pot?
All right. This will be a bomb pot. Hold
Bomb pot. Bomb pot.
button. Get your button back there. Thank you.
有牌，全是坚果。等一下给你拍个照，不知道能不能挤上我的朋友圈了。你来的晚了一点，
All right.
你站在这里，站在这里，
Too low.
你站这里，
250
站这里。啊？
Ante, please.
Bomb pot, bomb
哦
pot.
，bump，OK。
All right, we're back to the bomb pot. That also means we're switching back to no limit hold'em.
你们拍个照。你这个是不是要 P 图？
Check.
9-8-3 and King 10-4. This is a no limit hold'em bomb pot.
Check.
Hachem looking nice here. He's got top pair on one board. He's got second pair on another board. I mean, that's kind of as good as it gets in hold'em.
And look at that.
Spread it out.
Gets a nice little pickup here.
good.
你要审核是吗？
Button's good.
Most
到时候
importantly,
我发的时候你没及时
the
发
gap
给我
between
的
him
话
and
我
Kopp
就
is growing.
取消你那张。
Very sort of quick and easy turnaround almost, Donnie, for Hachem.
Yeah. And Luau's
This'll be hold'em.
up over 20 million.
看些
So
你知道会有些什么的信息，就2个人。那就
125.
125.
Pocket eights for Luo in the small blind. Monster hand.
Big buy 25. Big buy 25.
250. 250.
Oh, 250. And how much total?
Me?
Yeah.
8 million maybe? 7.5 behind.
All in. All in.
And Luo just goes for the shove, Donnie. What a move this is.
Button good.
Okay, let's play a bit of hypotheticals here. What hand are you calling with if you're Kopp? Because of course we know. Oh, excuse me, not Kopp. If you're Hachem, because we know that Kopp now is the short stack, so Luo can apply more pressure with ICM in mind.
Jacks plus ace queen.
I mean, that's pretty narrow.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course it's narrow. I mean, it depends how much Daniel Hachem cares about money or not. Is he in the ICM is for poor people camp, or is he, you know, in the other camp? Luo with a limp here on the button. Kopp says, I'm all in. It's going to get it done.
Seeing some more
我想加注了
some more over-the-top aggression, as I like to call it.
那还算是省了。我去，这个运气都有。不可能，不可能，不可能。我居然犯错了，结果还省钱了。对，我要专注点，我要专注点，现在。
These three, of course, playing for that top prize of $270,000. I do get the sense that the bracelet means a lot to these guys. Just imagine being Daniel Hachem, Donnie, and being able to follow in your father's footsteps and win the gold.
It would be an absolutely incredible feat and an incredible feeling for him.
Now, I think that will make major headlines in Australia. Because like Joe Hachem sparked the poker boom in Australia. And now Daniel Hachem with a chance to do what his father did basically 20 years ago at this point. Hachem making 750. Luo in the small blind after limping, now weighing his options with Jack 8. And look at this, Luo limp folds and Hachem chips up some more. Donnie, Hachem has doubled without showdown. Like, it's pretty impressive.
It's been a great showing in the last, what, half hour, 45 minutes, something like that for him. He's done very, very well.
Donnie, Tony in the chat says, Negreanu punting tournament after tournament, super sad. I mean, you as a
punting,
as a big-time Negreanu believer,
punting?
please give us some context. He's been getting absolutely wrecked.
What, you said Tony?
Tony.
Tony. Clearly, you have not watched the Daniel Negreanu vlogs. Punting?
Maybe
he's been screwed in like 4 tournaments.
Yep.
Okay, just absolutely ridiculous. The most recent one was the recent online event. when he flops top set of nines on, I think, a 9-6 deuce all club flop, guy just check raises with 7-8, no club, hits the non-club 10 on the turn, and just busts him. Like, I mean, that's brutal. Like, he had jacks versus nines, guy hit a 9. You know, I mean, it's like, what are you going to do? Loses some flips? Daniel is for sure not punting. He's made a bunch of deep runs. I think he has 6, maybe 7 cashes so far at the World Series of Poker. He's been knocking on the door. I think he got, 10th in the 10K Dealer's Choice. He had a 16th place finish in the $500 WSOP kickoff. I mean, he's making runs, right? And we're coming into a big week. I know he busted the 10K horse today, but 100K no limit starts tomorrow. He played extremely well, I thought, and you know, I think he thought as well. In the 50K high roller, ultimately fell short of the money, but still gave it a great effort. And then we got the 250K on the horizon. Of course, we have the 50K PPC. We got plenty of big buy and PLO stuff, and Daniel is extremely good at PLO. So, not punting. No way. Not punting.
My favorite Donnie Peters is the fired up kind. Setting the record straight here. Of course, Donnie, you're also invested, and it's not been an easy summer for you and your team. And let's take this moment here for you to give us an update on 25K Fantasy, because last year, of course...
Well, we had the 50K high roller winner last night, baby, Sergio Ido. Let's go.
Yeah, so are we closing?
Let's go.
Are we closing the gap a little bit?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, you know, getting off the schneid. Dario Aliotto hit the field bonus in this very event.
Yep.
He went out in, I believe it was 13th place. Dario Aliotto is now one of the chip leaders over in the 10K horse. We got Michael Rodriguez from Portugal doing work over in the mixed Omaha high-low. He's still in there. We got Steven Song over in the monster stack with a 7-figure stack. We're just hitting stride.
Look at this. A round of cheers here at the final table. That's something you don't see all too often. Hachem mid 3-bet, getting a round of cheers here from the other players. But
cheers. Okay.
Am I supposed to go to Steven Chibik's house?
You know cheers, I.
Yeah. I mean, this is a big week. 100K. That's right up Steven Chibik's alley.
管他.
250K coming up soon. Another one right up Steven Chibik's alley. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Lots of poker left to be played, but it's going to take a few more bracelet wins to get back in contention. The Dinkers already on 661 points. Absolutely wild stuff.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
I like how you're a believer, Donnie. Rob Mizrachi so far already 177 points. Mizrachi and Calvin Anderson, the two top performers at the WSOP so far this year when it comes to 25K fantasy points. Scott Seaver in 3rd, and then Adam Hendricks in 4th. The man who should be on your team, John Reardon, in 5th.
Yeah, we got kind of screwed at that one. What are you going to do? Somebody threw him out 3rd. I don't understand.
我说我奥马哈是弱项 ，PLO no good。
955 on the flop number 1, and flop number 2 brings out Ace Queen 4. Lots of clubs out here as we play another bomb pot. The beauty of this three-handed play is that we do get to see more bomb pots as the play has been quite a bit faster. And look at what Luo has here. He's got the nut flush draw on both boards. $475 is the bet from Luo. And Ace Jack 4 deuce from Hachem goes straight into the muck, and It doesn't look like Kopp is interested either, so he's going to let it go as well.
Button's good.
I mean, they designed the greatest structure in the history of the poker for the double board bomb pot tournament. I mean,
nobody wants to play.
I mean, this is incredible.
Break by 25.
Oh.
Pot.
1 million. 1 million is the raise.
Hachem limps the button here, 7-7-4-4. Kopp comes in with a pot size raised out of the small blind. That's going to get it done.
Button's good.
Raise. 600,000.
Kopp starts this one off with a raise. King 10, 9, 6 double suited. Hachem gives it up from the big blind.
Button's good.
Call.
Luo calls from the button.
Pot.
Kopp
Pot.
elects to pot it.
Yeah, 750. 875.
875. 875 is the raise.
875.
875.
Luo makes the call here. He's got the 10-7-5-3. Kopp with the Queen Jack 7. Both players with one suit. More than 2 million out there between Kopp and Luo. Ace, King 9.
Good fold.
Looks like a 500K bet and a quick fold there from Luo. Just quickly, I do want to mention our friends over at PLOmastermind.com. You guys can check out PLO Mastermind for free by going to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. They have a course that is called Mastering Double Board Bomb Pots. If that's not right up the alley for those watching this tournament, I don't really know what is.
Kopp limping in with King Queen 9-3, and Luo finds aces in the big blind. Surely he's going to kick it up a notch here.
Definitely.
By the way, if you're still with us, thank you so much. 10:30 in Las Vegas. Time for perhaps some late night snacks. Let us know what you're munching on. Let us know what you're drinking. Let us know where you're tuning in from. How's the weather? Please. It's always fun to hear what's going on the other side of the world.
Luo did kick it up to 750 and Kopp made the call. Not much there for Kopp on this 10-7 deuce rainbow flop. Luo's going to continue. Kopp gives it up and we're moving on.
Yeah, Luo playing a very solid game. Has chipped up to 20 million as of late.
Thanks, bro.
Fox on the rock
Take care.
says,
Thanks for coming.
drinking an Americano, the cocktail, not the coffee. Now, I've never heard of that before. Please explain.
What is it?
An Americano, but it's a cocktail. I wonder if it involves coffee still.
Might be.
Donnie, what's your favorite cocktail?
Don't know. I don't drink anymore.
Like you don't drink, like never again?
I haven't had alcohol in like 3 years.
Wow. What about my wedding?
Sober Donnie.
Wow. Oh, by the way, people from North Dakota will know this. I'm getting married in September in North Dakota. That's where my fiance's family is from, and they have a traditional drink there, which is called red eye. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
It's like some mix of whiskey and Everclear and and a bunch of stuff. Actually tastes really good. I've tried it before. But yeah, shots will be passed out at the wedding. Let me know in the chat if you ever heard of red eye. King 8, 7 deuce. Rainbow hand for Hachem. Luo with the ace jack 4 deuce in a slightly better position here. King 6-6. Hachem flops a king. Third heart comes in, neither player with a heart. This one gets checked down to the river. Hachem with trips. It's got the winner here.
Ace to jack. Oh, king. Good.
Hachem showing the winner. Takes it down. But yeah, back to the red eye.
Okay.
Also known as wedding whiskey. Apparently the immigrants from Russia via Germany introduced it to the Dakotas. You learn something every day. And sometimes you learn about drinking during a poker stream. I'm even finding some recipes on the the North Dakota State University website, Donnie. 2 cups of sugar, 8 cups of boiled water, 1 big bottle of Everclear. Melt sugar in heavy pan until caramel color. Stir constantly. Slowly add hot water. Divide and mix 1/3 booze to 2/3 caramel water. There you go. The more you know. Okay.
这个 hold 是吗？你要说 hold， 它什么位置切？哦，button。然后那把3厘那把，拿4-5速3厘那把，你记得吧？它是8-5速，它完全没设计法。然后这只是看到目前为止。现在这个比较延迟。然后那把
King 4-3 on this one. Hashem's diamonds give him some nice prospects.
哦，那我 open 的还真推不出来。推不出来，但应该会 call。他10几个 BB， 我是想 open 大一点，可能他盖。他因为要进一个差挺多的，他们会算这些东西。但他爸是主赛冠军，哇，缺啊。
Johnny, they think I'm trying to talk you into drinking, and people are thinking that you're a recovering alcoholic.
Not a recovering alcoholic, okay? No.
Donnie and I have had our share of adventures in the past, and I will say that I didn't drink for seven months, probably. Yeah, 7 months leading up to my race that I had on June 1st. Then I had 2 beers after my race, and now we're back to the Coke Zeros. Don't need alcohol anymore to have fun. It's pretty nice.
你优秀的点就在于很简洁的告诉
1.25 million in the middle. Saw 250k of pop go into the pot on the flop. Check on the turn. Here we are on the river. Hachem finds jacks on both turn and river.
700,000.
Kopp gives it up, and Hachem chips up to 8.1 million.
其实还是要的，只是填号的我不听。
The atmosphere of this final table is so laid back that Luo is just casually chatting with his friend on the rail while he's playing for a World Series poker bracelet. Nine and 7-5. Still playing PLO again. A nice one here for Mr. Hachem.
Heads up.
Heads up action. 10-10-8, 2 clubs. Hachem, pair, straight draws. Luo, nut flush draw. Interesting potential here.
Heads up.
Flush comes in for Luo on the turn.
Heads up.
Action goes check, check again. Surely Luo is going to go for a little bit of value here despite the board being double paired. 375 is the bet from Luo. Hachem left with trips, makes the call, and the flush is going to be the winner here. Hachem with a little dent to his stack here for the first time since we got the three-handed play.
小破小补，大破就大补是吧？那个录音听得见的，清清楚楚。田浩，如果再看直播，可能会替我了刚才我说的话，故意这样说的。
Small bigger.
OK。
Last hand of pot limit Omaha, which means we're about to do our next bomb pot. Once every 8 hands, there's a bomb pot. This is a new tournament at the World Series of Poker. Donnie and I have already suggested some changes for next year. Perhaps a bomb pot every hand, or perhaps a larger investment into each bomb pot to make them more significant. Right now, they seemingly seem to go by like, you know, they almost don't really matter anymore, Donnie. Players are players are able to get away from it so easily.
Yeah.
3 players. Check. Bet 400,000. Heads up.
我现在天天健身，你们两个我一次没见过。就特地。
Pot.
Wow, 1.8 million in the middle. And Hachem announces pot here, while Kopp has a real hand. Summarizing this, Kopp called 250K. Luo called as well. Hachem checked. Luo checked the flop. Hachem bet 400. Kopp called. Now Hachem on the turn bets 1.8 million, and Kopp lets it go. Well done, Mr. Hachem.
Aggression pays. Hachem now up over 8 million once again.
Golden bomb pot. New dealer coming in.
Bomb pot? Bomb pot? Bomb pot?
Let's do it. Let's see it.
All right, 250. 250.
Bump up, bump up.
That's right. Bomb pot, bomb pot.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Golden bomb pot.
Eight, 5, 3, all spades. King, Jack, 10 with a couple of clubs. Hachem first to act.
$700.
Bet 700.
Comes out firing, and he's going to take it down.
Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett, one of our trusted moderators in the chat, gifting 2 PokerGo YouTube memberships.
Jimmy!
Let's go.
Button's right, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Shadow.
Okay.
How much?
Round of
Million.
straddles?
Ollie.
Round of straddles. I am in.
Round of
Yes.
straddles,
I
round
am
of straddles.
in.
Donnie, are the players starting to realize that something needs to change here?
Yeah, but they have control over that. I mean, it's just, here's the thing. If you're in Luo's shoes, you have a big chip lead, right? You've kind of controlled the table for the most part, right? I mean,
Right.
you haven't been overly aggressive, but you've still very much been in control. Wouldn't you want to go out there and win the bracelet versus the longer you just kind of wait, the stacks just get shallower because the structure gets deeper, and then it's just more luck involved. So why wouldn't you just want to go out there and just put the pressure on, put the pressure on, put the pressure on nonstop? You can afford some missteps with your chip stack. You can afford a couple hits here or there, and then maybe you reevaluate should that happen. But I don't think you should want to get to the point where it just ends up kind of being a crapshoot. Everyone's just getting their money in because that's what the stacks dictate. It's less skillful that way. You have the advantage right now where you can really put the pressure on your opponent. So, again, go get that bracelet.
Luo raises it to 625, and Hachem, with the small pocket pair, comes over the top.
How much total?
7 behind.
Stacks still plenty deep.
I mean, for example, right here. I mean, let's just speak hypothetically. What if he just rips this in?
Right.
What's Hachem going to do?
Yeah,
I mean, I know he has 2 4s here, but it's still going to it's going to take a lot of hand for Hachem to call this off.
Is he calling all in with 9s?
I mean, he might. But then again, I mean, that's really hard. I can't speak to Hachem. I mean, it's hard there. You know, you have double the chip stacks of Billy Kopp. You are staring a pretty big pay jump in the face. Luo is going to give it up. These final 3 players are guaranteed $128,000. The next spot, $180,500. So just about $52,000 is the pay jump right here. Of course, up top, $270,800 in the coveted WSOP gold bracelet.
Kopp with some trickery here, but Luo doesn't fall for it and actually outflops him here on 7-4-5.
So you got to bet 250.
Oh, sorry.
Kopp's ace queen of hearts still has some backdoor potential. Of course, still could also be good against some random stabs that Lu might have. King of spades on the turn.
Probably a card that slows Luo down here. All right, he does check behind. River 8 of hearts.
Now, of course, if Kopp wants to fire, what is he really representing here? Oh, well, I guess a 500K bet is quickly going to get it done.
Yeah, look at that.
Ace 10 here for Kopp.
Yeah, nice hand for him.
500. Great.
He's working on sub 20 big blinds, so like picking up an ace-10. Luo's got an ace-5 suited. Okay, here we go. Look at that chip count up top for Hachem.
Wow.
Just a nice, even 10 million.
Cash out right now.
Luo, I think, should be 3-betting here. I would guess Kopp's going to ultimately go with it. I mean, depending on what Hachem does, but there is the 3-bet.
4 million?
Hachem gets out of the way. Kopp with ace-10. Staring at 18 bigs. Moves all in. It's got a quick count here.
$2.7 and 25.
No.
No.
4 point. Okay. 4.7 and 25. Sorry about that. 4.7, 25.
Luo did 3-bet to 1.4 million. The shove is just over 4.7.
Kopp all in for 18 big blinds. Ace-5 of diamonds, Donnie. Are we rolling the dice here?
I leaned fold because of the way that it played out. I mean, like, he has to specifically have, like, king, queen, king, jack a lot. And, I mean, he might, yes, that's certainly in there. But there's a lot of pairs in there that are above the 5. There's obviously a lot of better aces.
Buttons.
That's almost why I don't think I would have hated if Lou just ripped it. I mean, then you're just making sure that Daniel Hachem just has to have a good hand. And then, listen, if Kopp calls, he calls, right? But like, that's the type of stuff, you know, that I think we were seeing, like, from Timur Margolin the other day. You know, he was just like all in. Like, you got it, you call me. I mean, like, you know, what are you going to do?
Right.
Same thing we saw when Nick Schulman won the 25K high roller. Same sort of thing. Big chip leader. I'm all in. Call me if you got it. I mean, and even if you do, I can still get lucky. So
that's what I was going to say. Like, even if you run into kings with ace-5 of diamonds, you still got plenty of hope.
Yeah, of course. Still got 30%. No big deal.
1.25 million up for grabs here as Luo puts 625 in the middle. He's the one with ace-10 this time.
Yep. Thanks, Joe.
Three, four deuce, 2 clubs. Luo with both wheel draw, high cards, backdoor clubs.
Check.
And there comes the wheel. Luo makes a straight. Kopp now, no percentages to win this one.
Check, check again. Double check here. Okay, Kopp doesn't fall for it. It's good discipline by him.
Luo, of course, has to go for value here. Let's see how much he comes with.
Bet 450.
Quick fold. Nothing there for Kopp.
All right, night has fallen on Las Vegas. It's almost 11 p.m. Quick reminder that on PokerGO.com/winmasters, you can enter our free social media giveaway for a chance to win a seat into the 2024 Poker Masters, presented to you by OctopiPoker.ai. Head on over to PokerGO.com/winmasters to enter right now, and we might see you at the 2024 Poker Masters. Looks pretty Las Vegas Strip at night, Donnie. Never gets boring.
No, definitely not. Where'd everyone go? There was no one on the rail in that shot.
Calls. Big blind option.
Seeing our fair share of limping, Donnie. Kind of surprised given how deep we still are.
Ten, 9, 3. Pair of nines for Luo.
Check.
Check, check. 6 on the turn. Kopp connects as well. An inferior pair. See if Luo wants to start betting now. He did check back on the flop, so probably want to start putting some money in here, get some value from your pair of nines. Comes with 350. Kopp makes the call. Five on the river.
Check.
I think we can see Luo go for some more value here. That's exactly what we're going to get.
675.
About 40% pot here from Luo.
Calls.
Kopp's going to pay him off. See the bad news.
Wow.
Pair of nines.
Luo's pair of nines best
这个
here.
这个可以估计上
And he chips up again.
你等一下，我给你拍个照啊。
Are you allowed to clap for yourself like that? Is that allowed?
I don't know, Donnie. But there should be some sort of, I don't know, rule about celebrating, perhaps? No, I'm kidding. I love celebrating. Clap for yourself all you want. High five, fist pump, cartwheels. Love to see it.
Oh.
Luo just gives it up.
你们合照一个啊，合照一个，不然不是我来什么，我这是占第7格的朋友圈，知道吗？来的晚了就没有了，我跟你说。就刚才你，等下你拍的不好看，想删图就要给红包我。
I have 3.5, 3 I have like 4
Well,
after
mine?
the 250.
Nice. 我的朋友圈很珍贵的，我以前是1年才发几个朋友圈，最多都是跟得罪有关系。那没办法啊，天天 FT 怎么办？
Hold on. It's a double down.
又装到了，
Double
怎
down？
么办？
Indeed.
人生的乐趣就在装逼，千万别低调。
On.
Players all in.
哎，no good， 哎，我都不想看这张了，已经。
King
OK，
do shove here from Kopp for
First
18 bigs.
Oh my
Chop!
chop，输你
Offsuit.
bluff
Bottom's good.
A2推我，我第一张就 A， 我都不想看第二张。
All right, you guys are doing a bomb pot.
Poker deals, I call you.
Of course.
Of
A few
course.
more shoves potentially incoming now that Kopp is in that 20 big blind range.
Yeah, Poker deals, call.
Bomb pot.
Bomb
Yeah,
pot.
can you push that one out?
Ace deals, king deals.
Donnie, it doesn't even seem like
This is, the blinds
the
went up
players
to
are
53
excited about the
during
bomb
last
pots.
hand, so
It's more like
300 for the bomb pot. It's
like a
300.
like a disruption of the
Yeah.
piece
Oh,
here for a
buy some, buy
second.
some.
Yeah, it went up a minute and a half.
Okay, good.
153. 300 Andy for this bomb pot.
Ace 5 7 on this flop. Second flop showing 4 6 7 rainbow. Again, one hand could connect with both of these boards pretty easily. Luo, Queen 4 deuce deuce.
Check.
Nine eight 6 3 here. The best combo that we can find.
And check. Check.
Good turn card for Hachem. With that 8, gives him a straight. Still got a pair of 6s on the other board. Luo's got that other board, at least right now, with queens and 4s. Also got that flush draw working.
How would you know?
Kopp's got a
9.
whole bunch of nothing, really.
Pot is 900.
Wow, look at this.
Okay, hey, listen, we wanted people to be aggressive
Yep.
in these bomb pots, so go get it, sir.
Luo betting 900K. Hachem now with a real decision to make. The straight that he made on the bottom board does include 3 hearts on table.
Yeah, it makes it much harder to play, especially in Omaha, where there's a bit more combinations that could come into play for the flush to have you beat. And Hashem's going to give it up. So is Kopp. So, hey, look, aggression. Let's go. Clap it up, sir.
Good job.
That's right. Again,
Thank you, my
giving
friend.
himself a round of applause.
帮破是的很高难度的东西，真的，帮破真的是，这是精髓，真的是精髓。
150, 300. First hand of PLO.
First hand of PLO, 150, 300. Okay.
Just where you thought you'd be
150.
3 days ago.
150.
Fold.
Be careful
Oh yeah, I know. Really be careful.
with your chips.
Raise to 9.
All right. Hashem's getting in there with the raise after Luo limped from the small blind. Luo with 6-4 deuce deuce. Hashem's got ace king jack 3. And Hashem has Luo's diamonds covered as well. These are the types of hands that, you know, we've seen Luo be willing to play. Well, he's going to give this one up, though, it looks like.
Okay.
There's the fold.
Very close, very
Button's good.
close.
Button's good.
Very close, he says.
Can you mini raise? No pot, mini raise.
Mini,
A snack call.
mini raise.
The
is
mini
seven.
raise.
Yeah.
Shout out Phil
Oh,
Ivey.
next
Yeah,
time
what
I'm
is
mini
this,
raise.
Phil Ivey?
Okay.
Love it.
Okay, next time,
I'm okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Queen, queen, 9-6 with a suit for Luo.
You want a drink?
Nope, thanks.
Is that a mill?
It is 1 million. Raise to 1 million.
Hashem looks like he's got a decision here. We don't know his holding just yet, but he is thinking this one over.
Pot.
Pot is 3.3 million.
And there it is. King, king,
Raise
10,
3
8.
million.
You got kings and queens facing off against each other. Now, Donnie, are queens strong enough to really pull the trigger here here? Because
No.
we generally say that aces
the
are
turn, wow.
the hand to have whenever you're 3-betting.
I mean, I don't think so with the queen, queen, 9-6. And this is also why I think, you know, at times you see players limp in with a hand like this just because you don't want to get 3-bet, you know? I mean, I'm certainly not a PLO expert. I'll be the first to tell you that. But to me, this one seems like one that's just got to hit the muck. It's just not good enough, you know. I mean, kings enough is hard to play, you know, and then queens is, you know, there's a lot of combos of kings and aces that are better. And he does give it up. Well done by Luo. A little discipline there. You like to see it. Good pickup on the other end from Daniel Hachem.
Hachem during 3-handed play has been by far the most impressive player in my eyes.
Three?
Yeah, 154. 51.
Luo currently working with almost 60 big blinds in his stack, 54% of the chips in play. Hachem on about 36 big blinds, or 33% of the chips in play, and then rounding out the trio is William Kopp with 14 big blinds, 13% of the chips in play. Hachem limps the button, Jack 8-6-5. Kopp calls from the small blind, Jack 10-4-3, and those queens find their way into Luo's holding once again. Queen, queen, 9 deuce for him.
Check.
Huh. 3-way PLO hand with some really interesting hands here.
Yeah, this one could be fun. 1.2 million out there.
King 8-6 on the flop here. Backdoor flush draws for both Kopp and Hachem. Nobody with a king here, but 6-8 gives Hachem 2 pair.
Play checks around, 3 of hearts on the turn. Those 8s and 6s for Hachem. Looking best right now. Kopp comes out firing 400,000. Luo's out of the way.
Hearts would, of course, be the gin card for some fun action. Pretty straightforward decision here for Hachem coming along to see the river card. And it is the 5 of diamonds, and Hachem gets the check mark.
Might be a spot where Kopp leverages having that 4 in his hand as a blocker. He comes out with $1 million, so here we go.
Wow. This is not an easy decision for Hachem by any means.
How much is in it?
This is 2 million.
Can he click the call button? No, he cannot.
Wow, well done by Kopp. Picks up a crucial pot, especially given his stack size. Things have not been going his way as of late. Well done, sir. Well done. Still, however, Hachem has Kopp more than 2-1, and Luo still in the lead.
Pot.
1,050,000.
All right, action still hot and heavy here. Quick reminder to take your game to the next level. Go to shop.pokergo.com and get all your poker merch here. High stakes poker, no gamble, no future, and a whole bunch more available in our shop. And we also have this stuff available in our shop that's actually at the World Series of Poker. So come check us out at the Horseshoe, at the Paris, and then you'll be able to look cool at the poker table. Ace, King, 10-10 with diamonds here for Luo. Fantastic holding for him.
Raise 1,025,000.
Nope.
All right, you're going to your 6th hand of PLO 153.
Thank you.
See you guys soon. You're
Thanks.
welcome.
No action for Luo.
We're on PLO. Thank you.
Still on PLO, 150K, 300K. Kopp limps in, ace 8-6-5.
Option check.
Sir.
What's up? Bet 300.
King, queen, deuce. 300K is the bet from Kopp. Luo, meanwhile, flopping top 2 pair.
1.8 million.
Luo seemingly just completely chilling. No stress, no concern, and trending slowly but surely towards heads-up play. Reminder here on the payouts of today's event. Let me pull them up real quick here. $127,000 for third, $180 for second, and $270K for first. So big pay jumps on the line here at this final table. 8-8-7-6, the holding here for Kopp.
Option check. Three players.
9-7-10 rolls off the deck. Kopp 96% here, unless Luo holds some kind of monster, since we have not seen his cards yet.
Bet 600,000.
A bet of 600K from Kopp is going to get it done, and he slowly climbs back up. At this point, I might as well predict them all three being tied in about an hour. That's sort of what it feels like. That's the vibe. But Donnie, it's so easy to forget that they're playing for a bracelet. I know we're not getting the rush of all-ins or the crazy bluffs that we'd all, of course, love to see. But for these guys, this is like the pinnacle of their poker career.
Yeah, of course. I mean, making a World Series of Poker final table is up there for anyone, right? William Kopp's been there before. He's won a bracelet. He's tasted that victory. The other two have not just yet, so. Plus it comes with 270K. I mean, it's a boatload of money, so.
It really is. It really
also,
is.
probably, you know, there's probably a little bit more to this event specifically. You win the first of its kind.
Right.
You know, like last year, you had the $1,500 Badugi, first of its kind. Michael Rodriguez won it. Like, you're always going to be the first winner of that event. So it would be cool to be the first winner of the double board bomb pot tournament.
You also mean the last winner?
Why? Because they're never going to have it again? What are you talking about?
I mean,
no way.
They have to make some changes.
Well, yeah. I mean, probably make some changes. You know, maybe adjust the structure a little bit so the play goes a little bit faster. I mean, the only reason that we say that is because for a $1,500 buy-in,
right,
they are very, very deep right now.
Well, we got some big action developing here. 8-5-7, 2 spades. Luo, 3 spades, king high. Kopp, 2 spades, 10 high. Kopp, however, also has the 8-9-10 jack to go along with his spades. Kopp, that's 2.25 million. Absolute monster clash here. Luo raised pot before the flop to 1,050,000, and Kopp made the call from the big blind.
Man, How does Luo get away from this?
The pair and a flush draw. Absolutely massive. Kopp leaning into him. Wow. Luo folds the king high flush draw
that.
and the pair.
Look at that.
Kopp, no showdown. Chips up nicely. Well done, sir. Well done.
Very disciplined fold there from Luo. Well done by him. I think in the blue there, that's Sean Troha on the rail of William Kopp. Troha won his 3rd gold bracelet earlier this summer. Took down the, I believe it was the 10K PLO 8.
Maniac.
Maniac?
Yeah. Troha gets it done. 3rd bracelet. Sort of like that new era style player that does it in the big fields. Very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Kopp has really closed that gap now with him and Hachem in the last few hands.
Ace 10 deuce. Rainbow flop.
300. Call.
Some people in the chat saying that, of course, they wouldn't care if their final table was boring if they were playing for a bracelet. And I 100% agree. It is about the grind. It is about taking it down. But at the end of the day, Donnie, myself, and everybody at home is watching poker for the entertainment, so we're just trying to put our own spin on it. 1.5 million in the middle here. Kopp called 150 before the flop. Luo checked. Kopp 300K, and then Luo made the call.
How much call? 1.5. 1.5? That's right.
Sounds like Luo's going to come with it here. Got that wheel.
Bet 1.25.
Just under a pot-sized bet, 1,250,000 from Luo. See if Kopp can figure this one out. Kopp does give it up. Some chips go back over to Luo.
来晚了，朋友圈没位置了。
Once again, as a reminder for anyone out there who might be interested in learning double board bomb pot strategy as it pertains to PLO, I would encourage you to check out our friends over at PLOmastermind.com. They got a course on double board bomb pots. PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. You guys can get in there and try out the stuff for free.
OK， 有位置，因为刚才他也是他们组合就行。
I think we're getting a bomb pot right here, and it should be no limit hold'em. Cadillac, baby. We got a king 9-3 and we got a 6-5 deuce. Luo's got ace 10 of clubs. He's first to act. He checks. Hashem's got 10-6 of diamonds.
Check.
He checks. Kopp's got 10 deuce. Kopp says no checking here. 300K from him. Luo's out of the way. Should see Hachem stick around here to some degree. Whether that's a call or a raise, to be determined.
我操，我都没有看 money jump 了，我看一下，猥琐发育。
1.25.
There is the raise from Hachem.
妈的，白衣服那个要干他才行。
Kopp's out of there, and Hachem takes that one. So a couple of pots went Kopp's way, but now a couple of pots go against him, and he's back below 6 million in chips. Hachem back approaching 10 million.
I'm okay for now, thank you.
How about yourself, sir?
You good to pick this up?
You okay? How about you?
Good. Thank you.
Raise.
600,000 on the button. King 5 off from Kopp. Ace 4 off from the chip leader in the small blind. Those 3-betting chips. There we go.
Raise. $2 million
even, says Luo. Hachem out of the way. Kopp quickly follows suit.
小池就声音小一点，
Round of
大池
applause
就
there.
这样啊。
I don't think I've ever seen a chip leader with a stack this steady, Donnie. He's literally been treading water ever since he got that big chip lead and bouncing between 16 and 18 million. On the one hand, it's impressive. On the other hand, it makes you think, is he missing out on spots because he's not using that chip lead to his advantage?
How much total?
Kopp again, limping in.
Well, thinking pretty long here.
I'm surprised he's thinking this long. I mean,
I think it means he's going to end up coming with a jam. Oh, there it is. There's the jam. Where's the clap? Yeah, there you go. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Just about 15 big blinds now for William Kopp, who is in search of his second gold bracelet. King 4 of clubs here for him. He's going to move all in. Oh, couple of 8s for Hachem. He calls. Here we go.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a big all-in. And Kopp at risk with King 4, looking for some help. Hachem on the brink of getting one step closer to following in the footsteps of his father. He, of course, winning a bracelet in 05. Hachem now a clean run of the way for having his own chance of going for the gold. All right, Kopp has been through a roller coaster. Now looking for some help with King 4 of clubs. All right, here it comes. Queen 5-4. A little bit of help for Kopp. A 4 would now do the trick as well, but still only 5 outs with 9.3 million in the middle. Absolutely massive turn card coming up, and it is the 7 of spades. Kopp down to his final few outs. He's got only 5 of them. A king or a 4, or we will be down to heads-up play. Is it going to be there for Kopp? No, it is not. It is a 10 of diamonds on the river, and William Kopp will be our third-place finisher. He takes home $127,000, and we will battle for the gold. By the way, quick reminder to watch the 2024 WSOP on PokerGO.com. Use promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off the first year of a new annual plan. We have a big schedule of events still to come, including, of course, the main event. Check it out on PokerGO.com/schedule if you want to know what you're about to get yourself into. And there it is. The stacks have been separated. A little cheers action with the waters before we get playing, and we're playing 150K, 300K with a 300K big blind ante. 18 million versus 14 million, and a large pay difference. $90,000 on the line, 180K for second and 270K for first. Donnie, let's hear some early predictions here.
I mean, these guys are deep, man. We could be here for a while.
14.3.
I'm going to be very curious to see what sort of games these two bring.
14, yeah.
You know, in the recent, let's say, hour to an hour and a half, Hachem has picked up the aggression a little bit. Not like too much, but like enough that it certainly has been noticeable and has certainly helped his chip stack. You know, for quite a time there, he built from, let's say, 3 or 4 million up to, you know, about 9 million without really having to go to showdown at all. So let's see if that continues into heads-up play. We've wanted Luo to be more aggressive than he has been. And now let's see what he has in store for heads-up play on his behalf. Because if Hachem continues to be aggressive and Luo continues to be not as aggressive as we would like, then that could bode well for Hachem, even though he does come into this heads-up play about 14, 15 big blinds behind his opponent. Still playing 150K, 300K. $900K, here's the bet after Luo checked. Hachem with that King Jack high. Luo is going to call. He's working with a double gutter here. 6 on the turn, pairs the board. Luo checks. Hachem checking back. More than 3.3 million out there. 5 on the river. That delivers Luo with the best hand. 2 pair, 6s and 5s for him. Luo checks. Let's see if Hachem wants to pounce, try and represent here. Or if he's just going to check behind, take that showdown value. He does check back.
All right, 6s and 5s with an 8.
准备鼓掌。这个是大词，要往上。
First blood to Luo.
Who continues to cheer for himself, and I think is absolutely hysterical. I respect it. I love it. Xixiang Luo and Daniel Hachem both going for their first World Series of Poker bracelet. Both players, excuse me, Luo already has 1 final table under his belt. Has been playing poker since 2013.
There is that bracelet right there.
Oh,
that's what they're playing for,
looking
baby.
good. Donnie, would you wear it if you wanted?
No.
Where would it go? Mantle?
Yeah.
Would you frame it?
I'd probably put it in like a case or something,
Case?
you know, like a nice case, something like that. I
Don't
mean,
see-
it's a trophy to me, you know.
Right. I don't see too many players at WSOP actually wearing their bracelets.
No. There was a player in this event wearing his bracelet last night.
Now I got to look at the chip counts and guess, I guess.
I mean, you'll never guess.
Oh, okay. Then it was someone who's not as well known, I guess. Was it Dong Chen?
It was Joseph Dulaney.
Oh, yeah, I would have never guessed that. Shout out to him, though, for winning. I was just very cold, Donnie. Then I stole 2 of your rice cake snacks, and now I'm fired up. I'm hot.
There you go.
Running hot. Or did someone maybe turn the air off? I don't know. Oh, we got a caller.
Is there a dance party? Is this gonna get us?
Is Luo
a strike on YouTube?
Is Luo the last remaining person with a ringtone on their phone? Your phone's on silent, right, all day long?
Yeah, pretty much all day long.
So, let me know, chat.
I mean, I leave it like if I'm home, you know, I'll leave it on because whatever. But it's funny because you know, back in the day, I mean, I don't know what it was like for you, but here for those of us in the States, like you know, you
could buy ringtones.
Yeah, you could buy ringtones, or you do the thing where like you play something on the radio, you hold your phone,
yes.
all this sort of stuff, you know, right? And now it's like. Everyone just wants their phone on silent. Like no one even wants the volume on. They should just start making phones without volume. You don't need it. Like what's the point?
Like you would like hold your phone by the radio and be like, "Return of the Mac."
Exactly.
Even with your voicemails, you would just have the music playing, and then you say, "Hey, can't come to the phone right now."
Totally. Should bring that back.
Was it what was the crazy frog? That was a huge thing growing up. The crazy frog ringtone. If I play it right now, I'll probably get copyrighted or whatever. But let us know in the chat. Do you still have a ringtone? I don't. My phone's been on silent for probably 10 years. Which also means I'm on my phone too much because I never miss a call.
Yeah.
Bad news. 7-3 versus 7-4.
People call people these still?
Yeah, I don't even pick up. You know what? You know who calls me the most? Like those appointment reminders for like a dentist or some sort of haircut that I have scheduled that I forgot about. Text reminders do save my life on a regular basis. I should get the standard Nokia ringtone back.
I like it.
Queen 5-3, 2 hearts. Hachem betting with his 3. Luo does have the inside straight draw.
Hachem with the Hachem? Isn't
Oh,
that the
wow,
hand
yeah.
Isn't that the hand his dad won with?
God, you're right, it is.
I don't know if it's the exact suits, but
Shout out Steve Daneman.
1.4 million.
When Steve Daneman broke out the notes, that was fantastic. Have fun. What was it again? Make friends. There's a bunch of things on that list.
tough spot here for Hachem to continue facing a check raise up to 1.4 million. There's Joe. That Jared Graham behind him. Got the Aussie crew coming out.
I mean, this is it for all the marbles. Heads up.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
He's in there.
Luo raising to 1.4 million. Hachem did not hesitate that long, Donnie. He made the call rather quickly. Does that mean we have a bit of a game plan here coming to the turn?
Well, I think that's not a bad card for him. It's pairs the board, you know, it's kind of less of a dynamic card. Also, you know, there's now 2 queens on board, so I guess less likely that your opponent has one. We'll see if Luo can find another bullet here and pull the trigger. He does not. He checks. It's got to make Hachem feel pretty decent overall.
Yeah, but how do you protect your hand now? You're just going to go to the river and then sort of, you know, figure it out?
I don't mind a bet here because you're still denying some equity against some draws. You know, there is some stuff out there. So, you know, if he's check raising with a hand like, I don't know, let's say 6-7 of hearts, for example, like you're really just going to give him a free river card. So
right.
I like coming with a bet here.
1.25.
And I mean, if he does happen to like have a queen and he decided to get tricky with a double check raise or something, I mean, you're going to know. So
The double check raise. Wow. Hadn't even considered it yet, but that's pretty wild.
no, I like this from Hachem. This is well done. And now if you're Luo, I mean, I can't imagine you're going to want to continue with a gut shot straight draw on a paired board like that. He does give it up. Well done
Wow. Very
by
well
Daniel
done.
Hachem.
Excellent stuff here from the Aussie. I mean, this guy's a gamer. When you call that raise on the flop and you have, you know, all the intentions and ideas about how to proceed on the turn, it just shows me that, you know, you have experience playing heads up, or at least you have a sense of what your opponent is capable of.
Yeah, no, for sure. Good card sense overall. I think we've certainly seen that from Daniel Hachem today. Oh, last hand, then we're going to get our first heads-up bomb pot.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
Heads up bomb pot. Interesting.
You first, yeah?
Yeah. I'm thinking.
No, sorry. Take your time. Take your time.
I think it's some.
King 3 off here for Luo. Makes it 800,000. Hachem not going to play the 7 deuce off.
It's a bomb pot.
Oh, bomb pot.
Oh, yeah.
Bomb pot.
Oh.
Bomb pot, bomb pot.
PLO bumper. Yes.
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
Now, my thoughts playing heads-up bomb pots would be aggression, 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 because it's so hard for your opponent to have anything on both boards.
Queen Jack 7 and 10-6-3.
Hachem in the lead according to the calculator.
Very similar hands too between the two. Checks through.
Boo. Good spot here to do a little double checking, as Hachem does indeed pick up the nut spade draw. Also hits a straight, excuse me, hits a straight on the top board here.
Yeah, and the pair of sevens on the other board is good enough, at least right now. So he's looking really good. This will probably get it done, I would guess. Oh no, set of fives for Luo, so that could get tricky for him. Yeah, he's going to come along. Set of fives, understandable.
Five of spades, in hindsight, the most action card we could have thought of. And now we go to the river. 10 of spades on one board and the queen of hearts on the other. Hachem with the scooper. The 7 plays on the bottom board, as you can see on the screen, and the straight plays on the top one. And
the queen of hearts might slow things down. Yeah, Hachem does check, and Luo might just take the showdown value here himself.
Very close.
He does decide to check. Smart move. Hachem is going to scoop this one.
He is.
And he's going to get closer and closer to taking that chip lead.
Very funny.
If you're still with us on the stream right now, please do us a favor. Hit that like button, subscribe to our channel. We love to do these broadcasts for you on our YouTube feed as well.
A little bit of a hand funeral there.
A little bit? That cost almost half a level.
Small biggest. First one to feel it.
We are back to pot limit Omaha.
下面起攻队他就裂了。哦，big blind，big blind。
8-7-5-4 with hearts for Hachem. Very nice and playable here during heads-up play. Hard to find a hand you don't like in heads-up PLO, but you got to be careful.
Luo connecting here with bottom set. Deuces.
Hachem with a lot of connectivity with the 9, but he is going to need running cards to make something happen here. Hachem bets 400K. Banking on some backdoors, but Luo is not going to let him see the turn that easily, and Hachem lets it go right away, and there's it is. A round of applause again for our player from China.
对他这种进攻型选手，我要多加他注，因为我就是最怕人家加我注的，我就当打自己了现在。
Sonny in the chat says, we need another Donnie rant. Well,
about what? What did I rant about last time?
Well, Negreanu and his play.
It's world class, baby.
Count Chokula says, great job, commentators. I like the stream. There you go. Appreciate it.
Could be a fun one here. 8-7-6. 2 pair for Hachem. Luo connects with that 6. Music playing once again. Enough care in the world, baby.
Bringing the beats and the vibes. Luo betting 300K. Hachem giving it some thought here. Makes the call with 2 pair. A heart would make things very interesting, and so would a middling card. 6-4 deuce for Luo connecting as well, and 7 of diamonds, perhaps one of those cards that can really shut down the action.
Yeah.
People just want to hear us rant, Donnie.
There ain't nothing to rant about.
No, we're just locked into the game here as the 6 of spades hits on the river. And that's good news for Hachem, because hitting that full house is going to give him that confidence he needs in order to go for value. The only issue being there's not much value to be had.
Hachem has 6s full of 8s here.
How much is in it?
Luo has trip 6s.
$1.4.
1.4 million.
Chunky bet here, almost full pot.
Wow.
1.4 million into 1.5. Gonna take some discipline here if Luo wants to get away with this one. Get away from this one, I should say.
Yeah, my initial thinking was with the straights and 7s beating Luo, calling down with a 6 is going to be rather difficult, but we're still playing heads up.
We are.
Would you have preferred to see a smaller size from Hachem here? Given how coordinated this board is?
No, I kind of like it. I think you can kind of push the envelope in terms of like trying to get the maximum amount of value. I mean, if Luo has a straight himself, if he's got a 7, you know, I think I really like it. I mean, those are the types of hands that you want to be calling you. Those are the types of hands you're targeting to call here. I mean, even a 6 as well, but a little bit less likely given the fact that you have one. So if I'm asking for chips from those hands, I would ask for almost as much as I think I could get. And Hachem feels that's close to pot, and I like it. Luo does give it up. Rightfully so. Well done by him. Well played by both players there.
Okay.
Badugi hand here for Hachem. Queen 9, 4, 3. Luo finds the ace king 4, 5. Quite a bit more appealing for him. Hachem just limping in, hoping to see a cheap one here. This hand might be done really quickly if Luo applies a lot of pressure. Hachem does let it go. People in the chat saying that this might be one of the longest heads-up matches. As we look on over to our main set, also not a big crowd here, as
No, I need a 10-minute break.
we have two players going head-to-head here. I see James Ops there on the left. Let's see who the other player is.
Okay.
I've not been keeping track of this tournament
I can,
myself.
Yeah. I just close it.
It's Paul Volpe. Okay. Volpe hiding beneath the hat. What an epic heads-up battle. James Ops versus Paul Volpe. What else can you want? Two legends of the game battling in the 10K Stud Championship. Please make sure to go check it out on PokerGO.com. Luo limping in with queens. 9, 8, 8, 7 for Hachem. Two very respectable hands when it comes to pot limit Omaha. 6, 10, 5, rainbow flop. Potential. Looming in the distance for both players. Hachem bets 300K. Luo is going to come along and make the call. Lots of interesting turn cards here that could blow this pot up. King of clubs on the turn, not one of them. This does, however, give Hachem flush draw. Luo's pair of queens still best, but Hachem with a ton of outs. He's got straight and flush draws now. Hachem checks and Luo checks behind. We're going to see a river card here. And it is the ace of hearts that is not going to do anything for Hachem. He now left to bluff at this, or else Luo can just simply check behind. Hachem weighing his options, and look at this. He is reaching for chips. He bets 1,050,000. His timing might be perfect, as the king on the turn and the queen and the ace on the river might give Luo pause with his 2 queens. And understandably so. I mean, this is pot limit Omaha here. We're not talking about no limit, where the chances of your opponent hitting one of those cards on the board is going to be a lot smaller. Well done by Daniel Hachem. Takes it down.
Okay.
So far, very impressed with Hashem's approach.
Hey, hello.
As we are still heads up here for the bracelet and a $90,000 pay difference. A little look at Las Vegas here. Reminder here to take your chance to play in our PGT Championship $1 million free roll. You want to know how? Go to pgt.com/dream for ways to win. Find out right now how you can get in the mix for a chance to win your seat into this $1 million free roll. Go do it right now while you watch.
14.7.
Oh, okay, okay.
We are past the midnight hour in Las Vegas. Action still deep. 60 big blinds versus 50 big blinds.
多少个 BB 1,400？
It's like Crown Casino in here.
It is.
You got James Obbs battling for a bracelet. You got Daniel Hachem battling for a bracelet. You got 35 Aussies out there.
And there's a giant Chinese crowd. Always well represented as well as Crown. Still playing PLO here as we return from the break. Playing 200K, 400K. Ace, King, Jack, 2 spades. Hachem with the flush draw. Made our way to the turn here, 1.2 million in the middle. Luo with the best chance here, having already flopped an ace.
$625.
Luo bets and gets it done.
小吃小股，小吃小股。
Feels like Luo's rail is growing with every orbit. King A3, 2 hearts.
Check.
Hachem flopping top pair. Way out in front here. Hachem locks it up here with a third king. He, of course, is not going to think that this is going to be a lock, but he might actually try and charge some draws here going to the river. Most notably, of course, flush draws.
850.
Hachem betting 850. Luo having whiffed on this one. Tosses it into the muck. Little update from around the room here at the World Series of Poker. We have event number 43 down to 31 players. That is the event that we are looking to stream tomorrow here on YouTube. Mr. Phil Hellmuth chipping up nicely among the bigger stacks, along with names such as Nathan Gamble, Sean Deeb, Donnie's favorite new player, Michael Rodriguez, all still in the mix. Alan Jeffrey Shulman still playing as well. That event is surely not going to reach a final table today. They must be closing in on the final level. But tomorrow, in the late afternoon, that should get down to a final table. 10K horse kicked off today. Already wrapped up. Max Coleman,
Raise to 1 million.
chip leader at the end of day one. Mike Leah back in the mix. He's in second. Other notables that have managed to accumulate well in the early goings include Daniel Strelitz, Brandon Check Harris, Jesse Lonis. I didn't even realize Lonis played the mixed games, but also
Half these guys don't. They're just out there blasting. It's the World Series, man. Chase bracelets. That's what you do.
that's amazing. And then the 2K No Limit today started with 1,500 players down to 235. Not seeing a ton of stars in that one, but Ryan Reese bagged up a nice stack at the end of day one. And then, of course, the monster stack. Still hard to say anything about that event because there's still just shy of 500 players left as they are already nearing the end of day two. Such a long grind. Romain Lewis, third in chips. Joao Simao, fifth. And Kristen Foxon also in the top 10. Meanwhile, Hachem made it $1 million to go in this hand. Luo called. Action went check on the flop. Luo flopping a flush. Hachem with 9-4, not drawing dead. Check again. Queen on the river. Check mark here for Luo with this flush. Very weak two pair from Hachem, but let's see if Luo can charge him a little bit. Luo pausing before sliding out a bet here with his flush. Here it comes. What, 1.5 million perhaps?
1.425.
Okay, I was close. 1.425 is the bet. Hachem, weak two pair. Giving it some thought here. Hachem really thinking about it, Donnie. The passive play on turn and river, oh, excuse me, flop and turn, potentially making him think this through, but ultimately he does decide to let it go.
对呀、牌秀出来就亏死了，相当于他提前不用看 TV 桌了。
Small pots, the name of the game. These players really in a very even match, Donnie. It's gonna take a lot for this to blow up.
Could it take a bomb?
Yeah, maybe a bomb is what they need. Maybe a bomb is what they need.
425.
$425, the bet from Luo. He's got the king. Hachem lets it go.
Okay, no limit hold'em bomb pot.
Bomb pot.
Bomba.
4.
4 and 4.
Okay.
Check.
We're back to Hold'em, back playing a bomb pot. 9-6 versus Jack 10. Luo flopping a pair of jacks on this top board on your screen. And Luo lets go of the pair of jacks. The palm pot's not delivering, sadly.
Here he is. He's here now, boys. About time.
4 4.
No.
Trying to hold the board here. Right there, you don't know more. Daniel's up there. Daniel's in. Both in right. Yep, both in right. Daniel's in right, Daniel's in right.
4 deuce for Hachem. He's going to raise it up. Luo calling, both players seeking out some low cards here.
Check.
Luo starts it off with a check.
I think I'm going cross-eyed, Donnie. I thought Hachem flopped the flush. Then
Close.
I rubbed in my eyes, and all of a sudden that club turned into a spade. Still has a pair and a flush draw, though.
$600.
Luo gives it up. Big cheer from the Aussie rail. Believe that is
Cheers.
Warwick Merzakinian in the black there.
Cheers.
Running back and forth between this and the stud final table, cheering for James Ops on the stud, cheering for Daniel Hachem here.
I mean, it's Aussie rules tonight.
Yeah, I think
Wait.
I think Billy the Croc is out there. Obviously, Joseph Hachem, Didier Guerin. It's the Kangaroo crew out in full force, baby. I'm sure Tim Duckworth,
Yeah, where's Tim?
he's probably out there somewhere. I mean, how could he not be? It's not every day the Aussies win a bracelet. I mean, they already won one this summer.
There's for sure a group chat right now where Joe Hachem is calling up all Aussies within a 3-hour drive of Las Vegas to make their way down to the Horseshoe. Drinks on Joe. Daniel Hachem fighting back here after Luo decides to try and see a cheap flop.
Wow, Luke gonna hit him with the limp re-raise here.
Excellent move. Gotta admire the bravery here. Making it $4 million to go with just the 7-3. Wow. Now, if you're Hachem, Donnie, how do you read into this? We have not seen Luo make this move. We have not seen him try and get tricky.
Yeah, tough spot here. I mean, Luo hasn't stepped out like this at all, so this, of course, I think looks very, very strong.
And there it is. Luo
Oh my.
is loving it. No bluffs being shown at this final table. Luo rakes it in and sort of regains that same sort of lead he had a while back. Donnie, what does it say about him that he just gets out of line like this with 7-3 offsuit and doesn't just wait for a hand with some actual potential?
I mean, maybe he's looking to ramp it up a little bit.
Yeah, but why with the 7-3? It seems so risky for no reason.
I mean, I don't think it's that risky. Not like he's putting his whole stack in on the line.
Right. Hearts for both players here. Hachem again with some potential trouble brewing as Luo has the better hearts.
Ace, ace, 4. Luo first to act.
Check.
$550,000 is the bet from Hachem. Luo, of course, has 2 pair, aces and 4s. Would not envision him going anywhere just yet. And there is the call. Pot swells up to $3.5 million. Ace of hearts on the turn. Full house for Luo now.
Check.
Look at Hachem wanting to fight for every pot here. Unfortunately for him, Luo here with the exact cards that he needs to continue with 3 aces showing.
There is the call. Again, full house for Luo. Hachem's going to be looking for a jack or a 6. Deuce is not it.
Check.
Is Hachem going to go for another bullet here? That's the question. He's shown pretty good timing throughout, kind of, when to continue betting, when to shut it down. Just some general good overall card sense, excuse me. Let's see if he can find more of that sense now and knuckle this one back, because if he doesn't, he's going to be losing some more chips. He's already put more than $2 million in his pot. There you go.
And Hachem does find the discipline to check behind there. And Luo again with the overhead clap. Joe Hachem has some thoughts on this, I'm sure. Luo up to 22 million now, more than 2 to 1.
How much you get?
About 11.
11. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Shout out to Ruben Salinas, a new member of the Rail here on our YouTube channel. We have a small little member community. I believe it's $2.99 a month to get custom emojis, get special shout outs. Shout outs, by the way, also to Brennan Arthur, one of our members in the chat still. Despite getting knocked down a few times, Donnie, Hachem still 26 bigs here, and he picks up top pair.
Yeah, good spot. Trying to get some of those chips back. Luo did raise this one in position pre-flop, so.
Nice spot here for Hachem to potentially get some value from a very eager Luo, hot off of winning a few hands. Luo betting 675. Haven't seen him barrel multiple streets too many times, but probably worth it for Hachem here to let Luo do the betting. Oh wow, instead Hachem cranks it up a notch, not wanting to see scary turn cards here with diamonds and straight draws potentially possible here. Donnie, how do you like this raise?
I think, you know, given this texture, it's fine to mix in some raises here. As you mentioned, you know, there's those two diamonds out there, of course. Those are kind of staring you right in the face. There's some different straight draw combinations. So, you know, Luo could also have a hand like, let's say King Queen, for example, like, you know, which is two overcards. You know, and there's a decent amount of equity in those hands as well. So, Hachem says no free ones here.
快钱圈了，关键是打他跟打自己还，就好像打自己一样，风格有点像。对，我感觉在打自己。4-4。
Hachem with a real premium here. Ace-9 offsuit.
Hachem lipping in on the button and Luo checking. He has the option in the big blind 10-10-6 here. Hachem still best. Check, check, jack on the turn. Check, check once again. 10 on the river, so that's going to give the check mark to Hachem as long as he doesn't fold. See if Luo wants to take a stab here. 400,000's the bet. Quick call.
我有个圈。
Well done by Hachem. He's going to take this one.
他有
Important pot here for Hachem.
我也觉得圈够了，当然 call 这么快我就知道输了。
Luo in high spirits.
对，不是
Gotta
自主
love
这是
that.
价值注
Ups or downs,
价
he's
值注
having a good
绝
time.
对是价值。他可以用一个比勾小的。
I wish we had some more Mandarin speakers in our
对啊，
chat
可以
because
啊，九嗨抓起来很帅的
this
呀。
man is very chatty.
九嗨真的是可以抓，我凭什么打出来？
Here's a look at PokerGo's newest plan. Become a PokerGo VIP now and get an annual subscription plus access to Run It Once training content with PokerU. Watch and learn like never before. Join or upgrade today at PokerGo.com. Learn from Kuhn, Galfont, Jungleman, and many, many more. Get on that. Work on your game. It's very important. $19.4 to $13.3 million. Still anyone's game.
Check.
Ace Jack 4 rainbow flop. Both players with just a 10.
Check. 400.
Luo tries to get away with one here, betting 400K. Look at this. Hachem, a non-believer, again, with very good instincts.
975,000.
Joe Hachem in the background, still the most curious onlooker in this entire building as his son plays for a World Series of Poker bracelet. This has to be one of the most special moments of his life as well. One of the Aussie fans running back and forth between tables, like Donnie said, also rooting for James Obst, who's heads up in the 10K stud. And there it is. Luo lets it go, and a nice quiet applause there from Joe on the rail. Nice little chip up there. For the people who are whining in the chat about English only, get a grip, seriously. This man is chatting to his rail, clearly having fun. And if Daniel Hachem is not bothered by it, why would you be bothered by it? Would it be different if he spoke French or German? I really don't understand people whining about that. All in good fun, all in good spirits. And so what if his rail was saying, oh, you should go all in more, or hey, I'm watching the stream and I saw this? Because guess what? Daniel Hachem has the same access to the live stream, has a big crowd as well. We saw him earlier talking to his dad and his friends on the rail. So don't act like him yelling to the rail is giving him some kind of advantage. Seriously. And you can also tell that they're just having fun. They're being cheerful, they're clapping. The only reason I said it'd be fun to know what they're saying is because they clearly are having so much fun. So probably a good bit of banter going on. Now, it's different if there's two players at the table speaking a foreign language, because that, of course, could be card sharing or some sort of tactical discussion. These people aren't in the tournament. They can't even see the cards. I'm ranting, Donnie. Finally, people got me on edge. Finally. Did you find more snacks?
No, I didn't find more snacks.
Damn.
Some of it, I don't know what they're doing. They should be ordering another round of food. I mean,
they should.
Stud's still going. This is still going. Crew's got to eat. Let's go.
Usually when we hit the midnight hour, that's when the pizza comes in.
That's what I mean. Like, what?
Where's Maury?
Who knows? What are you ranting about?
The people in the chat who keep saying English only whenever Luo is celebrating with his rail.
Whatever.
Luo raising to 1 million.
When's the next bomb pot?
They probably forgot. They probably skipped one at this point. Steven says, this is some Bush League commentary. Hit mute, buddy. Hachem lets it go. Luo picks it back up. Still, stacks running really close. Both these players fighting as hard as they can for that 90K pay jump. 270K up top for the winner. Donnie, I think Joe Hachem would probably tell his son, whatever you do, win the bracelet.
Yeah, of course.
That is all that matters. The 90K pay jump is not even that important. And of course, 90K, ton of money. Let's be real here. But for the Hachem legacy, for the father-son combo to both have a bracelet, that will be something I believe, according to you, has only ever been done before by Doyle and Todd.
Yeah. Well, the one that I was referencing is father wins the main event.
Right.
Son wins the bracelet.
So do we have more father-son combos winning bracelets?
I feel like there have to be more out there. This could be a fun bomb pot. Okay.
Oh, you show up and the bomb pot's
here
back?
We go.
Damn.
So we got Queen Jack 8 and Queen 6 5. So Hashem's got aces. Also nut diamonds.
800,
got
800 maximum.
open-ended straight draw. Or sorry, flopped a straight. My fault.
Oh, sorry. I won't bet 75.
Hashem was first and checked. Luo comes with full pot, 800,000. Hashem makes the call. Okay.
Huge hands. Huge hands in this bomb pot scenario.
4 and a deuce.
Hachem probably thinking, God, could those cards have been reversed, please? Wow. Luo bets pot 2.4 million. We can see the equities running really close here, Donnie, but how can Hachem possibly continue here?
2.4?
Like, he'll be risking quite a chunk, and then we still have to see 2 river cards. Luo, of course, with the nuts on the one board, wants to deny equity here.
3 more?
3 more and take back the ground.
Can you call here if you're Hashman just like flat?
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think yes. And I don't know, the whole double board bomb pot thing is really.
Wait, you haven't written the book yet on this?
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't taken the whole course yet. You know.
This is one of the better parts of the format, when you can apply maximum pressure because of the dynamics of the game. PLO in and of itself is already a tricky game where any non-nuts type hand gives you pause. But adding to that the fact that we have 2 boards running here and Hachem has to think through both scenarios here. His aces might be good on one of the boards, but what if they're good on the wrong board where your opponent has a ton of outs? Very difficult spot here. And he does let it go. Luo, again with a round of applause for himself. And Hachem makes a very tough decision here.
Yep, live to fight another day, though, for Daniel Hachem.
面子工程，帮炮必须拿下。
Hachem still steady though, 32 big blinds, no stress just yet.
面子工程，我还真的还没看。
All right, back to a regular old game of PLO. Limit pot here. Luo checked. Action goes check, check. Now we've arrived on the turn. Luo goes for a pot-sized bet here. Hachem, turning 2 pair, has a nice way to continue here. This match really a hard-fought battle, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, no one really wants to give an inch. But equally so, I mean, no one's willing to take an inch, which, again, is it's just interesting because it's almost just like they're both trying to take the most passive route to a bracelet, which is kind of counterintuitive with how we've been taught to play poker and, you know, utilize aggression and all that sort of stuff. Another king here on the river, so full house for Daniel Hachem.
This could be massive for Hachem as Luo is putting together a really, really sizable bet. And there it comes. More than 2 million. And Hachem calls it off instantly. Doesn't want to raise, just in case. And the small ball poker continues as Hachem, for the very first time in this heads-up battle, takes the chip lead. And I guess for the first time at this final table, takes the chip lead, because it's been the Luo show the entire night.
It really has been.
Slight chip lead, stacks as close as they've been during this battle. Final information bit here. Donica OD and Owen OD, the father-son combo with the bracelet, and so do Todd and Doyle. And there's a mother-son combo as well. Farzad Bonyadi and his mom both have World Series of Poker bracelets. So Daniel Hachem looking to become the 4th family combo bracelet winner. Luo back in the lead, so Hachem had the lead for exactly one hand.
Is that all?
Well, this race is closer than it's ever been. Hachem limps in. Luo finds kings. He's going to kick it up a notch. And look at this, double suited aces for Luo. Comes in for the raise, hoping to get some action. 1.1 million. Oh, wow. Ace,
Here we
king,
go.
queen, jack. Two massive hands. We've seen Hachem, not going for the big swings. However, this is a type of hand where you really want to start building a pot here. But still, I can make the case for,
Pot. Oh, excuse me.
wow, pot size raise.
3.3 million.
3.3 million. This is the biggest pot of the heads-up stage so far. If Luo with aces continues here, dusting off the glasses.
Okay.
Oh man, these guys have become fast friends here. Now, Donnie, if Luo comes back over the top, that has to scream aces. If he does. But if you're Hachem, it doesn't get much better than this either.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if he does come back over the top, and I would expect him to.
I mean, look at this. This is.
I almost think that I expect Hachem to fold, given some kind of similar spots we've seen him get in. With these big Broadway, but without a pair holdings that he has.
How much behind?
11, 12.
11.
12.
I mean, the way Luo is getting his chips ready as if he's about to go to war, surely must also look intimidating. Could you make the case for Luo to flat here on the button? Or is it simply too risky because most of your equity is in getting it in before the flop?
Yeah, I mean, I lean that
Whoa.
you just get it in because I don't want to get outplayed. A scary board to come out, I'm forced to fold. Something like that. It can get tricky.
$9.9 million is the 4-bet. Disaster for Hachem. We can see here he still has 31%, but Hachem has been playing a small ball approach. Probably feels confident in his abilities to grind down Luo and simply doesn't want to get into a massive race.
Yeah, no, of course. And I mean, even I know we can see that he has 31%, as you mentioned, but that seems like it's on the lower side. Right, when the equities generally run close and it's like 60-40s everywhere. I mean, this is a little bit of a wider gap than you normally see, so very tough spot here for Hachem.
The brutal part has to be that you're supposed to 3-bet this a lot of the time. Calling here.
I have nothing left. Empty. Cheers.
What I was trying to say is, if you're taking a small ball approach, should you even be 3-betting?
I mean, sure. I mean, that's a really, really good hand. Ace, king, queen, jack with one suit. Wow, we got the stand-up high fives at the rail. Look at this. Look at this. All the way around. Oh, even going over to the Aussie. Oh, they pulled it back.
Oh, the chat will be in shambles at all the poker strategy information he's been soaking up from that round of high fives on the rail. The rail is the biggest it has been, and it is 1 a.m. in Las Vegas. When we started this final table at 6 p.m., there was nobody here. I wonder if a handful of these players, Donnie, bagged a monster stack. It's very possible.
Yeah, a couple of them did. That's why they delayed the start of play today. Oh, sorry, you're talking about whatever.
The rail is probably.
But you know that there was players that made this day of this tournament that bagged the monster stack.
Oh, really?
And that's why they delayed play to 1 p.m. so that they could go play the monster stack and then get over here. Like DJ Alexander, for example.
No way.
Yeah.
I never understand people entering tournaments when they're still in tournaments. That is bizarre.
Just chasing the glory, man. Just chasing the glory. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of these people probably bagged the monster stack. That finished up recently. I mean, they could have bagged the monster stack. They could have bagged the 2K. You know, there's a few things that have wrapped up around Horseshoe in Paris that they could have bagged chips in. And then they come over here to either sweat someone that they're rooting for or just sweat the action in general.
Thank you.
意思意思。啊，那好，这也是。
Luo almost back to his 2-1 lead after only a few hands ago. Hachem grabbed that coveted chip lead for the very first time. That's the one thing about playing heads up. You can never get too comfortable. And for sure it ain't over until the last card hits.
How much you behind?
11.
11. 11 again? Okay.
11 again.
Poker needs more celebrating, more big rails, more high-fiving, more excitement. Love the fact that both rails have been bringing the positive energy. Like I mentioned earlier, one of Hashem's supporters has been running back and forth between the two final tables inside the horseshoe. James Ops still heads up against Paul Volpe on the main set. Jack 7-4 Rainbow comes off the deck. Coin Crazy says, I want to sleep, but I've been watching since 5 ways. Hey man, poker is a grind. If you want to pause the action, go to sleep and catch the rest when you wake up, I totally understand.
Can we do that?
I mean, it feels like on some hands my brain has shut off, but it's a long day for us too. It's 1 in the morning over here. I did something really smart today.
Oh God. What did you do?
I knew it was PLO Hold'em split, so I anticipated a long final table. I took a nap today.
I did not do that.
How are you feeling now?
Horrible. Horrible. I just wish they would get us food.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I would care for.
那他比我还松啊，有这样。
I took this sick photo yesterday when I was driving home.
I saw it, yeah. I saw it.
It reminds me of the building you used to live in. You get those crazy views as well, the sunset. Might get a photo of the sunrise today. Still playing PLO. Another flop here. Luo again with the better of it.
Luo getting the check mark here on this one. He's got that ace-8 in his hand. That's the winner. He's gonna bet it. Da 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 da. Da da. I mean, we need a clock. I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
We can't just be taking 45 seconds on every action.
It's definitely not adding to the entertainment value. I'll say that.
可能输 kick 卡呀。
Ashton makes the call, and he's going to see the bad
Yeah,
news.
nice kick 卡。
Oh, you win. What do you mean? You win. You win.
哎 ，value 变成哎，变成 value。
Value bet, he said.
哎呀，不办。
First, he went from said nice kicker to value.
Oh my god.
Joe can only laugh over there.
Thanks.
啊，他有点上头了，他有点上头了。
All right, so Luo now officially back up to 2-1.
Do you know the rule with the hard stop at all?
I actually don't know because I feel like it's changed a bit over time. Back in the day, you and I would be here till 7 a.m. with our notepads. Do you know the hard?
No,
hard
I
stop?
don't. That's why I'm genuinely asking.
Well, they also started very early today.
Started at 1.
Yeah, so they've only been going for 12 hours. That's pretty. It's pretty crazy. I wonder if the players themselves think that they have an edge because it's getting late. Like, there's always someone who has that kind of confidence where they're like, yeah, the fatigue is actually a benefit for me, not for the other guy.
Yeah. Limp here on the button from Luo. 6-5-3 deuce, and Hachem comes in with a raise to 1.5. Ace, king, jack, 7. Yeah, Russell's saying they stopped at 2 a.m. the other night. Yeah, that's normally the case, but I think it changes, or there is like an option when it's heads up. Like they can elect to like play another level or something like that. I forget exactly what the rules are these days, but okay, Luo's in there. I mean, we got a juicy one here. Let's go.
All right.
Let's get the adrenaline pumping a little bit. 3.5 milli out there. Hachem first to act. Notice how Hachem has 8 million left. (9-4) deuce with a couple of clubs. That's a pretty good flop for Luo over there. Connected with that deuce. He's got a bit of a wrap here for a draw. And Hachem just kind of whiffed. Justin D, donation to the coffee fund. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I have no idea how much coffee is in there, so we'll do what we can.
I mean, we should have saved up for a nice machine by now. I'm over the Keurig machine. I can't do it anymore. I'm too spoiled. King hits on the turn here as Hachem now, top pair, top kicker, takes the lead. Now, of course, scary looking flop here. A lot of random cards can connect. We know Luo gets in the mix with a wide variety of holdings, but still, you got to feel pretty decent about your ace king. Funny, how much does the fact that Luo limp called the raise factor into Hashem's confidence holding ace king?
I mean, it might actually work the other way because, you know, obviously Hachem has connected with the king, but those other 3 cards out there, the 9-4 deuce, I mean, Luo could have like kind of some weird sort of combinations with that. Wouldn't be surprised. Somehow, despite all that equity from Luo, Hashem's the one coming out here with the check mark.
Action goes check, check. Hachem going to show down the ace king, and this is a very important pot for him.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Maintains the status quo.
King, ace king. Hard ace king, yeah.
I just realized something, Johnny. Idaho borders Canada.
Oh, that's amazing.
I was randomly looking at the U.S. map,
What is it? 5.
and I always thought it was Montana, but there's a little bit of Idaho that also borders Canada. Why? Why isn't that part of Montana? I'm so confused.
We're bomb potting it up. Are we bomb potting it up? Let's go.
对呀，没打，有个花面，没花面我就打了。只有一张草花。
All right, here we go. King, Jack 6, 2 hearts, Ace, King 4.
Should be no limit hold'em now.
Queen 5 for Luo in the big blind. Nothing to speak of here for him. And 9-3 for Hachem isn't looking all that great either.
Yeah, this might be one of those where it's just so bad that Hachem might just bet because it's so bad. It's
700.
You know, it's got really no equity. It's not going to win anything. So he does just that. He bets it and takes it down.
Oh, Hachem going over to the rail, perhaps getting some insights from his dad. All right, it's late in Las Vegas, but that doesn't mean it is too late to sign up for Octopi Poker. Go to octopipoker.ai. It's a fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Join the growing Octopi tribe right now. It's your path to poker mastery, hosted by Mr. Lucky Chewy and Mr. 5-time bracelet winner Nick Schulman. Scan the QR code on your screen or just simply head to the website. Sign up right now to octopipoker.ai.
250.
Hachem, ace 8 off. Back to hold him.
King 9-4, rainbow. Hachem still out in front. Action checks through. 7 of clubs on the turn. Action checks through once again.
他的抓机没击到，被他 A 嗨，他居然没开吧？他真的是，这把抓机没抓到。
Hachem gonna take that one down.
对啊，我知道，刚才说，对我有点想加回去的，我有点想加回去的，我也有可能limp A 的呀。我操，这把他拿 A 打我架子，我拿勾抓他机，操！妈的，果然不好搞啊！这样还打了我50万的架子。Good bet， 谁？我拿勾嗨抓机，操！他 A 还打架子，那够大，位置来干嘛的？我觉得够了呀。啊 ，250。Good bet, sir.
Thank you.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Heads up play continues here in the World Series of Poker's first ever double board bomb pot tournament. Half no limit hold'em, half PLO, $1,500 was the buy-in. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm joined by Remco Rinkimu, who just stepped out for a moment. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in. Thank you to everyone, especially if you've been with us for the long haul here. We got this stream started at 6 p.m. Vegas time. It is approaching 1:20 a.m. out here in the desert. Luo and Hachem battling for $270,000 in prize money and the coveted WSOP gold bracelet. They came from a field of get their hands on their first piece of WSOP gold. Hachem is the son of 2005 WSOP main event winner Joseph Hachem. Luo and Hachem here going to a flop. Queen, 10, 7. A little bit of something for each player. Luo best with top pair of queens. If you are joining us on the PokerGO YouTube channel, please do us a favor and hit that like button. And then don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Turn on your notifications. That'll help you get alerted for whenever we're going live, and we're going live plenty from the 2024 World Series of Poker. That's really the only currency we ask for here on the YouTube channel, so help us out a little bit. We do greatly appreciate it. After Hachem checked the Queen 10-7 flop, Luo came with a bet of just over 1 million. Hachem looks like he's going to stick around. He is. Makes the call. Pot now up over 5 million. Jack on the turn. A second heart added to the board. Hachem checking this turn. Looks like Luo is going to continue to fire here. Oh, looks like he's still counting out chips over there. $1,775,000 is the wager from Luo. Joseph Hachem looking on.
Perhaps also getting a little bit tired here. It's been a long day of watching his son play.
$17.75.
There is the call. So Hachem going to need some help, but he's got the hearts working.
Absolutely massive pot here. Playing 250K, 500K. River is the ace of hearts.
Hello.
And guess what?
Pass the sugar?
Yeah, exactly. Oi, oi, oi. Now,
is he going to lead?
Yeah,
is he going to check it over to his opponent? Hachem does check.
Now, what incentives does Luo have to bet here? The ace, both an overcard, and the heart also not really. Now, so this, I do agree with. That was not cool. Luo speaking Mandarin during the hand.
Flush.
Does check behind. Hachem shows the flush, and Luo tosses his queen into the muck, and guess what? Hachem back in the lead, Donnie.
Yeah, huge pot there. I mean, Luo didn't do much wrong. He was betting both times, flop and turn. When he had the best of it, he was charging Hachem, who ultimately just got there. Can't really fault Hachem much either. Had a pair, turned a flush draw. It's heads up poker. You're gonna play a little bit more marginal holdings. Is that Scott Lazar?
Is it really?
I believe that is Scott Lazar. Look at that. That's a blast from the past, huh? I know him and Joe have become friends over the years, so it makes sense that.
他学你讲话 ，Thank
Wow.
you 。
Scott Lazar. In the
Call.
house.
I'll give you a gamble.
Legend. Absolute legend. 05 main event.
He must have had some hands in the top 100.
That hand was in the top 5. That hand was in the top 5. Mike Matisow thought he won. Scott Lazar was at the 05 main event final table, where Joe Hachem, when they got down to four-handed, all of a sudden showed up. Right? That's what it felt like.
Yeah, if you go back and rewatch the 2005 WSOP main event final table, it's pretty much Mike Matisow and Scott Lazar, like their show, and then all of a sudden Joe Hachem like appears. Like he's in like no hands, like he's like not even there. And then it's like, oh, Joe Hashem's here? Four-handed? Oh, what's going on?
So hidden. So hidden. And all of a sudden the sugar gets passed. Hachem makes it 125. And Luo comes along with 3 deuce of spades. I feel as though Hold'em almost generating more action than PLO.
Yeah, could also be a comfort thing. You know, players are a little bit more willing to play pots and Hold'em and not so much in PLO, or they just want to lean more conservative in PLO.
Despite Hashem's big cards, he now trails Luo, who flops at 3. Hachem checks behind and hits an ace on the turn. Now, this will be interesting.
Hashem's going to use this turn card here to get a bet in. Try and get some value. Just over $1 million is the bet. Luo could come along. I mean, he's got a pair and he's got a straight draw to the wheel. And there is the call. Another juicy pot here growing between these two. More than 5 million out there. Very big river card here. And it's the 3 of clubs.
Oh, what?
And Luo just gets there with trips.
Now, the saving grace for Hachem might be the clubs, but still.
Still, I mean, it's heads up poker. I mean, it's.
Wow.
I mean, wow.
So if you're Luo here, Donnie, you want to realize some equity here. Are you leading? I mean, check raising, surely not crossing your mind here. You got to do your own betting.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luo will come out betting. I think he's been playing things pretty straightforward overall, so, and there it is.
Yeah, he does lead out. That seems like the most sensible move here to get value off your 3. Now, would Luo ever bluff here is the question.
I mean, now that you say that, have we seen Luo bluff
at all?
I mean, I don't think he's really bluffed. I mean, the one time would be when he had the limp re-raise with 7-3. right?
True, yeah.
I mean, but other than that, I don't think he's gotten too out of line. He's kind of always just had it. So that's probably going through Daniel Hachem's mind. I mean, Hachem could certainly figure this one out. I mean, a 3, I think, is in the realm of possibility for his opponent to have. Clubs as well, you know, pretty prominent. That sticks out kind of like a sore thumb here. We haven't seen much bluffing from Luo, so if he were to be bluffing, I mean, what is he bluffing with here?
Yeah.
Is he turning a 4 or an 8 into a bluff? I mean, I doubt it. So is he betting an inferior ace, let's say like an ace-6 or an ace-5?
Hachem does make the call, and Luo shows the 3. This guy is absolutely living the dream, going for a round of high fives with his crowd. Hachem gutted, having to surrender to chip lead yet again. Donnie, it feels like every time Hachem gets the chip lead, Luo finds a big hand in his favor. Brutal stuff here for Hachem as Luo again back up to 19 million. This match might never end.
And this is kind of like right where we started, so it's obviously been some swings back and forth, but we've ended up pretty much right back in the same place.
Let's keep those chips on the table.
Okay.
Luo, queen 7 off. Coming back for more, I'm sure. Obviously, you got to try and separate yourself from your opponent, grind him down, get it in good, but every time Luo has had the chip lead, Hachem has found an answer. Queen 7 versus Queen 7. Let's see who's the best poker player. Since they both have the same hand, we're about to find out right now.
1.7.
Hachem turning it up a notch, making it 1.75.
11 behind.
11 again?
11 again.
3 tied 11.
Luo's having a party here. Hachem probably not enjoying the fact that he's back on 11 million for the 3rd straight time here during this heads-up match.
Luo hasn't even been able to stack his chips.
No, and gives this one up as Hachem chips up a little bit again. Shout out to our mods, Russell, Teddy in the chat. I'm sure Christy is somewhere lingering. The fact that you guys are still alive, that is very impressive.
It's hand number 6. Is that right?
Hand number 165 of this final table. Absolutely insane to think of how long they've been playing.
Couple of queens. Couple of queens. Raise coming for sure, just a matter of how much. Juicy 1.9 million.
That's a big one.
Oh yeah.
But Donnie, so far the trend has been that Luo has it every time. So how do you adjust to that when you're Hachem? Do you start raising more but then like fighting back less often when you get resistance? Like how do you adapt?
I mean, he's had it, right? But I'll let you go ahead with this first.
Yeah, let me say this real quick here. Take your games to the next level with the official PokerGO merch available right now at shop.pokergo.com. Also available at the Paris here at the WSOP. Come check it out. High stakes poker, no gamble, no future.
Couple of ducks now for Luo. Luo limps in. Hachem checks his option. King, queen, 10, all clubs.
Put the royal on the board. Let's go viral. Put a royal flush on the board.
We ain't going viral if that happens. I'll tell you that right now.
Hachem, the only player with a club here. Donnie, what do you keep your house at, your AC?
Well, I try and keep it super effing cold.
So like during the day, what do you have it at?
68.
And at night, do you turn it down? We keep it the same?
No, I just leave it at 68. And then it gets, I mean, it's, you know, the same.
68 all day. How does your wife feel about that?
She hates it.
Does
She
wear
wants it at like 74 probably.
See, so we have this thing.
She's like, I'm so cold. I'm like, put clothes on.
So we
a blanket, anything, you know, sweaters. We got all that stuff.
We
Put it on.
We found out that we both like 67 degrees at night.
I mean, I like it as cold as possible. So, like, if I could put it at 62, I would.
Right. No, so we have it at 67 overnight, and then we turn off the AC in the morning, and then we let it go up to a maximum of 74, and then that's what it is during the day, and then we go back down to 67. The reason I say that because I just heard from a friend that him and his wife were arguing over having the AC at 79.
79?
Yeah.
What do you mean having the AC?
No,
That's
no,
not
no.
even AC.
Listen.
That's
listen.
the heat.
He wanted it at 79. She wanted it at 81.
Oh my God! Get out of here.
So they were arguing over 2 degrees, 79 to 81. And my first thought was, you guys are both lizards, or like what the hell is going on here?
79?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. They live in Florida, by the way.
No shot. That's an insane temperature.
1.25.
Plus, I think you sleep better when it's cold.
Of course you do. I mean, growing up in the Netherlands, like we didn't have AC. I mean, no one really does, unless you live in a new condo building. We just had the windows open all year round. Like I've woken up in the winter with like literally like icicles on the inside of my window.
79. Bunch of crazy people out there.
All right, we got action here. Hachem, 1.25 million. Luo considering something. Does that man have a bong in the background?
No, I don't think so.
Just a cup. I'm starting to see things.
1.25.
Luo makes the call. 7-6 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Good flop here for Luo once again. You know, flops top pair, second best kicker.
We're still live in case people are thinking that we're running a rerun here, almost 2 in the morning. Started this stream, what, like 7.5 hours ago?
Yeah, 6 p.m.
Damn.
6 p.m.
How much behind?
10.
There's something about players during heads up asking how much is behind that really irks me. Because you know how much is in play. So you look at your own stack and you can just calculate it.
Phil Hellmuth bagged a ton of chips in that tournament.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, 1.285 million.
Wow.
He's 6th in chips with 25 players remaining. In the $1,500 mixed Omaha high-low, which is what we are planning on streaming tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Well, today, now.
All in?
Whoa, look at this. Luo shoves all in and Hachem with the quick fold. Perhaps a bit of a dangerous zone situation here for Hachem, who hasn't been able to get much going these last few hands.
Sean Deeb also still alive in that $1,500 mixed Omaha high-low. Nathan Gamble is in the mix.
Sorry.
Donnie, what if this tournament doesn't end tonight? What are we going to do?
We're going to finish it out tomorrow. I mean, what do you mean?
I mean, that's my worst nightmare. Imagine being Daniel Hachem, having to, like, bag up your chips and return for another day.
Yeah, I mean, but it depends how he's feeling. We don't know how he's feeling, right? I mean, it might be one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, we've been playing since 1 p.m. I mean, they started playing much before we started streaming because they hadn't even made it to the final table yet. So, you know, he could be like, you know what? Let's go home. Let's get some sleep. Let's regroup. Let's talk to the pops. Go over some strategy. All that sort of stuff. Come back. Fight on tomorrow. Maybe, you know, that could be in the cards. There are also plenty of players who, once they start playing, they don't want to stop, you know, until the job's done or until there's, you know, a result one way or the other. So, I don't know. I don't really get the sense that these players are too tired. I mean, I don't really judge the fact that both are acting deliberate of them being tired. I think that's just how they're acting.
1 million.
We're back to PLO, back to the bomb pots. Every 8 hands we'll play a bomb pot. First time ever at the World Series of Poker.
Calls.
Luo bet 1 million. Hachem made the call. We're seeing the turn here, and Hachem picks up an open-ended straight draw on the top board to go along with the straight that he made on the bottom board. So perfect cards for him. Luo with Luo with a set of 4s probably thinking he's in a great spot. Hachem also has 2 pair. Donnie, I'm almost starting to wonder, how does it not go in here? Luo has a...
I mean, the answer is because they've been kind of reluctant to get the chips in, right? I mean, so I don't know. I still feel like it's probably going to take a lot, as it does go check there on the turn.
Check again, and the jack on the bottom board gives Luo a full house.
This is full house for Hachem, full house for Luo.
Wow, full house versus full house. We can see that this pot will get chopped. Oh. Is this a show?
This is kind of interesting because, so Luo can only feel confident about one board here, really. And that's the one where he has a full house. But even there,
What's this?
like let's say his opponent has
Why pot?
Jack 5
Why?
for a better full house. Well, then also on the other board, he's got him beat as well. So this is a very tricky spot here.
哎呀，好关键啊，这个。
A little theatrical here from Luo by the looks of it.
Let me think.
Take your time.
Why?
I'm so surprised. Like, what's Luo doing here?
Go 7, Go 5.
Donnie, make sense of it.
Oh, I mean, like I kind of just talked about. I mean, yes, he has a full house on one board. The other board, he probably feels like he's beat. But if Hachem has a hand like Jack 5, right? Now, you're going to lose the board that you thought you had the most confidence on, but you're also going to lose the other one because there's a jack on that other board. So it's a very tricky spot. Like, for the first time, I feel like we've seen a spot like this in the PLO bomb pot section. Like, so I don't think this is the easiest.
I just think that you can never, ever fold here. There's too many combos out there. You have a full house, and you also have the 7 yourself, so I don't know. Maybe I'm too optimistic here, but
I mean, I'm not saying to fold. I mean,
right.
I think it was worth some thought. I think you eventually call, right? I mean, I mean, you're never raising, right? I mean, is this also just a thing where, again, been playing since 1 p.m., been playing a long time, is like some fatigue seeping in where it kind of just clouds your judgment and you can't necessarily think straight. So I mean, at this point, if you're Hachem, you got to feel like you're scooping too. That's the other thing.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, he's got a straight and a full house. Like, he's like, okay, this guy's got like a jack. Like, call me.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
He lets it go. And Hachem wins a crucial pot here. Luo outing his frustration to his rail.
他最后打300万，我要 call 的话就
Wow.
但是问题是我
I
先 call 的
did not see this coming
没想明白
in
我
the
就不 call 了
slightest, Donnie. Maybe I'm just completely off base here, but I am shocked that he folded this.
河牌他
I mean, I'm ultimately shocked that he folded. Yes, I mean, I thought it was worth some consideration with the way that the two boards were laid out, but ultimately, I think you call. So.
Very hard.
You fold
very
flush?
very big hand.
Oh, you don't fold. You fold flush?
He folded better than a flush.
What do you? You Jack 5? Full house? No.
See, he was
Yeah,
thinking.
you're right,
You know,
you're right.
it's exactly what he was thinking.
No, but it's just one combo.
I understand, but I mean that's.
Good bet. No problem. No problem.
Man, what a wild hand. What a wild hand.
Heel fold. Heel fold. Heel 真的是 heel fold. 哎呀，这 Chinese English 大力发扬。
Queen 10-4 on the next hand here as we are slowly finding our heart rates drop a little bit after that mega clash. No action, just checking here, bringing us to the river.
1 million?
Hachem betting 1 million here. As we can see, Luo has got the best hand, but excuse me, made a straight on the river.
Set. Is that call?
I call.
Set.
Set no good. 4 card. 3.
6-3 straight.
Where's the money at?
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Second nuts.
Oh, we're folding full houses.
We're calling with the second nuts here. Like, are we serious right now? Do these guys?
Well, he did just lay down a full house, so it's kind of par for the
He
course.
flatted with the second nuts, Donnie. Someone call the cops.
我当然了，当然了，怎样都没关系。
Shit.
是的，是的，是的，是的。
Is it from The Wire? That meme?
Yeah.
Shit.
紧弱，紧弱，没办法。
Shit. Oh man. What a show.
Hachem turned his hand over like he had the nuts.
Yeah, he's like set.
No, sorry, I have the second nuts.
Trip.
I have a straight.
First time fold. 那第一次 fold 我们玩，他是第一个。OK。I no hand for you, OK?
Huh?
I no hand for you.
Okay.
Imagine trying to beat someone who just calls with the second nuts. We need to double the blinds and they still might not get it in.
And how much total?
9.
11.
9.
Okay, yeah, no 11. 他说他每次都在11，现在我们下去200万了。
Oh my.
对，所以要庆祝一下。
Getting to whatever is the end of the night might be just what Daniel Hachem is now hoping to do.
Right. Maybe now it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I can't I can't be doing this no more. We gotta pause and regroup.
谢谢，好。
million?
$2.5 million in the middle here, as Luo bet 1 million. We're still heads up for a bracelet here. Luo is turning it into a bit of a show, but I'm surprised that he just let such a massive opportunity slip with the second nuts. Like, if the second nuts is not good enough to raise for value, then what is? And what made him think that the second nuts was so scary in that specific scenario? No aggression was shown. The hand was checked down to the river. I'm baffled by the way that hand played out.
It's also one of those second nuts where, in order for you to have the second nuts, you block the first nuts,
right?
Because you have one of the straight cards.
I'm just
11.
like, it must be the long day.
11. 11 again, no.
11.
Did you know there's an area in Manitoba, Canada, where polar bears, grizzly bears, and black bears all live in the same area? How wild is that?
Like, they're just cool with one another?
It's like just like they hanging out. Isn't that crazy? I never want to go there, but just bear facts.
Sometimes the bear eats you. Sometimes you eat the bear. Is that?
Yeah, exactly. Polar bears are scary.
They're all scary.
Yeah, but what is it?
Yeah, but what?
The black bear is, you got to make noise. Grizzly bears, you got to run. Polar bears.
Bro, I have no idea. Don't ask me.
Polar bears is just bye bye.
It's bye bye for all.
Have you ever seen a bear?
No.
Me neither. I kind of want to see one.
Remember when the bears were when we were at in Tahoe and they took the garbage?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember that?
That was crazy.
These fucking hands are unbelievable.
Yeah, Daniel Hachem is he's ready to go home for the night.
I'm sorry.
哎，我现在在跟自己打，我感觉真的是。
Also, I mean, it might be one of those spots if you're Daniel Hachem where even if you can continue to push on, your opponent has a lot of momentum and he's got a lot of pep in his step. So you might just want to be like, hey, buddy, you go chill out for the night, okay? We're gonna regroup tomorrow.
你要加下人家爸爸。
And we'll see if it ultimately gets there, but Luo is clearly feeling it. You can't blame him. He's winning all the pots. He's up more than 2-1 now on Daniel Hachem once again.
Look at this. Luo continues the hot streak, flops a full house. Hachem better cross his fingers his hand doesn't improve if Luo decides to slow play this.
Bet 750.
750 is the bet. Plenty of reason for Hachem to just let this one go. Nice. Lay down there for Hachem, even though he probably is getting a little bit frustrated here, Donnie.
Yeah. I think you heard it a couple of hands ago.
真的。 我操，那我要改变一下，这都被你看出来个背影，那完了呀。
Big blind.
Big blind. Oh yeah.
For those wondering, yes, we are doing live commentary. We are watching the same feed you are. We are on a 30-minute delay right now. We've burned through a lot of the breaks that the players went on. Action staying passive here. I just can't wrap my head around the fact that Luo is celebrating that second nuts hand, and I'm saying that more from the perspective of like, what's your overall game plan trying to close this out? If that's not a hand you're considering raising, like it's a very strange situation to me.
I mean, it's kind of been his MO the entire final table. I mean, he's been he's bet his hands, right? But he hasn't been like overly aggressive. Again, going out and going out and winning the bracelet versus kind of let the bracelet come to you in some ways.
I feel like this is Daniel Hachem's tournament to lose. If he finds a few spots, like hitting a set on the turn like he is doing right now, and he's able to chip up, then his aggression and I guess way of reading his opponent could really pull this match in his favor pretty quickly. But so far we've seen that the hands have largely been in Luo's favor.
4.5 million.
Hachem hits him with a raise here. Luo came with 1 million and Hachem kicks it up to 4.5 million. Probably not enough here for Lu to want to come along. He does give it up.
All right, and Hachem
还是 pot 的威力大。
starts rebuilding
但是我
again.
不打了，我 pot 别人算了。Next, sir, next time you bet I pot, okay?
Next time I bet you call?
Okay.
Okay.
Every time you pot, I fold.
I'll make sure I have nuts
I
next
change
time.
Change you bet, I pot, okay? One by one.
5 and 5.
เอาsmall buy. Sir?
No, really?
Yeah.
Wow,
Thank you.
giving him a walk.
Probably have aces. Oh, good hand. Now we're even. 1-1.
11 again? Oh my god.
I think 11 again. Yeah. 12. 12.
Five tie. 11.
At this point, after seeing that, big hand play out, Hachem must be thinking, I need to keep these pots as small as possible, take small stabs, and try to work my way back that way, because the big swing approach is going to backfire at some point when he does find a hand.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's enough opportunity to win all the small pots, because Luo, again, he hasn't really been too concerned about going after a lot of stuff. He kind of just lets it come to him. Well, there's going to be plenty of times when it's not coming to him, so if he's just going to play passively in those specific spots, then you can go and get those chips, and it won't be a lot, it won't be big swings, but it'll be kind of that constant chipping up, which is what you need. And then hopefully, if it comes down to it and there is a big clash, you got the best of it. And then if you're in Luo's shoes, I mean, it's very much been where he's had it when he's been betting or he's had a lot of equity. So if that's the case, and if you think that that is how Daniel Hachem is reading you, because you really haven't been bluffing and taking stabs and stuff like that, then you can just kind of start opening things up a little bit more, because your opponent likely looks at you and says, man, this guy kind of just always has it, All
right, we are going on our final break of the night. We've used up too much of our delay. So we're going on a quick little break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Hopefully you guys don't fall asleep. We are going to go for a coffee. We'll see you guys in 10.
别动啊，别动啊，一人拍张照片。
Really good call here. Yep.
It's a pretty good sized pre-flop pot.
It's interesting these days. You just don't see it as much, Norman. But in the past, sometimes, maybe the old school players some of these spots might just consider just moving in if they feel some weakness rather than call, and just win it risk free. I'm not saying that. Wow.
Flop.
Really
Johnson with King Jack. 2 hearts in there for Miles, if he cares about them.
Here comes Miles. He's going to bet 33 million. There it is. I said 32. It's 32.
All right, you said 33.
Dang it.
Which is a great guess.
I thought he said 34.
No,
Dang it.
He said 33. He was close.
Okay, I like the fact that he took his time with that call. And
look at the pot.
Miles knows that he called a big bet before with ace-9 of spades. Remember that?
Yeah.
The last time he went crazy bluffing.
1/3 of the chips on the table in play in the middle of the pot right now.
Oh, brutal, brutal card.
And now Miles hits his 8.
Oh, that's the last card in the deck that Miles.
All
Tournament's
in.
over. Tournament is over.
Johnson just has to say call. Johnson was so close 2 years ago.
Promise, I am not slow rolling you. I just really don't know. It's late.
That's right. That's right.
It's a big decision.
Yep.
I don't have ace king.
It's almost all of his chips, obviously. If he called here and lost, he'd be down to less than 10 big blinds.
I'm just saying the professionals would think it's a slow roll.
Oh, I
Am
understand.
I allowed to talk about my hand?
Yeah, because he's all wrong.
Okay.
You just can't answer.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to get a read or anything. I don't think I can fold. Because I was just gonna say I didn't call with ace king or king queen, but I did call
at this
with.
point, he can't open the action.
Yeah.
So yes, you can discuss his hand. He just cannot answer any questions from you.
But I did call with king jack pre-flop. And I'm wondering if it was a mistake.
Tony Miles knows.
Miles is sick. He's sick to his
I can't
stomach.
fold.
He knows he's getting called, and he knows he just lost the World Series of Poker bluffing it off with the old Queen 8. Pretty unlucky turn card, but he knows it's over.
That's the call. And that is the tournament. John Sin can now call himself main event champion. One bluff too many for Tony Miles. John Sin has done it.
You're in the analyzing business, aren't you?
Psychiatrist.
Yeah. You analyze this?
Analyze this.
Analyze this. I have to analyze it myself sometimes.
I wonder if there's a copay for analyzing your own cards. Marcel's got King Jack unsuited.
2 bets. One for me and one for the Sharks.
And Marcel will bet 32,000 chips with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 now.
And now trying to induce Julian Gardner to put all his chips in.
Make it look like a wave.
You said you'd only raise with aces.
That I might like. I had to deal with myself. After the break, I'm going to take all the chips from the table. And I have no doubts about it. All of it. I'm going to take the sweet stack, the nice stack, the blue stack, the yellow stack, the colors who are not even there, I'm going to take them.
Lon, if you're going to get beat, you want to get beat by someone like Marcel. It would be a pleasure to give him my chips.
Now the 2 queens of Harry Dimitriou.
How much is it? How do you mean, how much is it? 32. Don't be cheeky. Put something in there.
Marcel and Harry, friendly rivals from many games in Europe.
I'll raise. Yes, raise it. How much?
Harry seems to have learned to be able to tune out Marcel and make the right decisions.
100?
100,000 more.
With what? With what? This guy would raise 100,000.
With a better hand than yours, Marcel.
Marcel will call the 100 grand.
Call the 100,000. And a check blind.
Checking blind's a nice change-it-up strategy. It often confuses or upsets your opponent.
Now the flop comes King 3-3. Marcel with a pair of kings.
And remember, he had checked before the flop came out, and Dimitriou checks behind him.
Now the turn card. The 8 of hearts means only that Dimitriou is running out of chances. Marcel looks like he's going to act.
I don't trust him.
Hey, look in the mirror, pal. You don't trust him.
Well, Harry's going to come back, it looks like. Harry Dimitriou puts out 225,000 chips.
225? I still don't trust him.
This would be a big decision for Marcel. To call it would leave him with less than 200,000 chips.
Call.
And Marcel's going to call it. Got a big pot here at the feature table.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me.
When Marcel stands up and goes a cappella, he's convinced his read on this hand is correct, that his kings are best.
And now the river card is a 9, and once again, Marcel's read was perfect. The check mark shows he's got the hand won if he doesn't fold.
Just in case I'm scared he's not going to bet it. I bet a little bit.
Well, even a little bit will be almost the remaining chips for Marcel, no matter how much he chooses.
I bet 100,000.
I'm sure he calculated that with Keynesian and Malthusian theory.
Now to Harry. And he makes the call.
King!
And loses the hand.
Good hand.
King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know? I made him. Give it to me, don't give it to everybody.
To me.
Harry lost about half his stack on that hand.
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
Oh, there is a doctor in the house. Maybe he could use a professional opinion. Johnny Chan checks his whole cards. 1 queen. There are the queens again.
Hand we talked about earlier.
Give me the look, don't do it.
He loves queens. He's won a lot of pots with them.
Phil Lock in full Unabomber mode now. Chan has not yet decided how to act.
Raise it.
He's going to raise it up.
Phil has the stick. Johnny's got the kick.
It's a pot bet from Johnny Chan, 92,000 to Phil Locke.
How can I fold? I folded the last one. So sick about it.
He'll be sick if he doesn't fold this one.
Just put it in, Phil. Put it in. Put it in. Put it in. Just do it. Do it.
The pot's big enough.
Do it. It doesn't matter if I call, I can't. What am I going to do? Fold for, I don't care what I'm sick. I have to all in or fold. All right, take my money. I'm all in.
Phil Locke's moving all in.
I call.
Johnny shows him the queens. Jennifer Tilley says enough of the ladies tournament.
And Johnny Chan now, a flop, turn, and river away from history.
Let's see how it fits. Oh, that's nice. It
looks good on me, doesn't it?
Is Locke giving up?
Which way do you drop the flop? This way or this way? That way?
Phil Locke wants to be the first to see it come out.
See, I can't take that. I got to see right when it comes out.
Johnny
So they face
Chan.
up this way, right, to start?
On a doorstep to history at the World Series of Poker. And now the flop. Jack, 5-5, Locke pairs his jack.
Johnny Chan, though, now a 4-1 favorite.
More outs.
It's actually 5 outs remaining.
Does it go like this?
King or a jack would dash Johnny Chan's bid.
Come on, baby!
I can't take it. Just do it.
Put that queen out there, it's all over.
Johnny calling for a third queen. And now the turn card. 10 of diamonds, no help to Phil Locke. 1 card away for Johnny Chan.
I don't even want to look.
Like Farzad Banyati earlier.
Suck out, Phil! Suck out!
Well, one person's rooting for Phil Locke.
I can't take it! Johnny, you gotta look. You can't, that's not fair. Is that allowed? Is there a penalty for that? Can he do that? Can he stand away from the board?
Johnny Chan does not want to look.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen who are still watching at this late hour in Las Vegas or perhaps early morning on the East Coast. It's kind of like lunchtime already almost in Europe. Either way, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters still alongside me, providing you coverage of the final table
What is it, 600?
of the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Pot Limit Omaha split event with a bomb pot once every 8 hands. If you enjoyed that intermission, we have a 5-hour compilation of the top 100 hands of all time of the World Series of Poker available on our YouTube channel, so please go and check that out. Leave comments on that video if we missed anything. Deuce 7-6 all diamonds and Queen 7 deuce all clubs on this very first hand after the break. We're playing 300K, 600K. I mean, this is Hold'em. Luo with a flush draw on both boards. This is probably why we don't play bomb pots and Hold'em all that often. Bit of a strange game.
Don't be silly.
It's also no limit.
Oh, there we go.
Decides to come out with the bet here. And Hachem with both a pair and a flush draw on one board and absolutely nothing on the other. And for people that play a hand such as, or a game such as Omaha 8 or better, you know that drawing to just one side of it is usually bad news. Hachem lets it go, and Luo celebrates the bomb pot, despite the fact that it was only a tiny one.
下次采访我就直接说我是帮破的职业的。其实没打几场，没打几场。他们去。
What am I?
Oh, 16, right?
No. You're 3.
Oh, 3? I small. Oh, small buy. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. How much?
Luo still maintaining his 2-1 chip lead, and he has been for many
probably
hours
10
now.
total.
We're
Yeah,
heads
about
up
10.
now
About
for
10 total.
Okay.
about 3 hours. This is the stuff that drives me crazy, Donnie. Actions on Luo on the button. It's been over a minute, and he's still just staring. Like, come on, guys. You're giving the game a bad name. I don't want to be a hater or be the tired guy, but you're playing heads up. Let's go.
Raised to 1.5.
Hachem with the real hand here. King, queen offsuit. We're about 5 minutes into this hand. Single raise. Now, in Hashem's situation, I understand it much better. He's thinking of sizing. He's thinking of shoving, perhaps, 17 bigs, and he moves all in. Luo lets it go quickly, and Hachem takes this one down.
现在多少个 BB 啊？1000万，我想想，我操，没有多少个 BB 了。对啊，现在没有多少 BB 了。啊？哦，分钱是吗？
Hachem with another premium in heads up play. Ace-4 suited. Now, Donnie, let's do hypotheticals here. If you raise, min-raise, whatever size you want, and Luo shoves on you, not knowing his cards, of course. 20 bigs. Are you calling it off with Ace-4 suited?
I don't know. I mean, probably not.
Luo holds
12 again. 11 or 12?
7-3.
11.
The hand that Joe
11.
Hachem
11 again.
held when he
12.
won the main event.
The reason
Okay.
why I say I wouldn't
12 with this one.
call off probably is because specifically against Luo, like he hasn't gotten out of line that would be like, yeah, this is good a lot of times. Like he would probably just have it. Interesting to see Luo defend here with 7-3 off.
I mean, Hachem just
feels like one that should just find its way into the bin.
Yeah, Hachem absolutely loving this. Now, are you allowed to get crafty here, or are you supposed to play this straightforward? And with crafty, I mean, can you check
Checking
behind?
back?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could check back if you want. I mean, but I think at this point you can just start building a pot and it's fine.
But what are you building a pot against, given the action?
A king, a 5. I mean, if we've already seen, like earlier, we saw him play deuce 3 of spades. Right there, he's got 7-3. If he's going to be in there with those types of holdings, then he can probably play, you know, a 3-4, a deuce 4, stuff like that, which do have some outs to a straight. You know, he might come along with those. So all that sort of stuff, I think you're just going to charge.
Reiki B on Twitter tweeted at me with a photo of her thermostat set to 79 degrees.
Insane person, should be arrested.
I just told this person, if you invite me, I ain't coming over.
来，小抿一下，小抿一下，一点点，我就抿一下。
Oh, is he drinking now?
Oh, wow.
He's got a Guinness.
Now we might see some more action. Maybe he's balancing. He's balancing his range.
That's how I feel, by the way, about my in-laws. It's like 80 degrees in that house when I go over there. I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't go over there.
I'll tell you the same thing about my in-laws. In the winter, it is freezing. In the summer, it is super hot. They just don't use the AC, or at least not enough. Drives me crazy.
Teddy said beer level. Teddy, was the beer level 7 levels ago.
Sorry.
Luo starting this one with a limp Jack 5 suited. Hashem's got a good one here. I would expect a raise. Ace 10 off for him.
Pulling.
He's gonna jam. Luo, quick fold.
Oh, yeah.
Hashem now finds ace 9 off on the button. Min raise up to 1.2 million. Luo finds a king deuce off. See if he wants to play it. right, Luo's in there. 3 million in the middle between these two. Hachem in position. Jack 8-3, all diamonds. Hachem does have the ace of diamonds in his hand. $700K is the bet from Hachem. That's going to get it done. Luo gives it up. Didn't really connect much at all with that board. Hachem chipping up, and these stacks are getting closer to even once again. 17.5 million for Luo, 15.3 million for Hachem. It's about 29 and 25 big blinds respectively. So stacks, not only are they getting closer, they're also getting shallower. Luo here on the button, 6-4 off. He's gonna limp in. Hachem checking the 10-9. Ace, 3, deuce with a couple of diamonds. 1.8 million out there. Hachem checks. Luo comes with 875,000. Hachem not really willing to just give this one up easily. Still thinking it over. Is he thinking about possibly coming with a check raise or something here?
What did I miss, Donnie?
I mean, at this point, he better check raise or I'm going to lose my mind because it's taking a bit too long here.
I think we also can't underestimate the fatigue factor here. And Hachem, with 10 high, after much deliberation, tosses it into the muck, and Luo again with a bit of applause for himself.
Huh?
Thanks.
We're too tired to rant, guys.
The rant is on your screen.
Kelly Adams said, I cannot stand the clapping. I don't think there's too much wrong with the clapping. I mean, you know, just having fun.
If I ever make a World Series poker final table,
How much you total now?
it's going to be a circus.
13.5.
Curious if Luo is doing that, like, with some sort of reason, like
to tilt.
I mean,
Hachem?
because you know how many chips are in play. Just count your stack and do the math. You know, it takes all of 2 seconds.
Right.
You know, or is he like, I don't know, you know, kind of just trying to get under his skin to some extent, you know, some gamesmanship, maybe trying to get a read of how his opponent's feeling. I don't really know exactly, but he has asked for Hachem's stack dozens of times throughout this heads-up battle. Hachem limps in here, Jack 9 off. Luo checking 9-7 off. Queen 10-10. Luo checks. Hachem's open-ended here. Bet from Hachem, that's enough to get it done. Luo quick fold, and he's over to chat with his rail.
Yeah, I don't think they're talking strategy much. I think they're just about the hype and the energy and the excitement.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. I'm just saying that, like, it feels like they're all about the energy. And look at that, James Ops on the rail. Seems as though they're watching along with the stream. Donnie, Chris Neville is asking, is this snooze fest the fault of the players or the tournament structure?
The structure is incredibly good. I mean, you've covered a lot of the stuff this year, you know, as have I, and the structures have been decent, right? It's not that they've been horrendous or anything like that. You know, just when you get to the lower price points, which on the PokerGO YouTube channel, when we're streaming from here, you know, we tend to showcase some of the lower price point tournaments. And with that, you know, the structures are made for those type of events. So I think this is incredibly deep. I mean, all today was deep. Even yesterday, to be honest, like towards the second half of the day when I was out kind of roaming around in the field, I mean, they were playing kind of slow overall. So yeah, so maybe the structure needs a little bit of adjusting going forward, which, you know, is understandable. First time having this event, you kind of don't really know what to expect. So that's fine. I do think that there was probably some anticipation that the bomb pots themselves would probably play a little bit more action-packed than they have been. It seems like, you know, both from what I've seen, not only today, but yesterday, and then also talking with some of the players that played, it seems like the general feedback or observation is that players were playing the bomb pots just too tight, too passive. Like, no one wanted to, like, go after them. And maybe you can solve that by, instead of everyone putting in one ante, you know, or an ante equal to one big blind, you're putting in two. Because then it makes it like a raised pot. Because most raises nowadays are min raise, especially when you get to this point in the tournament. So if everyone, like, if there's one min raise, everyone calls, well, that's, you know, 2 big blinds per person. So maybe you do that. Makes it a little bit juicier. Then you know that, hey, if I fold here, I got to give up, you know, 2 big blinds instead of just one. So I think a little twist like that could make things a little bit more fun.
Yeah, I think.
But I'll also say that, like, this is a tournament in a weird way that I kind of am looking forward to next year, being like, maybe I'll play this because the structure is really freaking good. I mean, you know, you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Absolutely. I think in general, though, the easy fix would be to make the bomb pots more significant, and I wouldn't even be against playing every hand as a bomb pot.
I mean, you might not also need hour levels. You could probably get away with 40 minutes.
Right.
You know, throughout. I think that would probably be fine too. So there's definitely some maneuverability within the structure. So we'll see how it goes.
Either way, as a player, what a phenomenal experience this event must have been. Everybody wants a deep structure with a big prize pool. And before we forget to mention it here, Hachem back in the lead, Donnie. Both players on 27 bigs.
Which? Oh, you dealt to me first.
Okay.
Oh, a little misdeal here.
And we're going to get one of those bomb pots. I mean, another I saw Leo Bramman, or sorry, no, I saw Big D, hashtag grind for life. Should add a clock. I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, you probably get to a point where you can start adding clocks. You know, we've talked about this before.
In the money clock or,
I mean,
or
really,
final table?
In the money might be just too hard. There's just still too many players in a lot of these tournaments. But I think at all final tables, it's certainly something that you could do. I mean, I think part of it is, you know, players these days, the general population playing community, I think is almost expecting there to be clocks at final tables, right? You know, couple of years ago, whatever, it's kind of new, so it's still like people don't really know how to act, they don't know how to play with them. I think now kind of everyone just knows. Hachem flopping a flush on the one board. On the other one, it looks like it's all Luo. Luo also drawing to a full house on that diamond board with his 2 pairs, so this could be a fun one.
The bet is 1 million. Action back on Hachem. Now, because Hachem plays this a bit one-sided, do you want to just crank up the aggression in hopes that you can get your opponent to fold on the turn, or maybe?
8破一定要拿下的，面子工程。来，一口。
Oh, okay. Let's move on. I'm very confused.
Just folded a flush? I mean,
he folded the second nuts on the bottom flop. Like, aren't you sort of free rolling almost?
I mean, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine at this point. I mean, you know, we're not raising the second nuts and we're folding the second nut flushes. I mean, what do you want me to say? I guess always a slight possibility, graphics error, but I mean... I mean, this is kind of what, you know, I've been talking about a few times, is that at some point, like, you have to go get the bracelet, you know? You can't let the bracelet necessarily come to you. And even if you are letting the bracelet come to you, hands like the second nuts, when there's, like, no action to the river, and then not raising, hands like there, you flop a flush on one board. Like, it's like, what exactly are you waiting for?
Right.
You know, it's like, at some point, you have to start playing poker.
Yeah,
like,
what's the plan? Like, what's the, like? Let there be a plan. Like, let this be. You know, don't take any advice from me. I'm not the world's greatest poker player, but I've seen probably more poker than most people. The players with a plan generally have a big advantage, especially when you're, you know, squaring off at a table that is not full of the Scott Sievers and Sean Winters of this world. Just have a plan. Just think a few streets ahead, or at least one street ahead, or, you know, try to anticipate.
I mean, part of it also, like, let's not overlook the fatigue factor.
Absolutely.
You know? I mean, not to start throwing excuses out there, but I mean, these guys have been playing forever. I mean, who knows how their brain is operating at this point. You know, it's just about 2:45 in the morning. We started streaming the final table at 6 p.m. Vegas time, so that's, you know, almost 9 hours right there. They started playing at 1, and that's also after already 2 long days of play leading up to this third and final day.
Yeah, that's absolutely something you cannot underestimate.
So here we have Hachem raised to 1.5 million with King 3 deuce. Luo made the call, 8-5. 5 deuce. Luo checks. 1.5 million again from Hachem. He's got the overpair of kings. He's got backdoor hearts. He's connected with that deuce. Luo has right now a pair of 5s, also a wheel draw with that ace-4. Luo's going to give it up, and Hashem's going to take that one and get back into a lead and even kind of extend a little gap there.
在打直播，等一下休息的时候再给你打电话。哦 ，OK。set up.
We are still live from Las Vegas.
Okay.
Fatigue is starting to catch up not only with the players but also with the commentators. Trying to stay in the game here. Joe Hachem has been on the rail for every single hand at his final table, watching his son.
Yep.
It's interesting that Hachem is facing his son and the other Aussies are behind him. Would you, Donnie, would you rather have your rail behind you or in front of you?
I think behind me.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's less pressure.
Also, I think that's like, if I want to talk to them, it's just I turn around, I'm right there, you know, versus like, I mean, but Daniel has been like kind of looking across the table and like saying stuff to his dad, so.
Ace 997 here on the button for Luo.
Hachem gives it up, not going to fight with the Jack 665, and Luo takes that one.
All right, it is still nighttime in Vegas, but if you look real closely, you can see the sun almost rising. No, I'm just kidding. Watch the World Series of Poker on PokerGO, 300 plus hours of live streaming. Subscribe right now. Use promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off the first year of a new annual plan. We got daily coverage of the main event coming up. We got 3 straight days of 50K PPC and a whole bunch more, so you might as well get in the mix on PokerGo.com. So many great final tables coming up. Very excited for what's to come and which superstars we might see. And Donnie, I mean, say it again, but you already said it before, but people are probably cycling through our stream a little bit. Tomorrow, there is a chance of a special final table.
Yeah, in the $1,500 mixed Omaha high-low, which is a combination of pot limit Omaha high-low, Omaha high-low played limit, and then Big O. They are down to 23 players. Phil Hellmuth is 22 players. Phil Hellmuth is 6th in chips.
Wow. I'm only used to him.
Philip Hellmuth
Jr.
going for number 18. Sean Deeb is also still in the mix. Sean Deeb, dipped a little bit back overall. Hellmuth 6th in chips. Looks like Deeb is about 14th, 13th, something like that. So, yeah, it's going to be a good day. Going to be a very, very good day.
Would be amazing to have Deeb and Hellmuth headline a
Could you
big
imagine
final
them
table.
at the final table
Wow.
together? Oh, man.
We wouldn't have to say much.
Oh, yeah. Almost 200K for first place in that tournament from a field of 853 entries. So, PokerGo.com. We'll be back tomorrow with that one.
I mean, look at this. Hachem, ace 865, calls on the button, and Luo finds an absolute monster of a hand. Ace, king, king, queen, double suited, makes it 1.8 million, and Hachem comes along. Hachem desperately needing diamonds. Queen, deuce, 7, 2 spades. Hachem, Donnie, almost fortunate that the board did not include more big cards.
Yeah, it doesn't really connect here at all. So likely going to be pretty safe. Would expect Luo to just continue here. There is the pot. 4.2 million.
Hachem letting it go wisely.
啊，一定要
And
先
Luo
破了。
back in the lead and comfortably
真
so.
的是啊
High fives all around.
没有没有没有。来来来来来来来来来来来来来来来来来。
Enjoying his beer while playing. Feels like the whole crew has gotten a can of Guinness there. I think they must have gotten a 6-pack. I think I see at least 6 guys sipping on a can.
Do you drink Guinness out of a can?
It has a little ball inside. Don't you supposed to pour it out? I don't know. I don't drink beer much beer anymore. I never liked Guinness.
Couple of kings here for Luo. So had kings on the last one, has kings again here. Is that a Guinness? Producer Aiden is here with a Guinness.
Oh, he is
not in a can.
Can you drink Guinness from a can?
No, should you drink Guinness from a can?
Oh, you should. He shakes his head. No. Well, now that producer Aiden is here, Donnie and I are going to go home. He's going to take the last whatever time we have left of the night, since he has a beer and we don't. Two clubs on the flop. 9 pops up on the turn. Luo with both the overpair and the flush draw. Hachem looking for some serious help here. Does pick up an open and a straight draw, and he bets the pot. Okay, okay, we are moving in the right direction here. This could be a serious pot.
Can't imagine Luo is going anywhere here. Pretty safe overall. I mean, obviously you can be beat, yes, but given the action here, I mean, I think you're pretty fine to just call. This was not a raised pot pre-flop. It was limped. It was check on the flop. And then this bet here on the turn, 1.8 million, is called. So pot goes up to 5.4. Important river card here.
9 of hearts hits on the river, and Luo gets the check mark with his trips. Hachem whiffs after potting on the turn. Now, Donnie, if you're Hachem here, given the fact that Luo called your turn bet, are we simply just going to surrender here? Do we see any, upside in bluffing?
I mean, I think the upside is pretty simple. That don't think you're winning with
you win.
Yeah! Jack high. He bets, I think 1.4. He said snapped off.
让我说中文，我他妈，我 overpay 买花我都没开枪，哎，真的是滴答了。
Luo, a round of high fives again as he extends his chip lead.
来来来来来来来来来来来来来来。我等一下问他。
10.
10. Okay. Thank you.
Hachem back down to 10 million. Was out in front not too long ago, but that said, you know, Hashem's been down here before, so not something he should be totally uncomfortable with. Of course, you don't like to be in this position, but he's fought his way back already plenty in this heads-up match.
1.8.
Here comes a raise, 1.8 million.
1.8 million.
Hashem's got ace, queen, queen 8. Luo with the ace 9, 4, 3. Luo gives it up, and Hashem's going to take that one.
Oh, chip, chip.
Runaway chip.
我要 run by one，消耗体力。
King 8, 6 deuce for Luo. He's going to just make the call. Luo back to his 2-1 lead, which I mean, think he's had the 2-1 lead for at least, on at least 10 different occasions. Has simply not been able to put Hachem away. We've seen lots of passive play as well. Probably part of the reason why this is taken so long. 5-4 deuce, 2 spades. Luo with the casual inside straight flush draw. 3 of spades would seal the deal here, as Hachem has an inside straight draw as well with a 6. Luo betting his draw. Also has a pair of deuces to go along with it. Hachem lets it go, and the chip lead gets bigger.
Really going to be curious to see, or at least I'm curious to see. You know, is this the chip lead where he can finally close it out? It's like,
well, the thing is, we haven't even seen an all-in.
No, we haven't. I mean, they've shoved, but like no one's called. You know, so
like
yeah.
I've covered many heads-up battles that have gone 3, 4, 5 hours, but I don't think I've ever covered a heads-up battle this long without a single all-in showdown. Not a single one.
Normally, if it gets long, it's like, oh, the short stack just keeps doubling up.
Right,
you know?
right. There's some kind of fight usually. That's really wild. Both these players want it really badly, and perhaps...
Too badly?
Yeah, I was going to say, perhaps by wanting it so badly, they are more afraid to lose than they are eager to win.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Hachem here limping the button, 999. 6 up against the ace-10, 8-7.
The Germans would not like this hand, Donnie.
I don't think many POL players would like this hand. Trips in your hand, I mean.
999.
Luo puts in a raise and quick fold there from Hachem. I'm surprised Joe Hashem's still over there, awake.
He's super fit, Donnie.
Yeah, and you know what happens when you're super fit? You sleep a lot.
That's true, actually. I'm not used to this anymore.
King 10, 6-3 for our chip leader.
All right, chat, chime in. Who do you think has played better during the heads-up portion? Like, who are you most impressed with? Now, of course, you might have a favorite, but let's be objective here. Who's been the better player?
Raised to 1.8 million. Hachem doesn't like what he sees, so into the muck goes the King 7-5 deuce. And Luo takes this one. Hachem now below 9 million, sitting on 8.2. So starting to get into that territory where he's going to need to find something, get his chips in, and hope for the best, because the shorter you get, the harder it is to play this small ball style poker. You just have less maneuverability in your stack. Hachem working with right around 13 big blinds. This one could be good enough. Ace, King, 10-7, suited to the king in spades. Start it off with a limp. Okay, a little bit of a rundown here for Luo. I would expect.
How much behind?
I almost kind of expect this to get in. I mean, isn't Luo gonna raise here? And I mean, I guess Hachem could find a fold, but here comes Luo. Jack 10, 9-8 for him with one suit.
Yeah, these are very respectable hands in the heads-up pot limit Omaha realm. But Hachem only started this hand with 13 big blinds. He could not afford himself many, if any, missteps.
I mean, I could see him coming here with a, repot this, try and get his money in. I could also see, just given the way he's played, flat in position, he's going to pot it. Here we go.
Wow. Hachem comes over the top ferociously. 5.6 million. Well, it's not all in, but the committal raise, I want to say. Now, Luo in the tank. Jack 10, 9, 8 with one suit.
How much behind?
5.4, no? 1.8.
Should be 5.4, yeah.
5.4, how much behind?
3 million? 2.5?
Okay.
To 3 million, just under.
Call.
The call is made, and we're going to see a flop here with 11.4 million chips in the middle. Holy moly. Daniel Hachem only has 2.8 million chips left. That is like a fifth of the pot, Donnie. What is going on here?
I mean, the money's likely going in on the flop, but you see this a lot in pot limit Omaha. They don't just get the money in pre-flop; they elect to just call like Luo did. You know, he's going to see a flop. Any sort of connectivity, though, he's going to continue with it. He just has the odds to do so. You know, but in case it comes, I don't know.
But if
deuce 3, then he's probably just going to check fold.
If Luo fully bricks this will be a great opportunity for Hachem to get back into the match. 9-9-7. I take back what I just said. And look at this. Luo smashes all in. Hachem snaps it off. This is far from over. Luo's like, I'm going to grab this bracelet and go home. Hachem still with a flush draw. Wow. Luo in the lead here with a chance to close it out. Our very first all-in showdown of the entire heads-up battle. It's been hours and hours of play. Is it all going to come down to this? Whatever Luo just said, I'm pretty sure it translates to please no spade. Luo trying to fade a spade here to claim his first World Series of Poker bracelet. The turn is the 5 of hearts. Doesn't change a thing. Luo, 1 card away from taking the bracelet back to China. Hachem needs a spade to survive and keep this match going. Are we going to finish it off here? The river is the 4 of diamonds. And Xixiang Luo wins his first World Series of Poker bracelets, claims the top prize of $270,000. And he is mobbed by his friends and fans on the rail. High fives all around. This man is ecstatic. And look at the amount of support he has on the rail. Daniel Hachem, all class on the rail. Got to tip our caps to him as well. Oh, there it is. A hug between the two competitors. Wow, what a final table it has been. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters was alongside me for this epic journey in Las Vegas. We are back tomorrow with more coverage of the 2024 World Series of Poker. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It is time for us to get some sleep. And who knows, maybe tomorrow we'll get Phil Hellmuth and Sean Deeb at the final table of the mixed Omaha event. Stay tuned for info on that. And for now, good night. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you soon.